asking that the Jews in Israel refrain from crucifying Jesus. And this would have been dated about the year 30 of the Common Era. Also kind of a far-fetched document. It doesn't date anywhere near to this period, but it falls within a kind of a trope where in the medieval period, Jews had it in their interest to demonstrate they had early settlement in order to document and to bolster their arguments for things like charter rights, their privileges, to live in a particular area, to pursue certain tasks. So if they could demonstrate the antiquity of their settlement, then that could help them in whatever local negotiations they might have. This would be especially important in Europe when medieval charters are put into place, but that's beyond our scope right now. It also indicates a level of kind of obsequious appeal to Christians, specifically saying we're not like those Jews who crucified Jesus. We're completely separate. We want that nothing to do with it, which stretches our ability to believe that Jews in Spain knew something about what was going on in Judea at that time, particularly when we have no other records of Jews really talking about this, other than those Christian sources of like the New Testament. So these sources are hard to believe, and we can't really place Jewish settlement in Spain this early as a result. We do have, however, a lot of really cool pieces of evidence which suggest something around this period. This is, by the way, a beautiful image from the famous Sarajevo Haggadah. This is a Haggadah that was composed in medieval Spain and later smuggled out its way to Sarajevo. There's a fascinating character, by the way. The bottom left, you see this mysterious dark skin. This particular representation looks kind of blue skin. In other JPEGs, she looks a little bit more brown. A lot of questions.
That seems safe. Why did they change masturbating to Goonie?
It's Gen Z. Is that what it is? Gen Z? Is this the young kids right now?
It's changing the word.
They have to.
Gooning's like just being like in a state of like arousal for a while. It's kind of like edging, yeah. Yeah. What's edging?
It's kind of like edging. So that's where I think surfing, if you're masturbating or whatever, before something happens, you stop, and you gotta stop, and then you wait around a little while, and then you do it again, and then again before something happens, you stop, and then you just keep on doing it.
Why?
I don't know. Yeah, it seems like they would just take a lot of time out of your day.
Because I'm just trying to pump.
Yeah, I don't feel.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. What do you mean, good? I'm not trying to good for an hour. That's like a nightmare to me.
I'd be just as happy with a good book.
Yeah, I'd rather read for an hour versus
Good book and a good pop. I'm ready for that. Yeah.
Sadly, I have to go to the airport, but it was really fun episode. Oh my god! But you guys can keep riffing if you want to, but I have to leave.
No, yes, this is great.
Well, it was so nice to see you, and we are pretty much done. I think, Chappelle, Lacey.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being on
thanks
the
for having me.
podcast
This is
today.
awesome.
And also, you got a special.
Yes, I did a Don't Tell special, 30-minute special with Don't Tell comedy.
Nice.
Yes.
So you'll look that up, and where can people find you?
They can find me at a Weezer concert or, Chappelle AC on everything.
Cool.
Or just catch me at the next Weezer show.
Sounds good. I love the sweater song.
Yeah, that's my favorite one.
I think it's mine too. They have a wonderful version on YouTube. We should listen to it after. They have a wonderful version of that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Chappelle, thank you so much for being on the podcast today, my friend.
Thank you, Chappelle. Thank you, Casey.
And then we have to thank our mercenaries real quick. Ashley Belfield Beef, Ben Ash and Bobby Beltman, Brendan Riley, Bryce Scar, Daniel Hunter, Danja Fox, Destiny A4, Dingleberry Harry, Do Uncles Kiss on the Lips, Dova King, Dr. B. Dugan, Eli Slugworth, Cater's Godmother.
Oh, that's my favorite one.
I know Cater's Godmother, Goldie May Star, Grant's Worst Nightmare, early at WMS.LOL. I love Big Macs. I poisoned his Big Mac Ginny, J. Jess, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, Captain Chaos, Casey's mom.
Who's got it going on?
Larry, Lawyer Joe, Loomis Becky, Nice Wizard, Nissan Pappy, Robert Bushel, Ruby Jules Parker, Shady Sherry Kai from the Big Island, Zarak, Sergio Shiva, Stephen 48, the Kill Tony Facebook group, the Gaming Crooner, the Wizard, Vanderweed, Viciousness, McFisty, White Magic, William and Casey, the Cats, William Garrett, William Ramsey, Worm Drive, so on YouTube, Juicer on that Jar, Zombie Warlock. I almost messed that one up. And then Anthony Whiplash Morganson. Thank y'all so much. Alrighty, bye.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of The William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to The William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of The William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Fun said that. I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Inserted in these kinds of documents to sort of explain that, don't worry, we're following the party line.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Deepest Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
It's APP Day. Yeah, it's APP Day. You gotta take it easy. Are you gonna debrief us or not? You said we're live. What's going on? Bring us up to speed, G.
Yeah, it is St. Patrick's Day. It's the 217th annual St. Patrick's Day.
Yes.
And
Is the 217th one?
I think so. I have to look it up.
Oh, yeah, I know. St. Patrick.
You guys got the memo, no wearing green in front of the green screen. That's a good call.
Yeah, we couldn't wear green today, but Casey was prepared. Casey was for sure prepared, though.
Yeah, William said, I see you're not wearing green. I said, you sure about that, Hotshot? Lucky Charms. This is a get out of jail free card for any pinching or kissing that might be happening.
And people forget about that. They only think about the pinching, but today's a day you can totally, if somebody's not wearing green, you can kiss them on the face, on the mouth.
Only if you're hot. So keep that in mind. If somebody pinches you, they don't think you're hot. If you're kissable, you're getting kissed.
Yes. How many people have you kissed by today, Grant?
Ooh, 0 kisses so far, so I'm not feeling the hottest, but
0 for 30.
yeah, lots of pinches.
0 dark 30 over here. Yikeroo.
Yeah, 0 for 30. That's his 30 for 30. 0 for 30.
The streak. Unbroken and unbeaten.
Yeah. Oof.
God, into the smooches.
Oh my God. I gotta get a girl with promise rings soon.
Are you going to? Have you really been thinking about it? Are you going to?
Hopefully. Well, I think I've said this before, but I'm trying to have a kid save my life. I need to have a son save my shit soon.
And what, again, what are we thinking? Are we thinking, like, literally, like, the lost city of Z? Like, your son saving you in the jungle? Or just saving you, like, emotionally?
Saving me emotionally, like, saving me where I look at that kid, I look, you know, they say it all changes when you look at your newborn baby face.
Yeah.
I want to look at my son and go, you know what? I'm responsible for something bigger than myself now. I can't be running around.
Yeah. I got this little rugrat that I gotta start caring for, taking care of, this little knuckle dragger. Yeah, God, babies are so dumb, but I guess they just get smarter.
But you have to teach them everything, right? You would go, cup. This is a cup.
Yeah, you show them a guy. I guess that's how you teach a kid how to talk. Like, Grant, you have two daughters. How do you, is that what you do?
Yeah.
This is a plate.
Yeah, you have to explain everything step by step. That sucks. I would want to start at like age 15, maybe.
Yeah, 15. Well, you could always be a foster parent.
I show up to the podcast. I have a foster son. He's 18 years old. He just got out of JUFIS.
Gosh, I don't know. And then I hope I would like him, Casey, because I would not want to be scared. I would not want to be scared for you. I would just think, man, was this a mistake, Casey, getting a fucking 18-year-old kid right?
I have mysterious bruises on me all the time. Hey guys, gonna be a little late to the show today. Well, I actually fell down some stairs. My son's just clearly wailing on me.
Damn.
Sorry, guys, my credit cards actually, I think I must have misplaced them.
And he's just spinning up your shit at fucking wall or somewhere, wherever fucking an 18-year-old would go be spinning money.
Yeah, he's putting down payments on cars. He's living the high life. This is my son.
Yeah, he's literally walking into the Lexus dealership with the glasses on. Just, hey, let me get the new electric Lexus y'all got. I think it's a bunch of money. Can I... Do you hear him over 18? I mean, with the glasses.
Money's no object. Oh, that's my dad's name. And it's my name too now.
Yo, he adopted me. I'm the foster kid. And then that's maybe why that family, Casey, what was it? The two women, maybe that's why they drove off the cliff, because they were already worried that the foster kids were acting up a little bit, and they had to do something about it. And they actually saved the whole world from a bunch of monsters, from the knuckle draggers.
Because then those kids have kids, those kids have kids. Next thing you know, extrapolate, you have this army of rotten children, these misfit toys.
Yeah, and we're talking, and Casey, I mean, if you're thinking about it, if this is, in fact, multiple generations down the line, the economy could be tanking at this point in time. It could be really hot outside, so you do not need some roving gang of just these bad, just multi-generational, just badass kids.
I know. Yeah. Well, oh man, sins of the father. So tragic. My bitch ass son. And Lord, I can hardly raise myself, but that's what I'm thinking. If I have a little son, it's gonna turn my whole shit around. You're gonna see me. I'm gonna look fit. I'm gonna look taller.
It's gonna force your ass, dude, because you're gonna be like, hold on, what do I eat for breakfast today? This little dude's gotta eat something, and then you're gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna make him feel pretty good. And then wait, there's a little extra. Maybe I can I'll eat the rest.
Maybe I can eat the rest, and then I can't sleep until 3 p.m. every day because now we got a son. He's got to go to school, or else they're gonna napalm my house.
Yeah, which is horrible. Yeah, you cannot. You'd have to wake on up. I mean, that's almost like too early. It's like, when do they have to fucking go to school at 8 a.m.?
Yeah, well then I definitely can't stay up till 5 or 6 watching my little shows.
You'd have to go to sleep at what? Like, I don't know, 9 or 9? 9?
Right.
It's like early.
If I need my 12 hours, yeah, I probably got to get up around 7 or 8 p.m., 9 p.m.
Yeah.
And then I got to start reading to my son really early. Dostoevsky, Toilev, Thailand.
God, just a class. I was about to think, hold on, Rudy, gonna say like the places you'll go or something like that, but no, yeah, you gotta get his ass smart.
Russian literature, like Oligarchs, Fallen Empires, The Art of War by Ang Lee.
Yes, Ang Lee. Art of War. Get your kid reading stuff like that, because I think a lot of kids are real stupid these days because their parents are reading the like dumbass like books about a big mouse or something.
Yeah.
Whatever Goofy is. What is Goofy?
What is Goofy? Yeah, like what is Goofy in the expose? And you're like, okay, even if you figure it out, you're really not learning that much.
Right, not at all. I mean, you're making your kids stupid, so you have to be so careful. Grant, what were you doing with your daughters?
I teach them so fast.
Just like in general?
Sure. Yeah, what were you reading to them?
No, I don't. You just pass them off to,
Your
the education system.
Nice. Pass the buck, brother.
Yeah, like you're doing.
Do you think they care?
I think they're alive. That's my job. Keep them alive. They're done.
Sure. I know, you're the protector. You have to protect them. And by the way, how is your shit going at your house? How's the bathroom?
Oh, yeah.
No, look, your bathroom looks good, but how's the floor leading to the bathroom?
The floor? We haven't done a floor update. Yeah, it seems like the contractor did fuck up, did own up to it, and is gonna fix it.
Holy shit.
Oh my gosh, it is a St. Patrick's Day miracle going on, it sounds like.
Next thing you know, he comes back in your house, your kitchen's flooded.
Yeah, I think, oh my gosh, I fixed the one thing, but something else is fucked up.
Sorry, we dropped a little paint on your pillows, Brett. Oh, you dropped it on your board mattress?
Damn. Yeah, they just spill a bunch of paint everywhere. You're like, what? What were y'all painting in the first place? What's going on in here?
Sorry, we dropped a porcelain bathtub in your yard.
Could you imagine? You'd have to really pick up all the tiny little pieces that produced, because if you rate your lawnmower for that day, that's like destroying the lawnmower probably. Just shoot them out. Yeah, just hitting people, hitting cars. Wait, that was a little different because, oh my gosh, hold on, we got to think about this, Casey. What would that sound like? Because it's not exactly maybe like a gunshot, but it's probably similar because it's hitting the things so hard.
I'm just trying to kind of get a Foley artist kind of a gauge for.
Yeah, what are you thinking? Oh, that was an interesting one on the top of the water. God, that's a weird one. That is a weird one.
I'm not comfortable actually expanding upon that.
That's a weird one. But yeah,
porcelain's deadly.
Yeah, porcelain's not good. A lot of the porcelain has lead in it from the lead paint. Gosh, I was reading something. Casey, I love drinking out of. Sometimes I find fun cups on eBay, and there were these ones for McDonald's that people like from like the 80s, and people are saying, do not drink out of them. There's lead paint.
I have a bunch of McDonald's cups too, so that's concerning.
Well, we got to look at it, but then somebody was like, well, as long as you're not breaking up the glass and eating the glass with the paint on it, you should be fine.
That's not a promise for me. That's not a given, because sometimes I like to live on the wild side.
And it's crazy. Yeah, it was what? There's that freaking video of that guy who can eat glass. Would you see that? I remember seeing that thinking, is this possible? Like, can I actually eat this glass?
Well, if you train your body, but you probably had pica where you can eat. You talking about the guy who can eat like helicopters and planes?
Yeah,
you can eat car parts.
What weird shit to eat?
I know.
Just eat like a taco. Eat a fucking. Look at this lady. Eat something normal. Don't eat that. Yeah, I remember My Strange Addiction. The one woman who loved to eat pillows. And she just rip open the pillows and eat the stuffing inside and just pretend like it was like, I don't know, cotton candy or something. I don't even know.
She has to eat it really slowly. I remember the one about the lady who would eat topsoil. So she would just like eat just a little bit of it.
Yeah, I bet when she smiled at people, it looked like she would eat a bunch of shit or something. Just a nasty fucking dirty ass.
Hey girls, how was school? Your fucking teeth are all nar.
Yeah, the poor girl's probably just looking up at the mom. Oh my gosh, look at that! Homer, Mr. Simpson.
Mr. Simpson, I presume.
Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson? Abby, do people celebrate St. Patrick's Day in England?
I don't know. You figure it would cause like armed conflicts. They hate each other over there.
I know, that's what it was seeming like. I was reading the book on Ireland, Casey, and then I stopped like 300 pages, and I swear to God, I don't know what the problem was. It was interesting, I was enjoying it, but it started feeling like it was something I had to read for school or something, because I wasn't like totally enjoying it, so I put it down.
It was about the IRA.
it was about just this one guy growing up. He was born in like 56, and then each year he was just talking about generally what was happening in his life and what was happening over on Ireland. And I was thinking it was going to be more IRA stuff getting blown up.
Sure. What was it called?
Oh, gosh. I probably have a picture of the cover of it. Oh, man.
Look that up, G.
Yeah, please look up Irish.
Vintage Irish novel circa 1956.
Yes, main character born in 1956. Seems like, I don't know. Yeah, it was boring.
Yeah, that pisses me off. Well, the Tories and the proletariat over there are always at each other's throats.
They almost got Margaret Thatcher with a fucking bomb. They almost got her fucking old ass with a fucking bomb.
Oh, the one that exploded above her, and it was supposed to like drop a bathtub on her or something.
Is that what it was?
If I'm thinking of the right thing, it was supposed to like blow up. She was in an apartment. She was in like a hotel or something, and they put it in the hotel, right?
I don't know. It didn't get to it in the book. Again, it was bullshit, man.
Pisses me off. Something good.
Maybe somebody in the chat. There's no English people in the chat, are there? There's probably Grant. Come on.
It was called the Brighton Hotel bombing.
Nice. Called it.
Oh my gosh, it was in a freaking hotel.
Margaret Thatcher, Miss Thatcher. Everything okay? Hope you didn't fall down and hurt your bullocks. Yeah, I heard the noise in there. Everything okay, Miss Thatcher?
It's a giant bomb going off.
Everything okay so far? Enjoying your stay?
Half the hotel's exploded a bit. Yeah, God.
That is a good metaphor for the decline of civilization.
For sure. And it is kind of beautiful because I picture her like standing in her bathroom brushing her hair. So
Yeah, I'm okay in it.
it actually, what was that noise?
What was that big pop? Was that somebody's lorry backfiring?
She probably thinks everything's a lorry or a boot.
What is a lorry? Is that just like a British vehicle?
I think a lorry is a car and a boot is the fucking trunk.
Damn. Look at, so there's Margaret.
She looked good.
Damn, she does look kind of good, and I kind of like those sunglasses.
Yeah, I know. Those are really cool. Those are kind of David Bowie-esque.
Oh my gosh, Casey, I picture again, maybe if you did adopt some kid or something, maybe you could wear those kind of glasses up at the car dealership. Because those are crazy. That does look almost like royalty. I mean, wearing the pearls, the pearl earrings as well. That would be a look.
Yeah, if he wore something like that, I would tell you, I'm not checking the credit card statements. You go ahead, you take a couple swipes, and I'll let Daddy figure it out. I'll be fine.
Yeah, not gonna look this time.
Turning a blind eye.
Yeah. But they're kind of looking, because you gotta kind of probably be looking a little bit just to see what they're buying.
Yeah, might want to keep track of that. There's a lot of new cars in the apartment complex.
Yeah, and it would be a horrible feeling thinking, oh my God, did my kid just buy another fucking car? Whose car is that? Yeah, it doesn't even have a license plate yet.
I'm smoked. Yeah, I'm toast. And this one looks like he hot-wired it straight off the lawn.
So then you're thinking about the repercussions, the legal repercussions.
Could I get in trouble?
Yeah, I mean, you probably have to start looking at the laws. Okay, just adopted a kid. I mean, foster parent now, adopted a kid. He's stealing cars. Do I get in trouble?
Yeah, I put it on Reddit. 30-year-old M, adopted a child, 18-year-old M. Am I the asshole?
He's been stealing cars. Yeah, under Am I the Asshole subreddit.
Under R, damn, that's interesting.
I think people would say NTA, not the asshole. I really think people would say not the asshole.
100 comments, NTA. Well, I'm looking at it, I'm literally sobbing.
Yes. Your kid's just listening from the other side of the door thinking, what's wrong with Papa? What happened to my Papa? Papa's sick.
No, I'm okay. I'll be out there soon to make you grilled cheese.
Gosh, and look at that. I mean, that's a scary looking that would be a scary looking freaking foster kid. If that was like your kid, that looks like a grown man with that freaking beard. Like, to be like, wait, what is going through? Did I get the right papers? What's going on here? Is this correct?
He has a balaclava leaving the orphanage. He has a damn balaclava on.
Could you imagine? I'd be thinking to myself, wait, are y'all sure this isn't just like a robber? Wait, this is an actual kid I'm adopted? This isn't a robber?
Does he have some sort of medical condition where the balaclava holds his face together?
Yeah, I mean, do we not want to take it off for some reason? Does he have some real bad? God, Casey, there was a freaking Judge Million last night where the woman got her extensions, and then she was claiming the other party did include something wrong, and then she takes off her wig, and it looked horrible. She was like all bald looking all over the place, crazy looking. It was very dramatic, but then she ends up giving her doctor statement, and the doctor said that she had alopecia, so she actually lost the case.
No.
Yeah, the other lady won. So kind of a weird one.
Yeah, it's a toss-up. Alopecia's, or is it hereditary? So scary.
It's really hard to figure it out. And honestly, Casey, this is a kind of a serious, something happened to me on Friday, and I think anybody that listens to this really needs to hear it. I was on the airplane next to a man named Steve, and a flight attendant, sweet lady, was like, "Oh, my husband and I think you're funny," which that never happens, but some lady says that, and then Steve, about 3 minutes later, the whole time he hadn't said anything to me, said anything to him, I didn't
You're
care.
welcome. How you living, pimp?
And then about 3 minutes after that, we start talking.
Kicking ass. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? I live stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. We're done. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? I mean, they're decent movies, but it's basically what I do. It's a story of someone whose entire life is on camera, and I live stream on YouTube. I've been live on YouTube 3.5 years from 22 different angles, and I do it to show the world that we're not all that different. I additionally talk about things that are important to society, like data. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist magazine. In 2018, data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, I'm going to make all your friends, I'm going to make all your family extremely wealthy. I'm going to make sure that you're financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to give you intergenerational wealth if you don't already have it. And I'm going to want you to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. How's that sound? Absolutely. Not really. I don't really watch his streams or anything. He came into my YouTube like last year and asked me a bunch of questions, and I just felt that was cool of him. And why not start streaming in his Discord? I'm a rabbi and I'm Jewish. Yeah, 100%. But I'm much more than just a Jew. I am someone who's a futurist. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tanina. It's worth about $100 million. And one thing that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. And I'm an advocate of ending world thirst. I'm an advocate of ending of the Lifestyle program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. I think these are all achievable goals for the world, and I don't want people to think that they're impossible. Nothing is impossible if given enough time. Excellent. Yeah, we have solar, so we actually get a rebate at the end of the year from Southern California Edison. We're Doug. I've heard of this person. Isn't he like Brazilian or something? Okay. I don't know why. No, no. Apologies for thinking he was Brazilian. I don't know why I thought that, but yeah. Um, I just somebody who wants a better world for everybody, and do my best to be a positive person, to basically give people a view on the world that is optimistic and just give people hope. Thanks, big dog. Yeah, yeah. I don't want to talk in there because not everybody's 18, and I don't want to talk to people who aren't 18. Yeah, not that I have anything against kids; they're fine, but I feel kids should be kids, and adults should be adults, and there shouldn't really be that much overlap. Oh, there's a big difference between that. No, I think like more uh, like China manipulates their own weather. They have something called the China. It's called the Chinese Weather Manipulation Service. Yeah, again, that's not what we're talking. It it's different. I know it. I know what HARP is. I know in Alaska, and it's run by the University of Anchorage now, but it wasn't. I know about that, but what I'm talking about is strictly talking about being able to provide water for crops or precipitation, and when we have wildfires, perhaps be able to create precipitation. And China openly talks about this. It's called the Chinese Weather Manipulation Service, and they advertise it. Chinese Weather Manipulation. They actually openly talked about it during the Olympics in 2008. It's called, uh, and the reason why it's called Beijing Weather Modification Office. It has a Wikipedia page. It's a Chinese cloud seeding organization. That's not any kind of propaganda or any kind of boogeyman talk. That's straight up science, and they use it. And I think that in the United States, anybody who thinks that like anything outside their purview is possible wants to throw these labels on him, and I don't like that. I talk about science, I talk about facts. And one of the things that China said during the 2008 Olympics, when people were saying, "Oh, well, aren't you worried? Like, why don't you make it a dome? Why don't you make the opening ceremonies and the Olympic stadium a dome? Because it could rain." And they said, "We don't have to worry about that." And people are like, "What do you mean you don't have to worry about that?" And they're like, "We have the Beijing Weather Modification Office, and they will spray the sky and make sure it may be cloudy, but it won't rain." And it didn't rain. And that was, Yeah, I mean, so what are you saying? That we shouldn't manipulate the weather? I get that. I 100%, I 100, I 100% get that. I'm cool with that if that's what we want to do. But obviously, there are people out there who don't want to do that and actively manipulate the weather and then piss on your leg and tell you it's raining. And it's like, no, dog, you're actively manipulating the weather. It's obvious what you're doing. Storms are stronger, fires are like, I mean, in California, we used to have what was called a fire season. Now it's fire season all fucking year long, and it just keeps expanding and expanding. In the Gulf Coast, they used to like not get 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14 hurricanes a year, and now they do, and it's like every 2 weeks, and there's like a hurricane season for it. I mean, the idea that the weather cannot be manipulated is a joke. It is propaganda, frankly. I mean, when and it's not just like China's my only um example of this. Dubai, cloud seeds. Every Tuesday, I think it is, in the United Arab Emirates, they create clouds to wash over the city to provide precipitation to the plant life that's there. I mean, it's like clockwork. It's like, oh, it's Tuesday. Okay, it's going to rain today for like an hour to just clean off all the cars and everything and all the buildings. Because, yeah, and I've seen their weather modification facility. I mean, I haven't seen it in real life, but I've seen videos of it. It's very high tech, and it's got like just like this. It's got screens all over the place, and they just sit there and they're like, okay, we need rain here, and we need rain here, and it has these jets that shoot out from the ground. This isn't from airplanes, though you can easily do it from airplanes. They don't need airplanes. It's just from the ground. It just shoots jets out, and it shoots out like aluminum oxide or some kind of chemical, and that mixes and creates clouds that rain like 30 miles away, which is right over the city. And then all of that evaporates. And then it's like everything gets all the plant life gets water and all of the buildings get cleaned. And it's like a cleaning of the city, basically. And for people to think that the United States can't do that or isn't capable of that, I just think they're lying to you. It's not even like it's just straight up lies. And anyone who wants to say it's unfortunate that like in the scientific community, you can't talk out about these things because then you'll lose your job or you'll be seen as a loon. But it's like I'm just a like a I'm an intellectual who thinks that yeah, that's 100% right. Who just thinks that, look, I'm financially independent. I don't have to worry about somebody taking my job or somebody, I don't worry about somebody making fun of me. I'm made fun of all the time in that Aiden Ross server or any other server on the internet. People don't know who I am or what I do, so they just automatically want to make fun of me. So trust me, I've taken more shit on the internet than any person ever. And so I'm very strong. And it's like, okay, are you done with your comments? Okay, that's fine. Let's talk about real time science. Why is it that China has an entire service that openly talks about weather manipulation and does it, and they have like television reports on it? Why does Dubai do it? Why does Israel do it? So if these countries can do it, then why can't the United States even have that discussion? It's really unfortunate. But these are things that when I was a kid, if you talked about a place called Area 51, you were just seen as an absolute loon. You were like, because you were told it doesn't exist. You were told there's nothing there. And then in 2012, it was declassified by the Obama administration. And then they say, oh, well, now it's like an Air Force base. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. You assholes 10 years ago used to say that you were an absolute loon to say that this place existed where the B-2 stealth bomber was developed and other high highly classified advanced fighters. So you used to say that this place didn't exist. Now it does, but there's no retribution to those people. So I stopped listening to those people a long time ago when there were literally things that they used to say were these theories that were actually true, that actually came to fruition, that were actually proven in court. I mean, so I live my own life, and then there's a huge contingent of the world that I feel is negative and just basically wants to echo what they hear in the media, and that's cool. I call them propagandists or closed-minded individuals. When people listen to what I say, I know that it makes complete sense and it's very logical, and it's like, oh, okay, so that's how that works. So in terms of weather modification, that's something that I feel is a gift that we've been able to develop. And so long as we have that gift, we can either go one of two ways. There are other ways to go, but the two major ways are don't use it at all, which I'm cool with. Again, if we just don't want to touch the weather, I'm totally fine with that. But if we are going to, well, then we should use it for good, and we should make deserts into very fertile areas, and we should use it whenever there's a forest fire or wildfire. Instead of spending billions of dollars on firefighters and risking their lives and taking these um these planes that are filled with just small amounts of fire retardant and having to spray all that, and it's just one big bill. At least here in California, it's just one big bill that the taxpayers have to pay. You don't need that at all. You just literally need to cloud seed for like 30 minutes and it'll put out every fire. 100. Dog, I know so much would make your head spin. Other things that I talk about, these are really my passions, are are it's just advanced technology. It's futurism. I'm a futurist. So things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light communication, faster than light travel, quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, cryptocurrency, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France, that went extinct. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. They already made headlines recently with their dire wolves that Joe Rogan has met. These are real animals. They Excellent. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird. These are really exciting things that we're going to be seeing in the next decade or so. And when people talk about them, like, oh, that's wild, that's lunacy, that's false, those are theories. It's like, dog, Joe Rogan met these animals. Like, they're on television. They already made like a mouse woolly mammoth, or like a mouse that had woolly mammoth DNA in it. These are real things. And then when it happens, there isn't any retribution against those people to say, hey, remember all those people you made feel bad with your mean words and all that garbage that you spouted? You remember that? There's no retribution against those people years later. And I think that's unfortunate. I mean, that's fine. I'm about freedom of speech, but there just is this contingent that says that these things are impossible, and they're not. They're absolutely not. They're actual science fact, and they're happening. So I'm a major advocate for these types of developments. I'm just a big advocate of science and technology, but futurism specifically. Things like space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like interstellar space. And the reason why I talk about this, it's like most people will be like, well, Rabbi, you're what, like in your 30s, and you're like not going to experience any of this. And at one time I thought, yeah, you're right. But then I started learning about the next type of technology that we'll talk about, life extension technology. So, Pog, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80, 100, 120 are the goals that I want to make. And the way that I want to be able to do that for you is through life extension technology with your consent. Pug, if you just want to die at the normal age that you would, that's fine. But you have to already understand that you're utilizing life extension technology, or people in your family are utilizing life extension technology with perhaps pacemakers and artificial limbs, and just really taking, heart medication, and even just acetaminophen is arguably a type of life extension technology. I want to help with things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like nootropics, and cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy, to be able to get you to be 100, 120 years old. But then eventually you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. This has been a fun run and I don't want it to end. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. But if you want, there's another type of technology that's really going to revolutionize things, that is becoming a reality. And that's known as mind uploading technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Pog, is that there's an opportunity for you to experience a digital immortality. And I think that's very exciting. What are your thoughts? Well, thank you. It's not. I'm sure it's probably close. In terms of human intelligence. Now, when we get into artificial super intelligence, that's when IQs become really extremely, almost uh, infinite differences. But I'm just a normal human, just like anybody else. Now, let's talk about that. The reason why your mind can't, it can comprehend it, but it has difficulty, is really gets some. It's paradoxical. It's known as uh, like thousands of years ago. This was uh, a paradox that was developed. It's known as the Theseus paradox. So what is that? It's basically the same idea as this. Let's say you have a ship and you dock it in the harbor, and you take that ship apart piece by piece and rebuild it in the dock right next to the original dock. And you rebuild it piece by piece from the original parts of the original ship. Once you're done, is that the same ship or is it a different ship? I'll ask you that, Pog. Is it the same ship or a different ship? But it's in a different place. It is. It is. And it's the same with your brain. So if I take your brain apart, scientifically and safely, atom by atom, and rebuild you in a different place, is it the same you or is it a different you? Now, you just said with the ship, it's the same ship. So then wouldn't that make it the same you? No, no, we're literally talking about atoms. So at this point, we're just talking about like molecules, atoms. So it's not even like, oh well, this is part of your thumb and this is part of your eyeball. No, 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 no. It would just literally be like proton, neutron, electron, making sure that they're in the same spot. Absolutely, I'm going to live within reason. Yeah, and I think yeah, and if you've never heard anybody talk about it, well, now you have, and we're known as transhumanists, and we're growing, and we're stronger, and we're very powerful people on Earth. So if you don't know what that is, it's like the people who are utilizing technology to be able to live longer and eventually get to a point where we live forever. And then there will be two types of people on this earth. There will be your standard Homo sapien humans and who die, like people in the jungle and indigenous people. And then there will be people who are able to utilize life extension technology and live perhaps 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 times the average human life, and then eventually not die. Essentially, be able to reincarnate themselves into a different type of being. No, no, no. Oh, yeah, 100%. So, what we're talking about is this: there's a type of technology that exists that reverses aging. So, what do I mean? I mean that it allows your cells to be able to repair their DNA and be able to repair themselves at a faster than normal rate, so that you basically have like Benjamin Button syndrome, for lack of a better term. But basically, as you with every day that you get older, you actually your body gets younger. So your skin gets tighter, your organs become stronger, and then you can essentially live at like a 20-year-old body for hundreds of years and be able to not just slow aging but reverse it. Now, you don't want to reverse it too much, because if you do, then you'll become like a child and you don't want that. But you can find a happy medium so that your body is in a perpetual state of youth. And that's wonderful, if that's what you want. But you're going to get bored of that. And what do I mean? I mean that there are only so many things on this earth that you'll be able to do until you are bored. But there are other things that you'll be able to utilize, like stimulants and perhaps psychedelics and perhaps virtual realities and metaphysical environments that keep you more entertained than the average person. So let's say you're able to live 1,000 years and you've just had a really great time. That's cool. But with the same type of technology or perhaps variations of it, you'll be able to, if you wanted, be a different kind of being. So perhaps you'd be able to be Pog, but instead of being Pog, you'll also be able to shapeshift. What do I mean by that? I mean, you'll be able to be a different kind of being, almost like a chameleon with its colors. You'd be able to perhaps walk into a machine or take a pill and be able to change yourself. Well, why would you want to be able to do that? I don't know. Maybe you want to breathe underwater. Maybe you want to be able to fly. Or maybe you want to have, look like an octopus. Whatever you want to be. These are opportunities that you may be able to experience yourself. And as we study extraterrestrial species, I take that subject very seriously. And the idea of extraterrestrial species being able to shapeshift, eventually being able to advance and evolve to the point where they're able to shapeshift, is a reality. And they have chosen whatever type of uh, we call them shells, but like exterior bodies that is best for their environment. So some are reptilians, some are alien grays, some are like human, like tall whites. Perhaps some are almost like draconian. Some are taller grays, just whatever is best for their environment. They've determined that that is the best type of shell for them, or body, or whatever you want to consider it. And you may have the same type of revelation. So you're here on Earth in your human body, and that's all cool. But eventually, when we start doing terraforming of other planets, meaning like turning Mars into a livable habitat, perhaps eventually turning Venus into a livable habitat, and the moons of Saturn and Jupiter, like Io and Europa, turning those into livable habitats. Perhaps being whatever you are, let's say a 5 to 7 foot person, human, may not be as beneficial. It might be more beneficial due to the gravity of those environments to be smaller or to be larger. whatever you want to be. What I'm saying to you is that if I'm telling you that you have the opportunity to live forever within reason, why do I say within reason? You don't really want to live forever, because forever becomes a punishment then. You don't want that. You want to be able to live until you've done everything that you wanted to do. You've been able to be a man, a woman, a child, an old person. You've been able to be a dog. You've been able to be a bird. You've been able to be some type of like aliens. You've been able to have sex with aliens. You've been able to travel the stars and do everything that you want to do, but you want the freedom at the end of the day to be able to say, okay, this has all been good. I want to end it though. You want that, because if not, then life really becomes a punishment, and you don't want that. But with that being said, with all that being established, you are going to have the opportunity perhaps to live longer than any of your ancestors. And if you want, become a different kind of being. We call them, I mean, it's really in the transhumanist community, we don't have a great word for what we call the new type of human, but it's been called a um, a instead of being a Homo sapien, it's almost like a digital sapien. That's not a great word, but there are. It's basically a transhuman. It's a different kind of species. So you've seen Darwin's evolution of man, where we go from like early man to Homo erectus and then Homo sapien. We're moving into the next one, and the next one doesn't. Isn't that crazy? Excellent. And see, you had the courage to want to talk with me and see what I'm doing, and I've changed your life forever. And we're just in the earliest stages. 100%. They're already successfully transferring mice memories. And so I've heard that the first developments of human mind uploading technology maybe within the next decade. I mean, we're already doing it with mammals. We're already doing it with mice. Basically transferring a mouse's memory from one mouse to another. We're already doing that. So if we're successful at doing that, that's already very far advanced in in terms of the technology. Now, when I started this, I would talk about brain computer interfaces when I first started doing this stream, which was during the pandemic, more than 3.5 years ago. And I would talk about brain computer interfaces, and people would be like, well, that's all science fiction and all this garbage. And I'd be like, okay, that's fine. Now, since then, and just while I've been streaming, we've had the first successful brain computer interface that is Neuralink. It's through a man named Nolan Aspro. We've had the second one. We've had the third one. Now they've created half a dozen of them successfully. No one has died during it. And now they have a helmet that you can wear so that you don't actually need the implant into your body. You can just wear an implant and be able to use a computer using just your mind, not you needing your hands, not needing your legs, literally controlling a mouse cursor with your mind. And you're able to do it to such an extent that you become the greatest gamer in the history of mankind, to the point where you essentially have an auto aimer for you. It's a bot within your body, essentially, to the point where these Neuralink patients have even said when we have video game tournaments in the future, they will need two different categories. There will be people with Neuralink implants where they're competing against others who have all this advanced technology, and then there will be your standard Homo sapien, because the Homo sapien has no chance at beating someone with Neuralink. And so when I started this, people were like, that's crazy. That's you have to understand how long I've been streaming. They would say that's crazy. That's Goo talk. And I'd be like, okay, that's fine. And then this happened, and then they come back and they're like, wow, they really did that. Another one, when I first started this, I would talk about artificial intelligence, And people would be like, oh, that's science fiction. That's all garbage theories. And I'd be like, okay. And then November 30th, 2022, ChatGPT launched and it changed the world. Large language models now have essentially redefined our society. And I would tell people, there with artificial intelligence, it's going to be brought to us and available to us in the very near future. When I first started this, I'd say where you'd be able to create a poem at the drop of a hat, or a picture at the drop of a hat, or just be able to prompt it to write an essay for you, and people would be like, "That's magic. That's never going to happen." And then ChatGPT dropped. And even when ChatGPT dropped, people didn't realize how powerful it was. Even in its early days, I would go on Twitter Spaces and I would host Twitter Spaces and just educate people on ChatGPT, and they would be like, it's not that, it can't replace me. And it'd be like, oh, you want to bet? And they're like, well, I'm the best coder in my community. And it'd be like, okay, this thing is going to be, it either can code better than you or will be able to code better than you within the next few months. And they would go into it when I would teach them what it was. They'd be like, yeah, it actually codes better than I do. And it does. It's better than any coder on earth. I just heard something by Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google, and he said, not within the next 10 years, not within the next 5 years, but within the next year, AI is going to replace all but 20% of all the coders on Earth. Now, for those people out there who are skeptical of it, okay, maybe it doesn't happen within the next year. Maybe it takes a year and a half or 2 years, but it's inevitable. We will, within the next decade or so, have a point where it is pointless to be a coder. There's no reason to be a coder. It would be like being someone who manages telephone lines like in the 1940s, or it would be like someone, they used to have these people, they were called knocker uppers, people who would awake you in like the Industrial Revolution to get ready for work because they hadn't yet invented a system like an alarm clock. These people have no jobs anymore. There are no knocker uppers. There are no switchboard operators. And in the same way, there will be no coders. Now, you may have project managers who have to put code together or something along those lines, but even those people will eventually find themselves without a need in society. And it causes major societal issues like, what do we do with our lives? How will we be able to support ourselves? And the answer to that is generally something known as universal basic income, where because the government and corporations are making so much money utilizing artificial intelligence that people are given a monthly stipend. And this has already been tested in Long Beach, not far away. People were given $1,000 a month to just live, and they lived much happier lives when they didn't have to worry about their rent, or they didn't have to worry about their food, or they were able to take their kids to Chuck E. Cheese or the park, or they were able to take a small vacation, or whatever it may have been. They lived much happier lives, and then they had 40 hours extra in their life that they had. It's an incredible gift that we'll be able to give to ourselves. So I'm very positive towards the future. I'm very optimistic of the future. But that's not for everybody. There will be a certain segment, a major segment of the world that suffers from a lot of these implementations, and it's going to be a scramble to the top. It already is, but it's going to be even more so in the future. We're going to have perhaps controlled economic recessions and depressions. And I know it's just a matter of time until I go viral. And Pug, if you're like, well, Rabbi, all you do is sit in a room all day. I literally watch you all day and you don't do anything. Well, that's what you think. I have all these computers right now that are robots. They are literally programmed to promote me on different platforms, such as Kick, but primarily Blue Sky. And if you're like, well, what the fuck is Blue Sky? It's essentially Twitter, but has 35 billion real human users. It doesn't have as many bots as Twitter does. And I get people, just while I've been talking with you, who will tweet about me because of these bots. I'm becoming almost a meme, and I'm becoming well known on there. And if you're like, all right, well, what else? Like these, look at, okay, I've got right in front of me, right here, right where my hands are. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 devices. I've got 33 devices total that I'm using. So basically, I have become almost the central nervous system of the internet in a lot of ways. A lot of times people talk about something called the dead internet theory, where the internet is just robots and it's not really organic content. And we're in this overlapping area of the internet where some of it is organic, but a lot of it is robotic and spam. And I'm kind of really at the center of that because my whole life is documented, which is very important to the world. It's essentially a time capsule for society. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And people will watch this just like they would read someone's diary 100 years ago or a journal 100 years ago. They will do the same with what I do. And it's not just the story of a person who, in my opinion, I'm fascinating. I know I am, but I'm no different than anybody else. It's not just that. From a biological standpoint and a scientific standpoint, what I'm doing is very important, and here's why. No person has as much data archived on the internet that I do, and on top of that, it's available to everybody. So it's not like I am paywalling it, or it's not like I have created any kind of guard or border or fence around it. Anybody can go back and watch what I've done over the course of the last 3 years, 3.5 years, almost 4 years now, and be able to see every single day of what I've done. Not just that, every single moment of every single day. Not just that, I have a radio going in the background that is always playing the news. So it's literally like a time capsule. You can go back and be like, hey, I wonder what was going on in the news, at least in California, on this date, and you can find out. I mean, it's world news as well, and you are able to not just have that, but in the future, people will study me from a biological standpoint to see, because it is more data, more human data than has ever been archived. You'll be able to know my heartbeats per minute, my breaths per minute, my blinks per minute, my circadian rhythms, my eating habits, my social behaviors, my sleeping habits, my circadian rhythm, everything about the human body will be able to be studied at an academic level. So from a scientific standpoint, this is an amazing opportunity for the world to learn. On top of it being a really cool story, and I talk about really cool things and really exciting things for the world. And I just know it's a matter of time until more and more people have the courage to do what you did, learn about me, learn about what I do, and by word of mouth, just tell their friends, and it's going to be the biggest event in global history. Absolutely. I'm the central I'm like this the central core or the main spoke in the wheel of the internet. Word dog, and you don't even understand. I'm multi-streaming on those, so it's not just like I've got 33 different streams. No, I have hundreds of different streams because each device multi-streams. So, I mean, just do you see in the left-hand side it says 24/7 YouTube streams? Okay, there's a link there. Take that link and put it in a browser, and look how many different views you have of just me, just on YouTube. That doesn't count Twitter and Rumble and all of those other platforms. You've never seen somebody with so many different live streams. I mean, it's difficult to just have one YouTube live stream. You have to have power, you have to have internet, you have to have the devices. On top of that, you need to have good enough internet to be able to broadcast yourself. On top of that, you need accounts that are in good standing, and then you have to have the fortitude to be able to stream for, I don't know, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, whatever streamers do nowadays. But you're never finding anybody who's like, oh, I'm going to do that for 24 hours straight for the rest of my life, and I'm not just going to do that, but I'm going to do it on different devices. Nobody does that. Absolutely. You always 35 million people. Yeah, it's actually 7 million people. It's called Blue Sky. It has all of the liberal people who left Twitter after Elon Musk bought it. They went to Blue Sky. So it's got everybody from Hillary Clinton to Alexandria Ocasio Cortez to like everybody in Hollywood. They're all on Blue Sky now. They're not on Twitter. And then I just spam the shit out of them. Thank you. Look it up and get yourself an account on Blue Sky. And when you're bored, type the word rabbi in, and you'll see everybody who's been talking about me recently. Just while I've been talking with you, I had somebody 42 minutes ago tweet about me, 56 minutes ago tweet about me, 7 minutes ago tweet about me, um, 14 minutes ago tweet about me. I mean, I just literally have to just keep these bots going, and I'm gonna go viral. Excellent, man. Well, you go do you. Go do good in the world. Whenever you're bored, come on in here. And again, more than anything that I talk about, all the science and all the I'll make you a trillionaire and all those other things, I'm here to be a positive person in your life, to have an optimistic view on the world, and just give people hope. If there's anything that I can ever do within reason to help you, come here and I'll do my best to help you, okay? Take care, my friend. Peace. Do well. Thank you.
leadership is taking aim at what's going on.
I just know 2 plus 2 is 4, and where my hub is so a lot of people don't know that I'm a barbecue chef. I try to keep the 2 roles separate. So I linked up with an organization that feeds during disasters because one of the biggest things that people want is a hospital after disasters, after they've lost everything. So I linked up this time with Chef David Olson of Live Fire Republic. His hub is at a livestock feed store. It is double L feed, and then back 40 trailers. They literally cleared. I mean, it's probably a 4-acre parking lot for us to set up. We've got barbecue trailers. We've got a dozen barbecue pits. We got a dozen barbecue pits from across the country, a bunch from Texas, obviously. We fed probably 1,600 people yesterday, over 1,000 today. Mostly first responders, but a lot of community members also. With that said, because of the location where my hub is, I've seen the ATF, I've seen federal agents, I've seen everybody come through here which tells me there's not necessarily that a crime was committed, but the fact that people died.
Yes.
They
173.
They want civilians to stay away from the road. I mean, there's a lot of organizations. There's a couple veterans organizations. True Grit is a huge veteran organization. They're clearing the debris a mile at a time down the river, and they're the ones that are literally finding the bodies in vehicles and rubble. So if a bunch of civilians that want to help come down with they've got trucks and the shovels and all that kind of stuff, they're going to get in the way. They're not trained, they don't know what they're doing, they mean well, but they're going to impede on progress, which, time's ticking, unfortunately, and we're told that there's another storm coming through, possibly this evening.
Timing. Man.
Yeah, so when we hit Textron, which is the border between New Mexico and Texas, we were in a storm for over 4 hours. So, I mean, it's storm season. It's happening.
It's impossible.
Yeah, so it's an impossible situation, impossible timeline. But every organization that had, extra personnel from across, what I've seen as far as Nebraska, Mexico's here, all over the country. I know Colorado sent out a bunch. California has sent out search and rescue crews. So we have people have faith that everything other people is being done. I don't being involved because, unfortunately, they have amazing animal control. But it's in Kerrville, there's the reality of the ground. You do have some sense of it based on how the Jews would later react. The fall.
And then he starts telling me about his life, about why he was in Austin, because he was meeting up with some woman, and then that didn't work out. Then he was telling me it went into Sasquatches, and he was telling me
It always does.
oh my gosh, and he was thinking that they actually have like psychic powers and they can end up getting in your mind and really wreaking havoc on your mind. And then if for whatever reason you buy property, he said he had a little extra money and he was wanting to buy property somewhere, but he has to be so careful because if you start hearing noises at night, it means it's a Sasquatch and you can't, and you're gonna have to sell the property.
That's abandoned property. I've heard many such cases, and that's why the real estate market, it's not a Trump thing, it's not a Biden thing. It's in the shitter right now, excuse my language, because there's a lot of squatches out there going, get off our land.
And that's exactly what he was talking about. And I had never even heard this. And then he freaking walks with me to my gate because we kind of became friends a little bit in this moment. And then he tells me about the rapture that he thinks when Jesus ends up coming down and getting his faithful people, or I think that's what he was saying, that it's just going to be all the evil people on the earth. And you know what's going to be activated when that happens, when Jesus comes down? The Sasquatches are going to be activated, and they're going to be wreaking havoc, killing all of the evil people left on the earth. And
they're angels.
yes, they're pretty much like angels, is I think what he was getting at. And then he starts showing me pictures of the Vietnamese woman he sends $500 to every month. And then he shows me pictures of her 3 children, and he says he really likes her because she only asks for $500 a month. Only every now and again she's sick and she needs more money. And then he shows me the picture of the woman who didn't meet up with him in Austin, which is why he was in Austin, and it's some like Middle Eastern European. I was trying to say Middle Eastern, but that was totally wrong. Like Eastern European, like model woman. And I'm like, have you ever heard of the word catfishing before? And he kind of looks at me in this weird way and kind of smiles a little bit. I'm like, I'm serious. Like, you need to be careful, Steve. Like, this seems crazy.
You gotta protect yourself, and most importantly, protect your heart.
Yeah. He is letting these people take advantage of his. I don't know. Maybe he loves it.
You think he just slings really good dick? You think he's he's obviously getting catfish. Was he like an older, dumpier guy?
Yes, he was probably, I don't know, 65. Kind of just a very nondescript guy who used to work in Hollywood. He said he was a camera person, and then I don't even know. And he has extra money, and he's gonna buy the land somewhere, and it's just like, dude, you're crazy. It's like I wanted to believe in the Sasquatches, but I swear to God, when he starts showing me the women he's sending money to, I'm thinking, this guy's a nut. It's like, does that almost kind of make his Sasquatch stuff not legitimate a little bit? Even though it might be.
Well, Sasquatches, as most of you know, are made out of dark matter, so they can phase in and out of our reality at will, because most of the universe is made out of dark matter, so I'm sure he went into all of this, but it's sad to see that he's been taken for a ride love-wise, because he seems to be on the right track about a lot of other things.
Yeah. Okay, well, I will not let it bother me about the love stuff.
And we all have our faults, and his is apparently he's dumb.
Yeah, just getting catfished. He meets them all on Twitter. He said certain dating websites with Asian women, and then also Twitter is how he's meeting these women.
Oh, is he just like posting like, any honey is up tonight? Anyone want to date?
I have no idea, but I really felt genuinely bad for him when he's telling me he's waiting at like the train station for hours and the woman's just not picking him up. And I'm thinking, damn, dude, stop doing this to yourself. Steve, come on, man. And I think that's why I gave my phone number afterwards, but he hasn't reached out to me yet. I should have put like a wrong number in it. Yeah. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, put one number off, then you give him something to kind of keep him busy.
Yeah, he's got to figure out which number is wrong.
Yeah.
He's got to figure out which number to switch around to get it to the correct number.
That would keep him busy for at least a couple weeks.
God, hindsight's 2020. What was that?
Yeah, was that everything okay back there, G? Yeah, everything's fine. I'm thinking maybe we close that door now because it's kind of scaring the hell out of me.
Yeah, what are you drinking?
Sorry.
Yeah, what are you drinking? Some grain beer in there? What's going on in there?
No, a bag of stuff just fell down. I had the mic muted, but it's still loud enough that you guys hear around the corner.
Yeah, what's going on? Are y'all like hoarding stuff in here? Because I poked my head in Mike's office for the first time, Grant, and it looked crazy in there.
It was like grocery bags filled with leaves.
Yeah, dude, what the fuck is going on? That's like insane. Did you saw the fucking bags with the leaves?
Yeah. Well, it was like organized by bigger leaves and smaller leaves, and then stapled to the wall so it looks like wallpaper.
Dude, great. It looked like a forest in his fucking office, dude. Seriously.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna say something? You
Smells like wet leaves. Smells like wet leaves.
He said it's to prepare for the Sasquatch rapture.
Oh, good lord.
Seems on the level.
Yeah, I don't think they like it when it smells like that, because a wet leaf smell is sickening.
It attracts them, if anything.
It's a sickening kind of stench, but they love it.
They love to smell like a bear.
Oh, you just scared me a little for a split second. You really did just scare me a little bit.
What happened? The shit out of me. And you have these horrifying pictures of Sasquatch on the screen.
Yeah.
I love talking about Sasquatch, Grant, but sometimes if I look at it for too long, I do get scared.
Yeah, it's like, what is this, a Halloween episode? This is a St. Patty's Day episode.
Supposed to be feeling a little bit good, getting some libations going.
Yeah, seriously, Graham, we're doing it with you today.
We're drinking a little bit with you today. I gotta be in LA by tomorrow night, but I mean, we can have a couple.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, there's plenty of time between now and tomorrow night, dude. We have all kinds of time, and it's St. Patrick's Day.
I can fix it. Here you go. How about,
So what
how's
happened?
that?
Better.
Yeah, that's much better. Oh my gosh, yeah, that makes it kind of sweet.
Yeah.
The one in the middle, can you help the other ones too?
Alright.
Thanks, G. Yeah, thanks. Yeah,
Let us know.
thanks, buddy. That really makes it better, putting a sweet little hat on. And then how are you going to do this next one?
The suspense.
His head's a little bit too high.
Yeah.
We're going a little off camera.
Perfect placement.
He does it again. The incomparable Grant. Incomparable. So cool. Wow, we cherish you, my man.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Yeah, seriously, thanks, Grant.
Loving basketball, my brother.
Woo! That was a good movie.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, I love that. We got the NCAA tournament about to do. Are you doing a bracket?
I am so into bracketology right now. My hands are shaking. I'm thinking Alabama takes this whole thing.
Well, we'll see. I'm thinking the Gators. And by the way, there was some person I happened to see on this last episode we did, Casey, who took a little offense to me calling out the guy wearing the Tennessee hat. They said something like, "Oh, well, that's kind of weird of you to be calling him a poser wearing a Tennessee hat because you wear Florida Gator stuff." Well, sir, just so you know, I grew up loving the Florida Gators, okay? I grew up hating the Vols, but I went to Tennessee, so now I'm a fan, okay? So that's why that is the way it is, okay? I grew up loving the Florida Gators, okay? This guy who I was talking shit about wearing the Tennessee hat, he didn't grow up loving the Vols, and neither did I, but I went to Tennessee, so I'm allowed to be a fan, okay? Not to get anything twisted, but it just kind of bothered me a little bit. Yeah, I'm feeling a little sassy right now, okay? Seriously, that's the deal.
Balls in your court, freako.
Yeah, let me know what's next. Seriously, give me the next set of directions, okay? Because I just explained to you how to get to the treasure. So if you actually want to give me more directions, then let me know.
You want to get a little bit of that pot of gold, or you want to end up doing 5 to 10 in Leavenworth, little freak?
Yeah, seriously, how do you think you're going to fare in Leavenworth? Because we looked you up a little bit. It doesn't really look like you've been living a life of crime. So
maybe we mail you something. Give the feds a tip.
Yeah, how would you deal with that one, okay? So don't worry that I wear Florida Gator stuff, okay? Don't worry that in my heart yesterday when Florida beat Tennessee in the SEC championship, I felt good, okay? Whatever. I felt good. I did feel bad for Tennessee's old coach, Mr. Barnes. I felt a little sad for him. I genuinely did. But I was happy the Gators won.
That's okay. That's okay. We contain dualities, and I think for both your teams to be having a pretty dang good season is a big victory in and of itself.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Dude who's saying the comment, that's what's up, okay? Don't even worry about it. St. Patty's, they were having fun today.
Grant, fuck that. Get that out of here now.
Yeah, that's like a scary ass St. Patrick's Day picture.
That's like Carcosa. That's like Foodon. I don't like that shit. That's like the Yellow King.
Damn, I was about to say, what is that, like the fucking Yellow King?
Damn. Talking about she met a king. Talking about she gonna become a nun.
Fuck that, GG. Yeah, fuck that.
Is this a cuter one over here?
Yeah, married a king. Hold on, and it doesn't make any sense when she says shit like that. You're marrying a king, but you're gonna become a nun. It's like, bitch, get your head on straight.
Now, what are you, high? Talking about she can duck hunt with a rake. High.
Yeah, it's like, what? You're gonna be carrying around a rake as a nun, bitch? I don't think so. I fucking hate that shit.
Yeah, that one on the far right, I don't even know what you looked up to find that, but I never want to see it.
It's like demonic.
Yeah.
Like even more so than the other one. That one really seems weird.
It's unsettling. It's something about the eyes. I don't know what it is for you, but for me it's the eyes.
The eyes seem way too green. The hat, the black part in the hat, it's like, make the whole thing green. If maybe his whole hat was green, maybe I like it a little bit better, but something seems off with me with that effing hat, dude. The black with the white top on it.
This one?
Yeah, that one. It's like a weird guy at a music festival or something. I don't get it.
It looks like somebody that I've known before. You know what's weird? It's like somebody I've known in a past life.
Isn't that weird when that happens?
Yeah.
You see somebody and you're like, oh, I've known. We used to be buddies.
We used to be friends in the past life. We were in the French Foreign Legion together. Yeah. We used to hunt down like beasts of no nation that used to like come and attack the countryside.
And that's exciting when you happen to meet somebody like that. It's like, or just see.
We were brothers. Yeah. We were thicker than brothers. We were family.
Yeah. Grant, do you ever think that about Casey and I?
Yeah, we're brothers, right?
No, about like we all knew each other in a past life. You ever think that?
Like we were horses, we used to eat hay together.
Oh, that may be a fun one for now. Being a human, if you're another kind of animal.
We were all lions on the Serengeti.
Damn. We were like the three brothers. There were the three brother lions who were just killing everything.
I remember that. You can't sneak a riff past me. All I do when I leave this studio, if I'm not on stage, I'm reading Wikipedia. I'm getting more knowledge. I'm reading books about weird medical cases. I know all kinds of shit about Sasquatch to Benghazi. You can ask me anything. Nobody sneaks a riff past me. I'm a steel trap.
Damn, Benghazi. Have you really been reading about Benghazi? Been learning. Oof. I know all kinds of shit. Oof. Ralph Benghazi.
You wouldn't want to walk around in this mind, Vashi Bunyan. It would fucking drive you crazy. You would end up in a loony bin.
Like Gosh. You hearing all this, Grant? Because it's kind of directed. It's kind of directed at you a little bit.
I don't think it's directed at me. I don't think it is. Is it directed at me?
We're just having fun today. Stop.
This is our alcohol. We don't get to imbibe, Gigi. Unlike somebody we know who I could smell the damn whiskey on it when we walk in.
It smell shit.
Was that JMO? Were you drinking a bunch of JMO shots?
Yeah, it's fucking 2 p.m., dude. You're going to be sleeping by sundown.
St. Patrick's Day.
God, at least you'll have a nice spot in the leaves in Mike's office. You'll be able to pass out right in there. That actually would be a cool spot to pass out wasted.
Well, it's filled with wood beetles. It's
No,
like an old cabin.
Never mind then. That sounds horrible. Probably spiders.
Oh, I'm
brown
sure.
recluses.
Oh, dude, that's exactly where. Oh my God, they love foliage. Brown recluses, you know where they love. If you have an old shed out back full of old boxes, yeah. Come on.
Wear your gloves and wear your gloves. The boxes.
They love hanging out in old wet cardboard. God, that's what it smelled like in there. It smelled like an old factory floor.
God, like the Pierce factory in Jumanji. Remember when they go back? Or what was it? The Pierce family who owned the shoe company?
This is not the first time you brought up that family.
I know. Well, I'm sorry. We're talking about the moldy kind of cardboard boxes. I mean, that's what it probably was like in their factory. But yeah, we don't have to obviously talk about it. Well, that's kind of an interesting spider.
Oh, well, if all brown recluses look like that, my house would be full of cardboard boxes. I would make my house basically like a cat's house. It would just be a bunch of towers of boxes, which would be fun. You crawl around in there.
I certainly didn't mean to cut you off. It was just that I knew that we didn't remember the name. It was Parrish Shoe Company.
Parrish, that's interesting. Parrish, that's what they call counties in Louisiana. Carcosa, True Detective.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So you're watching. Did you finish True Detective? You were watching it again, you told me.
Yeah, I finished it. It's probably the 10th time I watched it. I got my ears pierced, so it hurts to wear these headphones.
Oh my
I
God.
know. Things are getting big.
God,
It's a real deal.
oh my, are my hands going? That's cool. What is it?
It hurts. They're little studs.
Oh, I love it. What is that? Like a black colored rock of some sort?
Wrong way. Yeah, well, it's obsidian.
Obsidian. Okay. Is it in the other ear too?
You better believe it.
Dude, did it hurt? Wait, did it hurt?
He said 3, 2, and he did it on 2. And then I said, oh! And he said, it's already been done, little freak. And he gave me a kiss. And I said, thanks, man. You're actually really soft. But it didn't hurt as bad as I thought. I think the anticipation was worse.
Where did you go? Like in a mall or something? Or where did you go?
I was trying to do it all week in Portland, and then we finally got an appointment at this place. They have me in the chair, and she goes, oh, I'm sorry, I need to see your ID. And then I go, whoopee, my driver's license is expired. So I show her, and she goes, sorry, the government comes and checks. And I go, you're run by the government?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I kind of got really sassy. I went, oh, this place is run by the government. That's interesting.
Y'all are piercing people's ears for the government.
So, for every dollar, how much gets kicked back up to fucking NATO?
Damn.
But she stood her ground. I'll give her that. She kicked me right out. She said, if you don't got an ID, you gotta go. Anyways, but I went to some tattoo shop.
Did you end up, at least when you were leaving the place, like throwing something on the ground or doing something?
I knocked over the bowl of peppermints.
Nice.
I said, hey, spilled something.
Yeah, pick it up, bitch. Pick it up. Bitch, get the government to pick it up since they run your shit, bitch.
Yeah, hopefully a street sweeper fits through the fucking door.
Yeah, they work for the government, so they must clean up in here, right? You got street sweepers in here, right?
Bitch. But why don't you go ahead and pick up the red phone? It goes right to the White House. I don't want to get my ears pierced by you.
Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. You probably would have gotten sick or something, so thank God you didn't fucking do it. So you went to somewhere else and then did it, and then he did it on two?
It probably would have been the damn vaccine. It probably would have been Moderna and Pfizer.
Yeah, dude, that's what they're doing up in Canada, man.
They're sneaking it in.
Yeah, you gotta be so careful.
Needle exchanges, safe injection sites, tinfoil dispensaries. It's all the vaccine. It's all the same. But I went to some sexy tattoo parlor. It was called like Rocks Off. Fucking tattoo burlesque.
Deal.
I was up there on Burnett Road. I can meet you guys there after the show. But it was, just some sexy parlor.
Oh my gosh, and then they did it and you were scared, but you went through it then.
Yeah, they went on two. And then by the second year I went, I know your little tricks, fucker.
And he still did it?
He went on 3 on the second year.
Oh, okay.
Threw me out.
Damn. Well, they're cool looking. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it feels good, but it hurts to have anything touch them. So these headphones are driving me up a little. And I got to keep them in for 6 weeks. I said, I don't even know where I'll be in 6 weeks. I'll probably be a father by then. I'll probably be a daddy by then.
And the hospital's going to make you take out the ear, or like when he's getting born or whatever, they're probably going to make you take those damn things out. So what are you going to do?
The hole closes right up. They said if you take those out even for a second.
Damn. Is that why the people end up putting those giant things in? Are you going to do that?
The gauges?
Yeah, are you going to end up doing gauges?
I don't want gauges. I'm afraid the hole would stay.
Yeah.
What is happening?
There he is. Dog, I was just thinking about you. How you living, pimp? Dog, are you ready to play Moncala? I'm kicking ass, taking names, baby. Are you ready to play Moncala? Yo, pimp. Okay. What's the scenario? What? Quadriplegic or paraplegic? Okay. Okay. Does the person who's drunk, are they normally a pretty good driver? Blood alcohol content? Well, that means they're in a hospital. Okay, well then that's basically a dead person. Yeah, but I mean, they're like that puts you like in a coma. I don't know. I'll probably take the 12-year-old who's got a 70 IQ or whatever, and just teach them what to do. Okay, whatever. Some 12-year-olds are pretty smart. That's too easy of a question. You basically your question is: would you rather have essentially a dead person due to alcohol, a dead person literally, an asleep person, or someone who's like a 12-year-old? Right. The answer is the 12-year-old. Did you know that Mancala is the oldest continuously played game in the world? Did you know that Mancala is Arabic? It means to move. That's fine. I could teach them. Could I tell them, hey, turn there or whatever? Can I talk? Okay. All right. That's all I need. I just tell them, where do they need to drive me? The hospital? Okay. Dude, I might lose. I think I just lost. Oh, no. One. No. I think I played 2 games without you. And I lost. Though I thought I won. That's the weird thing. Sometimes I think I'm going to win and I lose, and I don't understand why I lost. Okay, well, we're going to play like 1,000 games of Moncala. So just get ready for it. Yeah, I know, but it is very simple. And the simpler a game, the more I like it. Because you can play it like with very little stuff. Like you can play it with only 2 of the little holes on each side. There are stories of like people playing it like in Africa and like slave ships and things.
officials continue to tout, kind of brag about the massive cleanup of the Palisades fire debris. They often say, you'll hear them in press conferences, whether Mayor Bass, Governor Newsom, or anyone else, they'll say this is the fastest wildfire recovery in modern history. A lot of people are saying, okay, but it doesn't feel like it. And now that things are being recovered, now that those 9,000 parcels and
So you're not going to have any. Oh yeah, you do.
pounds of debris, all of these things have been cleared away. What does that mean for us? The pace of the cleanup, the federally funded, organized cleanup through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has resulted in 2,000 properties per month being cleared. That's about twice as fast as the 2018 Camp Fire. That's the one that decimated Paradise and has been the subject of a lot of documentaries. I think even Palisades Walks. Disrupted wildfire. Well, the Army Corps of Engineers, we cleaned up the Palisades in the areas.
I mean, what is severe ADHD, dog? What is that?
And they were more or less boasting about the speed. Gather up the debris, clear the wreckage. There's
Can't everybody concentrate?
contaminated soil and other sort of debris that's been moved.
Can't everyone concentrate to some extent?
Resulting in a lot of tests, a lot of animals.
Well, you just said the inability to concentrate.
How people are going to be impacted by this toxicity. And if you choose to live back in these burned areas, are you still living amongst toxicity? There's so much at play, and it's going to take a long time to really parse through. Then you have the city and county response. Most people are still navigating the process to rebuild. You have LA County leaders like Mayor Bass to get her, but many property
I mean, IQ is just really the ability to identify patterns. So perhaps they're just not identifying patterns, but they might know a lot of facts or something that doesn't necessarily mean that people can interpret to mean that they're smart, but they just intelligence is unique amongst individuals. So in some cultures, intelligence may be defined by the person who can identify patterns, which is generally what it is in Western academia. But in another situation, like let's say you're living amongst indigenous people, it might be the ability to identify different plant species that are poisonous or not. It depends on the environment, what people consider to be intelligence. Welcome. Not necessarily. That's how we define it in Western civilizations, but in some cultures it may be different. That's true.
Feel that they are sitting ducks for this to happen again. Legal issues. The fires caused a lot of legal issues between the utilities, between homeowners, between insurance. And again, people are saying that they are struggling 6 months after the fires. They're saying that many of whom have moved back at this point, that when they walk around the block, they're re-traumatized. They say that it just doesn't look like what they remember. It feels like a bomb went off, and what made the area special, is gone. Nearly 80% of the destroyed homes in Pacific Palisades are now completely cleared lots. And the same can be said for the Altadena area. companies are trying to rebuild themselves, and they're looking at 6 months out since the initial situation, since the initial fire. They're really wondering, will they be able to come back? And when they do come back, will they have again that strong and tight knit that they once enjoyed? Many are saying no. 6 months out certainly doesn't feel like a long time, and there's a long time to go. When we come back, we're going to get into scale.
Oh, I screwed up.
One of our newest segments, one of my favorite segments. Tell you about 2 stories of people, scammers, who want you to separate from your victims. In this case, people who
You didn't give me shit, dude.
as you might say. I'll tell you about the stories, and hopefully you won't fall victim to these. Take right here on Saturdays with Tiffany, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to Rashida.
Are we gonna tie? Okay. Zoo, we just did a draw game, and when you draw, nobody wins. Unlike in mini golf, where we both win. Isn't that interesting? That's really interesting. All right, Audie, why are they having a naked bike ride? Yeah. I don't know how. Unless you played like teams.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new where you ask the question. What is political technology? The George Washington really cut down territory. And American.
Does it have what? Oh yeah, they do. I was just looking them. I was just looking them up. Yeah. Dude, it's the oldest continuously played game in the world. Yep. Surprised me too. I thought it would be chess or Go or something. At least I won another game. Oh yeah, because you didn't have any on your side. Dude, I'm gonna read you what it says. It says not just board game. It says wait, let me see if it says board game. It says Mancala, which is Arabic, is a family of 2-player, so it is 2-player, turn-based strategy board games with small stones, beans, marbles, or seeds, and rows of holes or pits in the earth. A board or other playing surface. The objective is usually to capture all or some set of the opponent's pieces. Versions of the game date back to the 3rd century, and evidence suggests such games existed in ancient Egypt. It is among the oldest known family of games to still be widely played today. So this is like an Egyptian game. Like the Paro used to fucking play this game.
Trump is informing Canada plans to impose a 35% tariff on the country in August. Mark Mayfield with the details.
So remember that time you had an invitation to play? 10,000 years? 7,000 years?
Trump administration is escalating pressure on Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, who the president is demanding lower interest rates. Powell has said the uncertainty of Trump's own policies, like those tariffs, have kept the central banks from lowering rates in an effort to keep inflation down. Amazon's Prime Day was very lucrative this year. It did stretch out to a 4-day sales event. Tammy Trujillo with more. Adobe Analytics predicts that customers will have shelled out nearly $24 billion over Prime Day. That's about $9.6 billion more than last year. The biggest sellers were expected to be school and office supplies. Momentum Commerce manages sales for some retailers on the platform. So sales were down more than 40% on the first day as compared to last year, but was still projecting an overall growth in sales. Amazon, though,
I think I may either win right now or lose right now.
thousands of Ford and Lincoln vehicles are being recalled.
No, I won.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, more than 850,000 vehicles may have a faulty fuel pump. Affected models include the Ford Bronco Expedition, Mustang, F-150, Lincoln Aviator, and Gator. I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news.
And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morocco. Number 5.
You won't miss a kick, header, or goal at the friendliest sports bar in SoCal, Sideline Sports Bar.
Number 4.
July gift giveaway. Get a portable electric lunchbox when you earn 500 points on your rewards card. 15.
3.
Get your Good Times Pizza to go. With Good Times Pizza go.
Hi, Zoot.
Jazz band at the Delphonics, August 9th.
And the number 1 reason.
We're giving away Gladiator.
Yep.
Entries now playing table games and be here 10 p.m. for your chance to win.
Morocco Casino Resort and Spa. Celebrate years of good times. Hey, y'all, it's Dean Sharp with something that will light your soul. It's first ever Christmas July sale. The absolute best deals ever on Christmas decor. Up to 75% off lights, up to 80% off their legendary artificial Christmas trees. Selection you should
No, just when you end in the end thing.
on some Alden in Van Nuys or on at aldenhome.com, aldenhome.com. GFI.
The iHeartRadio.
No, you can't. Yeah. You're done. 100%. In fact, I think you already lost. It's over.
Florida lawmakers were allowed to check out that alligator Alcatraz, and they're not mincing words. Oh no. The lawmakers who were inside
There you go.
inside have said that
This is the greatest game in the history of mankind. And it's also the oldest.
what they're seeing inside of that immigration detain center.
I don't think so, dog.
Alligator Alcatraz. All right. As
You're up, pimp.
child, unfortunately, was found in the parking lot in Panorama City, deceased. There's still no information, no further information coming out about this ordeal. We do know that the child was approximately 3 to 4 years of age. We do not know the gender of the child. We do not know causation or potential reason or suspects. Authorities are treating it as a crime scene for sure, and I believe that's apropos. We'll continue to follow that story, and then of course we have Vice President J.D. Vance at Disneyland. Is there at Disneyland with a 30-person entourage? Imagine being behind him in line. I'd be pissed if I had to wait for 30 people in a group to figure out the seating and maybe to fast track to the front of the line. But I guess that's a perk of being vice president if there are no others. And then lastly,
Oh, that was good, Zoot.
there's actually a protest going on in Torrance across from City Hall on Torrance Boulevard. People are upset that there is a proposal to build housing for homeless people. I think one of these hotels or apartment complexes is being converted into homeless housing, and the residents there are saying,
Fuck.
nope, not in our city. So they are out there in Torrance protesting en masse, and we'll keep you up to date.
Zoot, you won.
There. You like your money. I like my money. I don't like scammers.
Absolutely.
Scammers gonna scam. And we have 2 new scams for you, unfortunately, that you may have already fallen victim to. You might be primed to fall victim to. And I'm hoping to caution you against falling victim to. Starting with our very first one, which involves those PPP
Doug.
loans. Remember those PPP loans and economic injury disaster loans that were issued to folks during COVID? Oh, yeah. 2020, March, right? March 2020 through April 2021, that year-long period in which PPP loans were issued to folks who needed them. Some didn't. We definitely found out that there were certainly people who took advantage, and then there were people who all out scammed the system. And the newest suspects in this scam are local boys. One is from Burbank and one is from Glendale. We have Norayir Madani, 40 years old, from Burbank, and Basric Madani, brothers from Glendale. The older brother, Basric Madani, 44, may or may not have pressured the younger brother. I don't know. I'm just surmising. That peer pressure. Who knows? But we do know that the 2 brothers were arrested for allegedly defrauding the government of, and get this, $0.7 million through a scheme that targeted COVID relief funds and small business loans. This is according to the office. Now, the alleged crimes took place from March as COVID was really through April 2020.
Let's see it, big dog.
Throws and everything, unprecedented times. The indictment. Norayir, the younger brother, was a banker at Wells Fargo, and he opened fraud accounts.
Word, dog.
And stolen or fake identities. That could have, if you experienced some sort of major fraud during that time, then perhaps you are now having to find out, if you didn't already know, that these suspects in that crime, was stolen and used
Yo,
to
pimp.
secure PPP loans.
Why not? I just want you to be able to get my thing. Zoot, remember that time you were like that you won and then you didn't? All right. Play well, dog. Dog, quit with that garbage. Quit with that garbage. Just admit that you're getting your ass kicked in the oldest game in the history of mankind. Moncala, baby. This is our new jam.
They were taken into custody, these 2 brothers, 40 years old and 44. What a life, right? Just this.
It's a good question. It never caught on, apparently. It was brought over by like slaves in the United States. It was popular, but that's incorrect.
On $25,000 and $50,000 fine, respectively. The younger getting $20,000 fine. Here. And their trial date is scheduled for September 2nd. So they have about 2 months until they have to.
Dude, this is a close game. Oh, you just.
Right, next and last scam. Lots of websites online, whether through your social.
Maybe not.
And these websites are not necessarily.
You might have won.
They are shell websites that may.
I think you won.
Use the branding of a brand familiar.
Yes. You won.
Or say Omaha Steaks, or say
Oh,
Tours, Harbor Freight, REI, whatever it may be. But these websites are completely false. They use the name and the labeling, but what they are doing is they are sifting your information and funneling or selling that information to third parties to be able to then separate you from your money. Everything looks real, the logos, the layout, even Apple and Google Pay are payment methods. But by the time you realize you've been scammed, it's too late. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about this scam on the other side of the break. And before we talk to Michael Munz, we're going to get into why the TSA is now allowing you to take shoes off at the security
Yo,
line
pimp.
at the airport. But what they want you to know before you take or keep your shoes on. Take your shoes off. Keep your shoes on. See, I'm still getting used to the rollback. You keep your shoes on, but they want you to know some things about what to do with in the security line. We'll get into all of that more clearly on the other side of the break. Tiffany Hobbs here with you. Saturdays with Tiffany, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to you, Brigida D'Agostino in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Coming up at 7, LAX lands at the top in a new airport ranking. Not everyone's flying high in Southern California. Over 200 people have been arrested in ICE raids at local cannabis farms. Plus, President Trump slaps new tariffs on Europe and Mexico. We're going to check the 22 freeway.
You've got an app for music, an app for photos, maybe even one that helps you sleep. But only one app puts the live radio dial in your pocket and lets you save your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts as presets. Get the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and
Gotcha, baby.
Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In 1995, a college student disappeared on a trip across the USA.
I reported him missing right away. He went dead.
So his mother started investigating.
I got the case file. I started going through and saw people that wasn't interviewed.
I joined this mother's search for justice. Are you recording? I am, yeah. Someone Knows Something, Season 6. Available now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences.
Oh, you won. Wait. How did you win? Look at all the faces you got. See, that's what I don't understand. How you win like that.
Their past behind them, but they also have some unfinished business.
The end of daybreak, the house of love, was supposed to have been followed up by another album.
They never got that opportunity.
Yeah, you're kind of right on that.
Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast. The free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Chloe and Wonderland. I don't know how one decision away from a different life. I know for a fact that it was her. So this media.
I'm willing to sacrifice anything. Love.
I think you're right. You are right.
Every week I'll sit down with you.
I did too well. That's interesting. Okay, I kind of know why. Okay, so I'll quit doing that.
This is a window into my world and stories that make me welcome to Chloe and Wonder. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Tanton, body Biome analyzes
Okay.
biological age to see if your body is aging too rapidly. You'll learn how making simple, precise changes in certain foods and supplements can, get this, slow your aging, keep you looking young, and help prevent future health issues. Next, Biome doctors design supplements specifically to your body's needs. Their job is to slow down and help reverse how fast your body is aging. And your Biome microbiome test reveals why you have stomach issues, don't sleep well, have low energy, even why you can't lose weight and more. Biome reboots your body to live longer, live healthier, and look younger.
Biome is changing lives. Order your full body intelligence test online and save $50. Biome guarantees rapid, remarkable health improvements your doctor will notice. Visit promo code THRIVE. That's OME.com. Promo code THRIVE.
Why'd I go to the... My heart would race just taking...
Why did you just say you have autism?
It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact...
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers and Pfizer. When you're hiring, have you ever felt like missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers post on ZipRecruiter. Quality candidate within the first...
What's up, pimp?
Try ZipRecruiter for free at Zip. That's Zip.
Andy's new Takis Fuego meal is here. Takis Fuego chips with a 1-ounce Takis Fuego. Drink. Grab yours today. Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Well supplied sauce. Takis Fuego are using license.
You've got a for music, an app for photos, maybe even one that helps you sleep. But only one app puts the live radio dial in your pocket and lets you save your... That's preset. Free iHeartRadio app. The #1 app for radio.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. TMI Games 40. More stimulating talk.
Godway's back Monday at 4 p.m., so buckle up for traffic, tacos, and whatever else.
I heard about it. No.
640 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. Hobbs here with you for one.
Is it good?
Michael Monks will be here for Michael Monks Presents from 7 to 9. Thanks for listening. We're speaking with
Like it?
a scam segment just a little bit before we get into the situation with you being allowed to keep your shoes on. Thank you. The smells alone in the security line. Yeah. All right. So back to the scammers going to scam. I'm telling you about a huge scam impacting California, but it's really a global issue that advertise look just like the real thing. The website itself looks like the real thing, and you might have seen something for REI. It's a brand. Talking about steak earlier and cross with meal, Omaha Steaks, very popular steak exporter, don't know, distributor. Companies, Harbor Freight, Apple, Michael Kors, the list goes on and on. And what's going on is that these sites look legit, they look real. You go through, you buy everything, you enter your card.
Oh, fuck.
You know, mostly something off, but it's not a red flag enough for you to stop. You just go through, you send your payment through, you're expecting that
I'm gonna win. No, I win. Fuck, we tied. Fuck.
And that tracking number leads. Go back to
Okay, one more game.
did this order and shipments going to take 4 to 6 days. It's been a month, and you go back to the website's gone. It's completely gone. You have effectively been. These criminals, unfortunately, that's what they are. Not unfortunately, we're not going to show them any grace. They're criminals in every sense of the word. They're often based overseas, most popularly in Asia, usually in China. They take your payment, it goes to you, you don't get the product, you don't get a refund. You totally, to be honest, you're out of all of your money.
Out of what? What's the scale?
Whatever it may be. Anecdotally, I remember being so kind. She's listening. I love you, Mom. She did
Maybe like a 75.
a good daughter. So I said, Christmas.
Yeah.
And in 2021, I think it was. And I said, you give me this compact. Gyms weren't really open back up. You weren't really doing the gym thing during COVID or whatever your beliefs were. It just wasn't
Tom Jones. Maybe the Jonas Brothers.
This website that I saw,
Yeah.
Instagram, it was like something less than $100 or
Okay.
$100. I had seen them advertised a lot. Around that price or
Yeah, Michael Jackson's way bigger than Prince. I would put Michael Jackson in the 90s, the Beatles in the high 90s, the Rolling Stones in the high 90s. What'd you say? Yeah.
There's no one to talk to. And luckily for my mom, she was able to dispute the charges through her bank because she used to get her way of payment, whereas there's many others to recoup their losses. And the thing about I've never got to try
Taylor Swift. She's probably in the 80s.
Of course, these scam sites are shut them faster than hosting.
All right, so go charge your phone and come back.
Now, as we talk, there are many of these websites that are still absolutely up. I saw one on Facebook that was a website for this kind of bohemian clothing brand. It looked exactly the same, word for word, color for color, graphic for graphic, except for the fact that the fake website, unbeknownst to the many customers there, on in the comments especially, was advertising about 75% off. So people were going to the fake website that was advertising them.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, was the other one bloody a little bit?
I don't know why people keep saying that. That's what my girlfriend said on the phone last night. She said your ear looked bloody. Wait, can you hear me?
Wait, can you hear me?
Say it again.
Oh,
it's because it changed.
Oh yeah, I totally heard. So I hear you. Yeah, maybe this is how we do it in the future. Because if you like this one, and then the guest can wear the other ones.
Oh no, I'm all tied up now. Things are not going well.
But you do, Casey, you will find I have to put my arm on the cord or like they'll come out of my ear. Like I have to, you will find you need to. Yeah, I like it. I do not mind it, but I find I have to do that. And grant that I'm not talking trash at all. I'm warning Casey. He's gonna probably find he's gonna do this number.
Dude, I appreciate you giving practice. Thanks, man. You guys are pretty good dudes.
We're trying, dude. It's fucking St. Patty's Day. The freaking river is green up in Chicago probably right now.
Ooh-wee. I want to take a red line.
The red line up there?
Yeah.
We could after this, hypothetically.
I love that. Grant, I gotta be honest, these sound like shit. But the other ones, it sounds like I'm listening to a tin can on a string right now.
You want to go back?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I fucking blew it. I could have been somebody else.
Welcome to my world. I'm now used to it. Now I'm used to how you're hearing it. I swear to God.
It always sounds like this to you?
It must. Hold on, let me hear it.
Yeah, hear it. There's no way. Does it sound like that to you? Sound weird?
What are you saying?
Hey, does it sound weird to you at all?
Hold on, put those out. See if those sound different.
Hey, everybody. It's me. Yeah.
Sound different?
It's what it sounded like to me, I guess.
Oh, that's what this would
I
sound like.
think, like a little tin can.
Well, then I'm used to it then.
Yeah, he's been institutionalized.
I've been institutionalized, but these do, I think, sound better than these.
I'm sorry, just give me the big boys.
Oh my gosh, and Grant has a green shirt on, so you can't see him, but he's literally like right here.
Yeah, he's right behind me and he's tickling my little toy.
Dude! Oh my gosh, Grant!
Why was your skin transparent?
Super skin green. He's a leprechaun. Yeah, is it a leprechaun kind of thing?
You getting your rocks off?
Yeah, what's going on back there?
Sorry, get my ears pierced. Rocks off.
You would never.
Please, dude.
Should I? No.
I knew the coolest people. When I was a teenager, I knew the coolest guys. And they would have a shitty Acura, and they'd have water bottles and Camel Crushes all over the floor, and they would have earrings and gauges. And I'm 30. I'm getting older. I'm gonna have a son soon. I get to be those cool Acura guys now.
Damn right you do. And you can always, that would be fun. You can find different earrings, but be careful, dude. If you ever got like a dangly one, be careful, because that thing could get stuck in something and then rip out of your ear.
Yeah, especially if I'm on like the run from a security guard, like I've been shoplifting and it gets caught on like a gate or a chain link fence.
Oh my gosh, you would have to adjust. I think what you're wearing now would be perfect for something like that. You could never, depending on your situation, you could not wear dangling ones.
And if it fell off like at the scene of the crime, like when I'm stealing all the jackets.
They could get the DNA, so you just got to think about it. We got to think about those on what you would wear. Again, I think what you're currently wearing would be perfect, though.
Nice and compact.
It's not going to get caught on something. Ooh.
We're totally fine. I want to go see the river in Chicago. I love Chicago.
Have you ever seen it? Green like that?
I haven't. I wish I did. And I wish I was there with my whole friends and family right now.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, actually. Grant, can you please, do another picture? We're not kidding. It really is, sucks.
I'm getting FOMO, dude.
Yeah, man. It's almost, too hot here already. It's probably, I was, leaving Chicago yesterday. It actually was cold. It was, snowing outside.
It's always cold. It's always cold.
But, kissing, that's sweet. But it's man, I could be doing that up at the freaking St. Patty's Day Parade in Chicago right now with the Green River, kissing your buddies. It's dude, Grant, dude, do another picture, man.
I know. Yeah, you go, oh shit, Brad, looks like you're wearing blue shoes. Look at the fancy boy, just got off work. What's up, workaholic? Looks like you're not wearing green. Come over here, dude. Yeah, don't be running.
Yeah. Oh. And those are the best kind of kisses when your boy's just getting off of work. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
You can tell he's a little. He should be home arrested right now, but he made the effort. He's down here with us.
Yeah, he's down to clown tonight. It's fucking St. Patty's Day. He didn't wear green on purpose. He could have worn a green tie, but he thought earlier in the morning, let's see where this takes me. Because it either could be a pinch or a kiss. So let's see how many we get of each today.
Let's see, but look, tell us.
Yeah. Let's see what happens. And then at the end of the day, I'll meet my boys by the river, and it's going to be great, and we're going to have a blast.
And he walks right, he has a little dish by the front door, and right before he walks out, he grabs a little click pen, and he goes, I'm going to keep a towelist today.
Yeah. I'm gonna figure it out. I've always said to myself I'm gonna keep a talus, but I never did. And today's the day.
Yes, it is. So cool.
And don't stop me now.
He's doing 3 drinks in 1 hour. That is 36 ounces of fluid. He's crushing it.
Oh my gosh, I don't even want to think of it like that. 36 ounces.
That's basically a whole 40 ounce of caffeinated drinks. That's tall order.
I'm feeling wild right now. I don't even know how much freaking. Oh my gosh, and by the way, Grant, thanks so much for y'all having these in there.
The caffeinated ones?
Yeah, sometimes they're not in there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. I'll try and make a note to have those there. Or
maybe a couple sandwiches too next time. What do you think?
Yeah, because we're hungry and we really do like the Cliff Bar kits or whatever.
I do have
really like
Z-bars.
Z-bars.
Do you guys want some?
I'd love a Z-bar because nothing goes better with a Z-bar than a Lucky Charms treat.
All right. What would you even do? Like take a bite of one and then take a bite of the other?
I would pray that the flavors would complement each other, but there's no promises. I've never tried it.
Yeah.
You know what I would love to have today is a Firehouse sub.
I love those things.
I love them. They're good stuff. I just started thinking about the Italian sandwich for some reason.
And they heat them up real good. Well, the last time I got it was in LA, and it was actually like really sad.
Really? It wasn't very good?
No, they didn't heat it up enough, and then thanks so much, Z-Bar. We really do appreciate y'all. We really appreciate y'all, especially in our time of need today. I mean, we're both like fucking starving.
I'm losing steam.
Oh no, Casey! Oh
What happened? I almost freaking fell out.
dude, what happened? You're just speaking Spanish, dude. That'd be funny if before you passed out, you just spoke another language. Somebody get the cot. He's about to freaking pass out.
Somebody give me some wet leaves. And then Mike goes,
How many of you raise your hand?
Yeah, he gets up from out of that thing, gets released out of his face and stuff. He's like Frankenstein almost bulking out. Yeah, Frankenstein monster. Don't let his ass hear you say that, dude. He can't hear us right now, can he, Grant?
No, thank God. He was in here earlier.
Doing what?
He was looking up. That's what the thing that fell in. He was putting stuff away.
Bullshit.
he was just pushing stuff over like Frankenstein's monster because he can't really see that well.
Oh my God! So he's taking stuff out of his office, putting it in your office.
Lots of bags of leaves in there.
Is that really your office?
He keeps just handing out the handfuls of leaves. And you go, okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Don't bring any more. That's okay. I have plenty. I have so many right now. Please don't bring any. Hey, no, seriously, Mike. Please. That's okay, though. Thanks.
There you go. Leave.
Don't crunch it. Don't crunch it. Stop. Oh, fuck it up, man. It's getting little pieces everywhere, dude. Oh, it's in my to-go box. Yeah, fuck. It's in my Chili's.
God, we should go to Party Chili's today. I bet Party Chili's is going to be a rip-roaring good time.
I bet it would be. I would love to go. We really do have to go.
We got to get our white asses out there.
We got to get our white asses into the Chili's on 45th. We have got to do it. That place is always freaking packed. And man, if it was only... Well, thank God it wasn't on one St. Patrick's Day when I was living at the apartments back in Memphis, and that was the day, Casey, I wish I could remember how many years ago we're talking now, maybe 10 years ago now, with the fateful day when I mixed the acid and cocaine. It was on a St. Patrick's Day. And it was a horrible nightmare to end all nightmares for me.
Yeah, cocaine and acid is really, really intense. And then you keep trying to do bumps, and you're like, what even is this crap? I don't even know what this crap even means.
Yeah, but you're still doing it.
Still doing it, and every time you do it, you're just spazzing a little bit more. Closer to the true frequency of the universe.
God. Yeah, I remember it was a freaking different, it was a different guy that normally delivered the cocaine. And he had like another car of people, and then that scared me to death because I was already tripping. And I go down there and get it from him again. There's another car filled with people right behind him, and then for 20 minutes afterwards, I have my blinds drawn in like the one room of the apartment that I can look down there, and I'm barely looking, scared to death thinking they're gonna park and come up and get my ass.
You call your family and you say, guys, I'm about to be taken.
Yeah. Write this number down. Write this number down. This is the guy that took me. Write this number down.
The number is just the latitude and longitude of Party Chili's. If anything happens, meet me at Party Chili.
Yeah.
I got so drunk on St. Patrick's Day when I was in college. I had a broken hand, which I had to wear this cast for like a year and a half because I would just get wasted. I just kept falling on this hand, just wouldn't heal.
Oh,
So,
no.
From the ages of like 19 to 21, I had a permanent cast on, and because I punched a wall in Athens, Georgia, and just shattered my hand, and just blackout drunk. I've told you that before, but I turned to my buddy and I was like, dude, check this out. And I just shattered my hand. And he was like, check what out?
Oh my God.
Fucking help me, dumbass. He was like, what were you trying to show me? But I ran into the river in Savannah during the St. Patrick's Day parade, and I was just soaked all day, and it was freezing. So I was just walking around downtown Savannah with my hair just matted down. I was just wasted, and everyone was just staring at me wherever I went. I was like, can I get a green beer?
With your broken hand?
Yeah, with my broken hand, and I was like covered in like sand, like sand everywhere. So I was just the only sandy guy in a sea of people.
That's funny.
Sandy cheeks.
Wait, did your cast did they ever like apply a new one, or did it just stay after 2 years?
But it was it was a removable cast. Okay. You know what I mean? Like a brace, basically. But I had to keep it, and it kept these two fingers straight because I broke both knuckles. So it was just like this little moo moo monster guy. And, it was awful, and it stunk so bad. I would take it off and wash it sometimes. My hand still hurts to this day because I would get drunk like 6 nights a week. Yeah, fall down, and I would fall on it. Yeah, and then I would go, guys, I think I hurt my hand. They're like, yeah, no shit, dude. You were trying to fight us all last night.
Oh my gosh! Wait, it still hurts now? Like what? When it's about to rain, or if it's getting colder or something?
Yeah, if there's a thunderstorm coming, I go, guys, you might want to put some boards over the window. Yeah. It's gonna rain on Wednesday. Put some boards up, get in the cellar, get the cellar ready, and just pray. It's not like the cellar in the fucking movie Twister, dude. Oh my God, the daddy gets sucked out.
Gets sucked out. And how did little Ellen and the mama, how did they not get sucked out? That's what I didn't get on that.
One of history's mysteries. You know, tornadoes just kind of pick and choose who they want. God. They thought she was, she looked like a monster now. Go ahead and pull her up, Grant. Helen Hunt looks like kind of a pistachio.
What, in the, whoa, hey guys,
guys, I'm freaking falling up. Oh no, it's sucking me out, dude. Guys, I'm falling up this time.
huh? See, Casey, that is a case. You would want the smaller earrings. You would not want the bigger ones, or that is getting caught in debris in a freezing storm. Ouch!
Yeah, it's like I'm in trouble. The tornado has me by the ear. It's just pulling me up. Like, yeah, pulling me to the car. You're in big trouble, mister.
Yeah, gosh. Well, you'll be careful. You'll be careful.
She is absolutely, she looked like a gargoyle.
You know exactly what she looks like, Casey. Can you get up the guy who looks real hurt on Hannibal Lecter? Doesn't she kind of look like
Gary Oldman?
Yeah, Gary Oldman.
Looks like Gary Oldman in the movie Hannibal. Yeah. Not Silence of the Lambs, Grant, the sequel. And then you go, it seemed like a good idea at the time.
Yeah. What's he talking about? Letting the pigs eat his face?
So Hannibal Lecter got him high, and then he cut his own face off. And he goes, it seemed like a good idea at the time. And he has no lips, Grant. A fate worse than death.
So Hannibal Lecter did that to his ass.
Basically, but he kind of just coerced him to do it, so it's a weird legal gray area.
Yeah, if you force the person to do it, yeah, how do you... So, oh my gosh, well, it looks like her, kind of.
Yeah, that's quite literally exactly what Helen Hunt looks like. And I hate to be rude.
Yeah, we love Helen Hunt around here. Even though she hasn't been on. It's like she's one of the actors who's like she was so giant. She was such a giant actress that now she's been in nothing. It's like what happened there?
She was in something called like Hide and Seek or Come and Go or Come and See or something. Not Come and See. That's a record.
Was she in something recently?
Yeah, it was about people who like hide in houses. It's called frogging. I don't want to talk about it. But she was so distracting looking. I was like, I cannot even focus on the big twist.
Wait, frogging
It's where you like. It's where you like hide in someone's attic until they're sleeping. It's like an urban legend, basically. I don't know if people actually do that.
Yikes!
You like sneak in their house when they're at work, and then you're like trying to avoid the family all day.
Scary. Well, you better bring like a Game Boy or something because you're gonna get bored just sitting up in an attic.
I see you. I was so close.
I'm seeing you. I'm seeing you.
That's what she sounds like.
Good morning, boys. Can I interest you in a handful of dirt? God, what a crazy bitch. And I see you. Yikes.
Yikes. Yeah, we see you too, Helen, and we're not liking what we see.
Yeah, you're looking busted, bitch.
No, she's great.
No. Yeah, she's nice.
She seems nice.
She seems really nice. Yeah, I've never met her. I don't know why I'm trying to act like I've met Helen Hunt before. I've never met her.
Texted him last week. Grant, let me ask you something.
An answer seriously, Grant.
Yeah. You ever met her, but Jess, and if you did, what did you scared you?
Never met her. If you paid you $50, would you meet her?
Would you be standing on the floor and watch what if the sun had already gone down the other side?
But like, we should pay $50. It's a hard day. Yeah, $100. Sun is down.
I mean, honestly, I don't think I was as scared of her until you guys started talking about all this.
Look at different angles because that's pretty good lighting.
Yeah, you think this is
She had some work done, or her forehead just kept growing or something. She looked like a gargoyle. No, gargana.
But seriously, Grant, $100, but it is at night.
It's nighttime, cash in hand.
It's not her.
That's not her. She looks sexy there. She looks like a great dame.
Yeah, damn. She looks as sexy as a dog right there. Holy shit.
She looks like a great pair of knees. Yeah, she looks like a fucking bull mastiff in this fucking piece. Look at this, John. Oh, she looks like a bull mastiff in this mug. Yeah, I'm trying to get a pet.
I'm not sure the photo I'm supposed to be looking at for it, but
it's all good.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to do it now.
Why? $100 cash, man. $100.
It's daytime in a public setting. Is that what you guys said?
No, Casey told your ass nighttime, dude. Seriously.
Let me ask you something, dude. It's nighttime. We give you $100 cash in hand.
How long? Like how long do I got?
15 minutes.
Yeah, 15.
That's a long time.
Well, it's like in the grand scheme of things, pretty quick though. 15 minutes is like goes by so fast.
It's a blip on the radar of your life, dude.
Yeah. 15 minutes, dude.
Not when you're terrified.
No, but no. It's not even like that.
Yeah.
It's like that's $400 an hour.
Yes, think about it like that, dude. So basically, you're making $400 an hour. Are you will? Yes or no?
Okay, I'll do it.
Cool. Well, maybe soon we could get that going.
Yeah, we know people in Hollywood.
Yeah, we know people that would know her. I mean, we know Roseanne. Roseanne probably knows Helen Hunt.
She has to know Helen Hunt. And we know Jeff Richards.
Jeff's fucking ass. You know he knows Helen Hunt.
Yeah, he does. Matt TV.
Yeah, we love you, Jeff.
We love you.
Jeff, please. I don't even know if you're listening. Come on. Tell everybody you know Helen Hunt, man.
Come on, don't leave us hanging.
Yeah. Let everybody know, please.
Well, me and William have written a screenplay, and we are submitting it to South by Southwest for the upcoming year.
Yep. And Grant, we want you to be like an editor.
Yeah, we want these guys to edit the movie.
Would you really be willing?
Yeah, sure.
We have it all written out. We just need like a good editor.
You guys willing to tell me like the premise?
Windy Tundra.
Yeah.
Is it called Windy Tundra?
No, this is set A.
Oh.
1950s windy tundra.
What's the movie about?
It's about the guy who tried to break the land speed record on a motorcycle.
Yes. And he ends up, well, I don't want to spoil it, but let's just say maybe he goes a little too fast at the very last shot at the world speed record on the motorcycle.
Yeah. Well, there's like a bird in his way, and he tried to avoid it. And we're not going to say what happens, but when he recovers, the bird visits him every day in the hospital.
Yes. So you don't have to worry. It's not like he dies or something, but I mean, this dude's going way.
He was trying to break the land speed record. Sorry. So he was going really, really fast.
Yeah, he's going super fast. Bird hits him right in the freaking head. At least he has a helmet on, but it wobbles him. It gets him wobbly on that freaking thing, and then you get the death wobble, and you're going down.
Yeah, he knew he was going down as soon as he got hit by the dove.
Did you guys write roles for yourselves in the script?
Yeah, William's the driver. I'm the mechanic.
Yes. We'll see how it goes. I mean, we're pumped. I mean, it's looking crazy. It's crazy. We're doing it. We're fucking doing it.
Well, we bet on ourselves, and the bet is paying off at 2-1 right now.
Yes, it's paying off. So we got to figure it out. We've been talking about it for a long time, and it's in the books. We're doing it.
We're the first script to be read at South by Southwest without having officially actually been made a movie,
which is pretty incredible. And we're seeing pictures. The one bad thing, I'm on the motorcycle, it really hurts your back. You're going to be all hunched over on the damn thing. So, like, my posture's all fucked.
This is pre-seeds. Yeah, this is pre-seeds.
Not to be confused with receipts.
Is this like span like a long time period, like as he gets older, or 100 years?
Yeah,
100 years, and then he gets in the crash.
Yeah, well, no, the guy he ends up being on. I feel like we're giving stuff away. I mean, like 100 years.
I don't even want to talk about this. It's like Place Beyond the Pines, but for boys like whose dads are injured.
And we are going to have people in the movie that look like what's his name in Place Beyond the Pines. What's his name?
Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, we're going to have some Ryan Goslings in there because we got to make it so the women like it too. It's kind of a man, kind of a dude. I don't know. I don't want to say that, but
it's high octane.
Yes,
and it's certainly a thriller, but it's certainly a romance too.
Yep. So again, if you're a lady and you're wanting to watch a really good one with your boyfriend or husband or whatever, keep an eye out because it's coming out.
We could not recommend it enough. It's called Winds of Thunder.
Yes. And then again, it'll be out next year because again, it's next South by Southwest, which is like a freaking year from now.
It's a year basically from today.
Yeah. So it's coming out in a year, so we'll be talking about it. Till then, people excited.
Yeah. Well, the studio told us if we could get 100 signatures, they're going to go ahead and make the movie. So
they're going to do it, and we look at each other because look at each other. We're like, 100 signatures. Is that a lot or not a lot?
Yeah, but we don't have any so far. So
yes, so it's turning into a lot. They said you can't sign it yourself. Yeah, so we're thinking, fuck, well, we were going to have 98. I mean, we're going to have 2.
I know.
98 now, like, 98 left.
I know. I was like, well, we got our work cut out for us because we can just sign it ourselves.
Hey, Grant, would you?
Yeah, I'll sign this, of course.
Nice.
Okay. And I'll send it.
And edit it. That's 2 for 1.
Hey, who's out there?
We just heard a little girl ghostly laugh.
Yeah, what was that little fucking laugh?
I don't know.
It was like, yeah, something really weird. Well, it was a bunch of fun today. So happy. I think we're at the end of it.
One of the best St. Patrick's Days in recent memory. Happy to be here with those I care about the most.
I know. It's been a pleasure. It's been a real pleasure. And we do have to obviously thank Anthony Whiplash Markinson, Ashley Belfield, Beef, Ben Hashen, Bobby Beltman, Brendan Riley, Bryce Scar, Daniel Hunter, Danja Fox, Destiny A. Ford, Dingleberry Harry, do all uncles kiss on the lips on St. Patty's they do. Dova King, Dr. P. Duke, and Eli Slugworth, Gators Godmother, Goldie Mae Star, Greensworth's Nightmare, Hurley at WMS.LOL. I love Big Macs. Like Poison is fucking Big Mac. Jenny J, Jess, Joe Kive, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, Captain Chaos, Casey's mom, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Low Miss Becky, Nice Wizard, Nissan Pappy, Robert Bushel, Ruby Jewel Sparkle, Shady Shinnekai from the Big Island, Zarak, Sergio, Shiva, Stephen Fournier, the Kill Tony Facebook group, the Gaming Critter, the Wizard, Vanderweed Fishes, McFisty, White, Magic, William and Casey, the Cats, William Garrett, William Ramsey, Worm Drive Show. Ooh, I remember that one. Worm Drive Show on YouTube. Choose Your Own Adventure. Zombie Warlock. Thank you so much to our mercenaries. We love you guys. And the bounty hunters down there. Cats are cool. Oh, I've never even seen that. Alrighty, well, thank y'all.
Thank you. Come see me this week in Los Angeles. And when this comes out, I'll be at the Hollywood Improv on Friday.
Yeah, go see Casey out there. That's so exciting. And then in a week, I will be in Des Moines, Iowa.
The Big Island.
That Big Island.
Bye-bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at the Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Shh. Who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
I used to live in Miami for quite some time. South Florida is way north of North Florida. South Africa is way more
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the genius Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
Welcome to the show. Yeah, everybody, welcome to the South by Southwest edition. Had to do it to him of the show. Casey's been singing some, and he was just, correct me if I'm wrong, what are you doing there? Like clearing your throat?
What's a technical term?
Quandary. It's a moral quandary.
A singer's exercise.
Yeah, it's called like, vocal burst. Vocal burst, quandary, unit. See, that almost had a different feel to it.
Vocal fry.
Bandersnatch. Damn, that's what a Bandersnatch sounds like? I'd always heard people, Grant talks about the fucking Bandersnatches all the time. Is that true, Gigi? Always. In what context? Bandersnatches. In what context, Gigi?
Usually a haunting.
Really? Yeah.
Look at this athleticism.
So you make the noise. The toaster or something? Or does it repel it? Yeah, because we need to know. Today, we gotta find out. We don't want anybody bandersnatching when they should not be bandersnatching. Yeah,
I'm pulling it up.
Nobody has more athleticism than this motherfucker.
So we have to get the right information on this, Grant. It's like really scary. You're almost getting the.
Here's a fly looking bandersnatch right there.
Okay. Pass. Yeah. Dude, come on. It's South by Southwest week, man. We're trying to have fun today. How's it already getting into bandersnatching? I said, all right. I know. And then that, God, picture.
I woke up extra early to see a movie during South by Southwest, and I did not think I was getting up early to be spooked to my very core.
Damn. How was the movie? And wait, hold on. For anybody that doesn't see, Casey has these wonderful bowling shoes on today.
No, the bottoms aren't as pretty to look at, but beauty is truly on the inside.
Looks like dancing shoes. You could probably go to the Broken Spoke and fucking dance in those things.
And slip and slide.
God willing. Hey, throw another beer on the ground. I'm trying to slide.
Yeah, it just gets in there and dumps them in.
Say something, giving up on you. Yeah, the movie was good, and these are from, I was in Portland with my GF. I don't even know if I've announced it on the pod.
No, you have not.
I can't really talk about it too much yet, but I do have a GF, and we went bowling, and I bandersnatched these shoes.
And did she also bandersnatch her shoes?
She did. She had a size 9.
See, y'all are bad, and I love it. And I love it. That very easily could be true love.
William likes to steal the Four Seasons towels.
Yeah, they could be.
And hotels.
The one time we were with Duncan, he was staying at a Four Seasons, and yes, stole the towel. I have a bunch of towels, but I like the shoe thing. I don't have enough room for the shoes.
You have too many shoes.
I know. I got too many shoes these days, dude. They're not selling on fucking eBay, Casey.
Well, yeah, your stock's all backed up, because I remember you were trying to, what do they call it, quantum loading, where you're trying to back catalog the shoes.
I was back cataloging, but I was just doing my own shoe size, because I thought, well, if I can't sell the damn things, at least I'm going to be able to wear them. But then it turns out not a lot of people have my shoe size, so I just have ended up with a bunch of these things, and they're all over the place, man. We have a little closet, little storage area outside, shoes only out there.
Shoes mandatory inside.
Mandatory, you gotta wear them inside.
Well, granted, your shoes it's an unusual size. They're size men's large, right?
Yes,
men's large.
Men's large, and a lot of people are looking up, I don't know, 10 and a half, 11 and a half, 12, whatever. They're not looking up small, medium, large.
Yeah, meet me in the middle.
Yeah,
so you can meet me in the middle.
Damn. Thank you, Grant. Thanks, G. Grant, say welcome. Yeah,
You're welcome.
Thank you. Oh, cool.
Sorry, I was grabbing my cell phone.
So it's like, give me that. Yeah, what else you got back there? Did you notice they have a new screen out front, Casey? Touch screen.
You touch it?
What?
You can play games.
Play games on it. You can draw pictures.
Fruit Ninja.
What? Are you talking about in the lobbies?
Yeah, it's like a Dave and Buster's thing.
Oh, you're going more Busters now, Grant? Buster Q2. Is business that bad?
It's a South by collaboration.
Oh, SPS.
Yeah, the Navy model is working all right for us, but we need to go Busters.
I knew at some point, and William, you can back me up on this. We said the moment we walked in here, they're going to end up going Busters.
Yes, we said we didn't know exactly, but then, yes, it was Busters, and then we come in there, and it looks like a fucking Dave and Buster's in here right now. It's like, we get it, we're in the end of quarter one right now, you got to have numbers strong or whatever, but it's like, I don't know why you necessarily have to do that to us.
It's a real Hail Mary. I'll be interested to see how it turns out.
That's what it looks like in his lobby right now.
And it's like, I don't know, you'll get a bunch of foot traffic through here, but it's like, I don't know, what is your conversion rate? How many people see y'all Dave and Buster's shit in the lobby and then actually go to a Dave and Buster's after? That's what I want to see. I want to see those numbers.
And then how many of those people who are playing skee-ball end up recording a 2-hour podcast?
He's only converted 12% to podcasters.
What is your conversion rate, Grant, like monetarily speaking?
We're about at 30, 32.
Low.
Really? Seems kind of low.
Yeah, a little bit low. So that's 32 people or percent?
Percent. I mean, that's why we're trying to move to an all Busters model. We feel like that's going to raise the numbers.
Not bad idea.
Yeah, it might not be a bad idea, but it might be. I don't know. Something's obviously wrong. I mean, if your number's at 30%, Grant, we are at the end of quarter one. We need the conversion to get higher. We're not going to be able to keep on doing business.
You got to figure out how to convert the customer.
We will take our business elsewhere if we don't see at least 45 by Q2.
Please, Grant, and thank you. That you're really listening to us, right?
I'm taking notes over here.
Does Mike listen to us? Do you tell Mike this stuff?
I try not to pass this along to him. He's too burdened.
That's sort of the problem with the business is there's not enough
So there's a lot of jurisdictional stuff between that office and Grant's office. There's not a lot of info being kind of worked out together.
Who has a nicer office?
I mean, it is.
Well, Mike doesn't have all the shit in his office. You have all like the food and drinks in your office, so you know where the respect is in this situation.
Prison rules. You have all the ramen and extra pillows.
And I didn't want to say this, but I swear to God, I see Mike for a second. Casey Grant and I are speaking a little bit out front, and I see Mike for like a split second. And he like, I swear it's like he's floating into his office. He looked like fucking Nosferatu. Like not literally like, but when he's a vampire, like floating. It's like he kind of smiles a little and he's floating into his dark office.
Holy shit.
He just said fluid passing. Yeah, Grant, tell him to
really want to speak. Yeah, stop floating like that. That's creepy. So it is a little creepy. I haven't seen that guy. I mean, you now is like exclusively working nights. I've never seen him.
He's the only one too, right? Really?
It's interesting how does that turn out?
Maybe stand on the boat and watch 5 kids.
What do you think he's doing at night around here? You think those are his fans out front? That's why he's taking people in his vans and maybe drinking blood at night?
They're basically mobile blood banks.
Yeah, I mean, and we're right by the blood place down the street on Lamar. There's that freaking blood place. It's been here since 1951. Drawing blood together since 1951.
It's just like We Are Blood family.
So much.
Yeah, is that what it is? Yeah,
it's called We Are Blood.
It's really weird. I looked at it today. We were driving past it, thinking, "What is this fucking place? Like vampire? Like seriously, is it like vampires work there?"
I know Mike would get a kick out of that.
Oh yeah, he'd love if he could fucking get his foot in the door at that place, but I think it's hard.
That's a daytime job.
It's grandfather down.
What do you mean? He can go out? You think he can step in the sun?
Inside a business?
Don't
Yeah.
make your eyes and ears.
Well, how's he gonna get to the business?
It's fluorescent lights.
Fluorescent lights? Fuck. Well, that's how it works then. I guess they have a bunch of fluorescent lights at the blood place. Interesting.
Huh. That's interesting. Oh, so I guess my shit's fully freaked now. So that's kind of cool.
So if you're listening to this, you're scared of vampires, never go to like a grocery store. I feel like grocery stores have a bunch of fluorescent lights. Like, don't go to a grocery store.
Even at David Buster's, it's questionable, Grant. I see why you did that for your friend. Yeah, that's really nice of you to do for your friend, but think about all the people that he's also taken their lives.
Yeah, at a Dave & Buster's, he's getting kids, probably. There's a bunch of kids there in the freaking stall of the bathroom. You could drink blood. You could get somebody in the stall of a Dave & Buster's bathroom.
Easily, and they'd probably throw you a fucking parade.
Yeah, thanks for getting rid of that kid. That kid was so annoying today. Yeah, it's like, they'd probably sell him. You'd probably be a hero in the fight.
They'd carry you like a Rudy.
Gosh, I wish.
I wouldn't be carried like that every day watching it.
Me too. It's almost like bittersweet watching that movie. And I love this happening to somebody else, but it's probably never going to happen to me. So it's like, how do I feel with that? I got to feel happy, but it's like also jealous a little bit. I'm sure it happened to me.
I'm going to tell you something right now. And I'm not just trying to gas you up. You have a better
Stop. Come on, man. You know I've been rowing some. Don't your gas in my ass.
Oh, look, you're a close friend of mine. I'm not just trying to inflate even that airhead of yours in a good way. Like not like you're above it. I meant like
Airhead.
No, I get it.
Different.
Like, hold on, like the candy?
yeah, like your mom is drinking again. You know what I'm talking about? Now it gets it's like a party trick. It shoots through the roof. Yeah, it goes up on like a balloon string. Like that's the only thing connecting is a balloon string. I only say that because I know you're a public. But look at that body type. You're telling me you couldn't Native American like wrestle that guy? Come on.
Oh, I could. Whoa, that's a weird picture. Get that picture off.
I did not like
something's wrong with that picture.
Yeah.
I don't know. Something seems off or something.
Five pictures taken moments before tragedy.
Yeah. Just my balls coming out of those giant balls coming out of the fucking.
Wait, show it again. I didn't see that part. Look at it. I hadn't noticed that either. Pull the screwed up.
Why did I immediately notice that? I immediately noticed the giant testicles.
The guy looks like you do here. Here, let me put your head
Whoa. Damn. What did you Google to find that? Bodybuilder Big Sock?
I went, William
Yeah.
Montgomery muscular. First swing up. What? Yeah.
They think that.
Okay, well, that's like the worst thing I could have found out. Seriously, I'm not even kidding. That's like the worst thing I could have found out.
Yeah, that's worst case scenario, especially during South by.
We're gonna take that off of there.
Because it's so weird when I'm on the row machine, it feels like my testicles go inside of my body. So it would be totally different than that. Because those are like big ones, like hanging. Like with me, it would actually be like, wait, does he have any?
Maybe they're just nesting. Like they're like hibernating and getting bigger when they go inside.
I know, they get too cold. Because the fans hit them and they're like, okay, we gotta go up in you.
All right, sorry, just trying to get some rest.
I know, and I'm like, okay, whatever, do what you gotta do. I'm listening to America right now.
What got you kickstarted on the American Trap?
Because I had a playlist and I loved the two Blues Traveler songs, but it's like I had enough. I don't want to do that. But anyway, and
You're talking about the hook?
yeah, Hook. Oh my gosh, I love that song. But I had to stop listening to it because I was listening to it way too much. So then I'm like, okay, I'm on this thing about 40 minutes. Let me look for some albums.
Sure.
And then I somehow got to America. I don't know how I got to America from the playlist I was creating.
But you're a better man for it.
I'm a better man for it. I think I actually had to Cat Stevens one day, and I was like, this is making me a little too sad on this thing. I don't need to be feeling sad right now, so I went to America.
You just slowly stop rowing because you're just getting a little bit too depressed.
Yeah. We do not need that right now.
No, what America needs more than ever, especially during South by, is community.
1,000%. We need community. We need respect. We need. But my car, I don't know what is going on, Casey. The inside of the car is breaking. Slowly breaking. What happened? We don't know. Something weird happened, Casey, because it's not Erica, it's not me, but there was a new part broken off into the car, and it looked like it was neatly placed in a cup holder.
Well, you do. Do you leave your windows open all the time? Because you do at the studio sometimes.
No, not all the time. Oh, okay. Because I get worried about dust getting in there. But yeah, then I will be honest, was blazing a little bit, and I'm not trying to hotbox a motherfucker right now. I'm not trying to hotbox. So I had the windows open, and then I think the new guy, does he have dyed hair, Grant?
Yeah. I keep missing all these cool new employees.
Oh, I know.
But I've been showing up a little bit Curtis.
Oh, it's fine. You had something. You were doing something. You've been on the road for weeks. You had something to do. You're chilling, man, and it worked out.
You guys are the best.
Yeah, it worked out. But you did miss the guy. He has this cool looking, like the tips are bleach blonde.
Who is it? Where do you find these ratings, Grant? These absolute circus ratings.
We've been pilfering from a certain David Buster's.
You must be talking about West Quad. That's where all the freaky little losers hang.
Is it true, Grant?
West Quad, yeah.
Calm down when Casey. Shit.
No shit. I know a little freak when I feast my eyes upon one.
Well, he busted us, so I hotboxed for a second because I had to do the windows up. Because it's like I'm losing in there listening to some Toots and the Maytals and freaking. And then this dude walks out. He's parked right next to us. And I'm like, okay, roll them up. We gotta roll these things up. This guy's gonna smell the reefer.
And the next thing you know, 5 to 10 Leavenworth.
Yup, just screaming at Erica, oh my God, you're going to the women's prison. Do not say a word. Do not say, I'm going to have to trust you. We're about to be separated for a long time. Do not say a word.
Don't say shit. That's omerta. That's criminal code.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't say shit.
That's what John Wick abides by. Omerta.
Omerta?
Yeah, Google it, Gigi.
John Wick.
It's the criminal code with the little coins. It's called omerta.
And then you give them to somebody if you're gonna hurt them or no.
It's like a brotherhood of like the traveling assassins.
Damn. So that's like a more badass version of the women, the traveling pants. Sisterhood of the traveling pants.
John Wick is the sisterhood of a traveling pants for boys. Quote me on that, G.
The historical
He's
data
sleeping.
on the experience
Stop by.
Looking at pictures of America for you.
reflects out
Sorry,
We're 2 riffs ahead of that, man.
It appears
Yeah,
that
yeah.
the
What are these guys? What are the gold-faced guys?
That's America.
debatable whether they are
Don't see nothing. Don't say nothing if you don't hear nothing. Wait, that's yeah, correct. If you don't see nothing, don't say nothing, and you sure as hell ain't hearing nothing. But don't say nothing either.
Unless the last thing you want to see is this coming right for your eye.
And you don't, just in the freaking me holding your ass down, just fucking Casey beating your ass in the fucking bathroom in the fucking jail place. Just, I've been really holding you down. I've continued to do the row machine so your ass is down. And Casey is getting your ass.
I'm freaking wet towel on your bitch ass.
And then every now and again, I'm like, Casey, watch out, you just hit me, dude. The same turn.
Careful on your backswing, man.
Yeah, dude, you accidentally hit me on that last one. He's dying.
You have him tied to the air hockey table at Dave and Buster's. Yeah, 15-year-old kid.
Yeah, yeah.
Welcome.
Oh, man.
How are you?
Fucking Mike's just
Yeah,
a,
yeah,
yeah.
nice talking to you, little baby.
Wait.
Sleep well. I'll send a freaking little box of roses for your little cask.
And then you just toss one of the little hockey puck things and it like goes in. It became a boy. Yeah, boy.
Gotta win by 2. Scared yet?
Gosh, I'm reading the freaking. I'm reading the freaking Martin Luther King. He got shot, and now I'm seeing what happens after the dude right now.
What are you talking about the book?
Yeah, it's called. Well, I'm reading one called Hellhound on His Trail, and the dude shot poor Martin. It's very sad, and now they're looking for the man.
Well, I think some FBI files just got released that a lot of people think that guy didn't do it.
That it was somebody else. Well, it's very strange, Casey, because at the very beginning of the book, the guy who's going by Galt, last name Galt the whole time, and I'm just so confused. I'm like, I thought the dude's name was something else. But apparently he was in jail for a long time, and somebody met his ass on the night before he escaped, and nobody ever met up with him. Like, nobody ever visited him. And he doesn't even say much about it, but I'm immediately thinking, that seems weird. What does that even mean?
Wait, so he escaped and like the next day he killed him?
Escapes prison, no, and then he ends up going to like LA, and he's living in LA, and then driving back and forth to goes to New Orleans, and goes back to LA, and then finally goes to Memphis, and is up in the place. So I don't know, but yeah, I bet it's somebody else.
Yeah, that's what they released some files, because you know like the names of like pretty much every assassin, except for the guy who killed like Malcolm X, but which is also someone related. You know, JFK, RFK, even the guy who tried to kill Reagan. Nobody ever knows that. I don't even know that guy's name. Who killed MLK? Do you know his name?
James Earl Ray.
James Earl Ray. Well, you do that. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes.
It's hard to keep them together. There were a lot of assassinations at this time in history.
Sirhan. He's my favorite. He was the craziest little bastard.
Was he the guy that started the Braveheart War or whatever, the thing in Scotland?
Yes. Yeah, that was William Wallace. But close. William Wallace is actually one of my distant ancestors.
Really?
No. But I think I do have kind of a similar spirit to him.
I think you're correct.
So in many ways, we're brothers. And also, I'm from Dublin.
What are those things called when you cut somebody and you cut their mouth and it looks like they're smiling?
A Glasgow smile.
Yeah, Glasgow. Yeah.
I'm gonna be there in October. Hopefully, I don't come back with my mouth like a freaking accordion.
Don't even put that out into the universe. You're fine. Don't even say that. Whoa,
Grant, what were you doing?
Is that a message?
Is that a spell?
Is that for us?
That was nothing. No, what was that message? That's like a message.
What are they asking?
Where somebody asking? What did somebody just say?
Is that for
Someone was like, you better not download that picture of Glasgow smile.
Oh.
Inappropriate.
Yeah. Well,
I'm getting
figure
about
out who said that, because maybe they're the people that might be involved in the future. You're even asking about it right now.
This seems like a psyop. They're trying to plant ideas. You're going to be the one who ends up giving me the glass look, right? I'll sue you for every dime.
Like a Manchurian.
This place is going to be yours, Casey. This whole place is going to be yours one day.
But it's going to be audio only because I won't be able to show my beautiful little face.
Yeah, you'll have to get rid of all the cameras, but yeah, hang on to these things where it's just people talking to it, but the cameras have to get out of here.
No, the cameras are gone because I look like a genetic freak.
In a good way.
Sure.
In a good way.
Well, I could use my newfound wealth to just get absolutely shredded.
What, like get a personal trainer or something?
Yeah, an implant.
Oh, and implants. Isn't that what our guy Musk, doesn't he have fake six pack? Is that real?
I don't know, but I saw that Oscar De La Hoya has a weird fake six pack too. Pull that up, G. That shit freaks me out. I'd rather just go natty. You know,
Yeah, you gotta go natty, 1000%. Just get a little creatine. Is creatine, I think that's something people take when they're working out. Just get a little creatine in your system.
It's totally. Oh, he just got chest implants.
Yeah, maybe just the chest implants. Yeah, something seems off there. I better have sunscreen on. That dude's gonna get skin cancer. I mean, look at that.
I'm not wearing hockey pads.
Yeah.
Kind of damn Dark Knight body.
Oh my gosh, what is that insinuating? That there's actually some like an alien or something inside driving it?
Yeah, I think a littler person
Like Master Blaster from Mad Max.
No, Master Blaster.
Yeah, Master Blaster.
That's freaky, like Men in Black also. There's something like that.
Oh yeah, what is that? The person who drinks the sugar water at the beginning, or is that somebody else?
Remember that guy? Freaky.
Oh, he scared the hell out of me. I watched that at the Francis's house. I was like, dude, get me out of y'all's house right now. I can't even fucking stay here anymore.
Yeah, it ruined the whole evening. That honestly did scare the daylights out of me too.
And Master Blaster, look at that little guy. Rest in peace.
Yep, he died in Ukraine.
Isn't that crazy? What was it? Both of them together? Was he still doing the thing where he's riding on the guy's shoulders and they're fucking in Ukraine, thinking they're not going to be like a really tall target?
I know, right? Well, they brought him in as like a USO thing to like cheer up the troops, Master Blaster, and then they ended up putting him on the front lines.
What a fucked up situation that would be. It's like you're going to, make people happy. It's a big conflict going on. And then they're like, okay, go to the front lines. It's like, what?
Yeah, wait a second. There's something wrong with the paperwork at least.
Yeah, like I'm willing to go. I accept that maybe I'm going to have to fight, but the front lines?
It should be like I'm fighting for morale. Like I'm on a tank, like way back there.
Yeah, I want to be at the back. I don't want to be in the front.
But he did pass. They're calling it the second magic bullet callback, but basically it hit the little one and it went right down the spine of the big one. One shot.
One shot, double death, double kill.
Double kill, and they threw him a fucking parade.
Damn! It's probably a big ass casket they had to make for those guys. Because hopefully they were buried together, I guess, right? Wouldn't they have wanted that, probably?
In life and in eternity, as above, so below.
What were they, like brothers or just good friends?
I think they were just like, it was one of those weird things where they just happened to just be the best of friends.
And it just worked out. It just worked out.
Through thick and thin.
The one guy was really big and strong and could carry him. The other guy was like the brains, maybe, of the operation. He could tell him where to walk. It's like what? It's like the Ratatouille.
It is a total. That is probably where they got the idea for Ratatouille.
I never even thought about that. It probably is.
And he never even once made like a gratiated cheese or like a decalcified rigatoni or anything.
I know it's bullshit. It's like at least make some fucking Kraft macaroni and cheese. Make anything.
I know. Or even like some marbled steak.
Yeah, get some marbled steak. Do cook it really good over an open flame. Make some mashed potatoes with that shit. It's like, dude, you're not even making anything. We're starving. We're on the front lines with y'all. Come on, y'all are eating good. I want to eat good too.
I know. Well, that's what, that's why they're losing the war. Both sides.
I know. That's going to turn into a quagmire. in really quick time.
I know. Well, hopefully it doesn't turn into a Lois.
I know, God, could you imagine that annoying voice? Yeah, God, what a voice that woman had. Peter, you left your shoes on for the television.
Or whatever. She's always saying the craziest shit.
Casey, you have to talk like that when you go across the pond. Have you thought about that? That'd be funny maybe if you went with like different accents for some of the time.
Yeah, well, wait, so you're saying like two different impressions or different kind of British accents?
Just throw them off.
Oh, yeah.
Or at the very beginning talking in a British accent. They're like, hold on, this dude's from Britain?
And I'll go, just kidding, mate.
Yeah.
You bet you thought that was from Glasgow now.
Yeah. And then they're like, hold on, he's still doing it. Is he actually from over here? I thought he was from America. This dude's from over here?
And I'll go, ever heard of Tom Hardy, love? He don't really talk American, do he?
And then they're going to be blown away.
And then to turn my closing joke, which is, what if worms could scream? I drop the accent and I go, I was just kidding y'all. Britain, I love you guys. Thank you. 2 sold out shows in 10 days. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. And everybody gets their zippos out. Does that, doing the, God, talking about zippos, you gotta be careful with those things, dude. I've been having to put so much fuel in mine recently. I got one for Christmas, and I just light it all the time, so I gotta
For
keep
nothing.
filling
Just in the air and it just smells like butane.
Yeah, it's like I live in a prison right now. It's like every time I light it, even if Erica's in the other room, it's like, dude, I can smell the lighter. And it's like,
Because he's
sitting
lighting
in my
it a
little
bunch.
table, lighting yeah, it's fun to look at, and I can do that and still.
We're like one of the X-Men.
Yeah, my gosh, I press the button and it's like a flame that you can do real fast and it's still lit.
Can you do the thing where you like flip it open and do it on your pants really quickly?
I gotta look up a YouTube video. Seriously, I cannot do any tricks with it.
Trick or treat.
Yeah. And then just light up freaking cherry bomb. Yeah, cherry bomb. Throw it at somebody. Better run, little freak. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna be doing, I think, some like more British like type stuff when I'm over there.
What kind of?
Like what kind of stuff? Like how you're talking or the joke, like the subject matter?
Just kind of more like lifestyle stuff, like bangers and mash and shit.
That would be good. And I also think maybe bringing up freaking. Maybe some people like it, maybe some people don't, but just bringing up like the royals. I think there's still a lot of British people that are intrigued by it.
Sure. And I'll talk about Princess Di.
Oh my gosh.
Respectfully.
Yeah, respectfully. And then maybe at one point you could bring up the guy that she was like having the affair with, but it could be like a moment where everybody's like, whoa, like you're hearing.
Okay.
And then we're like, no, I'm kidding, or something. But everybody's gonna be like horrified.
Easy, bloke, easy now.
Yeah.
We liked you before all that now.
But don't say soccer.
Oh, I'll say football.
Don't say soccer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll go. I bet if she was on the pitch and she was playing football, she wouldn't have been in the car during the affair.
They love that shit.
On the pitch. Yeah.
I bet if she was in the boot of the lorry, she would have been safe.
Yeah.
So cool.
What is that guy's name?
Sirhan.
Oh, that's right.
What
It
was
was a Middle Eastern
He
guy.
was a Middle Eastern guy. And he was on cooking.
So they were probably having fun.
And she died doing what she loved, getting zootered and talking about Arsenio.
I know, Arsenio Hall, fucking that television show. That was big. It was mid-90s when she went out.
Maybe I meant Arsenal.
Oh, yeah, Arsenal, not Arsenio.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arsenal. That's a big football club. What is the guy? Can you do a picture of the guy, please, Grant? Like maybe put it on the other side.
There you go. Wasn't he like super hot? Wait, that
Oh, I thought you meant Arsenio Hall.
I thought it was hot.
Yeah, you guys want?
Yeah, put him up.
This is Duddy Fayette. That was the guy in the car.
Did he die too or no? Rip.
I think everybody on the court died.
Wait, why did I think he was a hot guy? He's
No.
not.
She was happy because you were happy for her.
Okay.
The bodyguard didn't die.
She wasn't getting along with the prince, and it's like,
He always had that ugly ass side chick that he's married to now.
Yeah, she was busted.
who is that?
Bella or something? Camille?
Camille. It's like, dude, why are you cheating on Princess Diana, man? Why does it go ahead?
I know.
Yeah.
Fuck that up.
Princess Di, you dropped the ball, big boy.
Yeah, God. And then Fayed gets in the picture. Yeah, maybe just a little bit bring up Fayed, but then just like, oh no, oh my gosh, I'm kidding.
I was joking, y'all. Y'all, I was just kidding, y'all. Hopefully you guys get some good rest tonight.
Yeah. Hope you're sleeping well. Wait, if that's not yours is better. Mine sounded weird or something. Why did mine sound weird like that?
You don't practice it enough.
You don't practice, man. You gotta put some hours in.
Okay. Welcome. Hey, sorry you weren't sleeping well last night. Wait, the first part was messed up. Maybe the second part wasn't as bad. That's what. Do you ever watch the television show, Casey? White Lotus?
Yeah, I watched the first two. I haven't watched the other one.
Ooh, it's fun. Yes, but the father, the Southern family where the Arnold Schwarzenegger's son is in it.
Yeah, Patrick.
Oh, he's wonderful. He's very unlikable. He does a wonderful job at that.
Is he British?
No, but the father, I guess, was in Harry Potter or something, and they're doing like a heavy Southern accent. And I'm like, what is this fucking dude, Australian or something?
I can't really tell what the accent is, but I think it's supposed to be Southern.
But I think he's a British guy, and like sometimes it's okay, and then other times it sounds like an Australian person or something.
It's not believable.
No. But I still enjoyed the show. I still have totally enjoyed the show, but it's just the guy's accent. But I can't even imagine. They're acting and they're speaking another language.
I know.
I can't even imagine that.
Yeah. If I had to do like a British accent, like in a movie, it would probably be Erica. You know that clip of where it's the girl band and she goes like, "Do a Jamaican accent." She goes, "I'll laugh at."
Yeah.
You know, Fifth Harmony, right?
Yes.
And then it's this girl band. Pull it up, Grant. But he's trying to do a Jamaican accent. And they go, "Do it." She goes, "Okay." Like she doesn't know how to do it. That's what it would be like if I was asked to do a British accent in a movie. I'd be like,
Yeah. That's funny. So they say, speak Jamaican.
Not even a word.
she panicked.
Oh, Bobby.
I want that to be my ringtone. Sorry, I gotta take this. And this was a British singer in a girl band.
Grant, show him the actual video. I can't keep doing the context clues. It's so funny.
Alright, sorry, one second.
I bet he's back there reading a freaking Mad magazine.
Yeah, trying to connect the A and B or whatever on the last page. See what the picture looks like.
That picture of a big dude.
And he goes, oh, hot. Oh, hot. Hell yeah.
You guys aren't allowed back here.
Oh, no. Huh?
You're not allowed back here.
Not even South by Southwest week? Come on, we're having fun today. Stop.
We were letting loose just a little bit. Suddenly we're criminals.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, Grant.
Alright, here we go.
Thanks, Jay.
Alright, I'm turning back up.
Bobby is even better.
What a disaster. She did that really bad. She really bombed on that.
It was an all-time epic fail.
Yeah, that's horrible.
What a fool.
She's probably dead right now. She's probably not even still alive anymore.
Because of that?
Yeah, she probably walked off the boat. She was probably by like an ocean at some point, like accidentally fell off the edge of the sidewalk into the ocean.
She went,
Doing that accent?
she's just that dumb. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like she's walking like probably a cliff or something over in England just on the sidewalk, and then the ocean's right there, and she's like, oh, that's pretty, and she accidentally walks towards it or something stupid, and then like tumbled.
I bet she got in some Wile E. Coyote shit where she thought it was a tunnel and it was just a wall, and she just drove right into it because it was a painting.
Yeah, going, I don't know, even 30 or 40 or something, that's probably a catastrophic, just an unmoving wall, just slamming right into it in a car.
You're done. That's not in heaven.
Yeah, really stupid. It's like, bitch, obviously somebody drew the tunnel in black paint. It's not even a tunnel, dumbass.
There's a bucket of paint right next to it. Open your eyes.
Yeah, it's like, what? You just got pranked so bad. We didn't mean for you to die. Obviously, we apologize for that, but like, we didn't think somebody would be so stupid to actually think this is going through this mountain.
Yeah, we thought you might stop the car, get out of the car, and go, okay, guys, you freaking did it.
Yeah, then we run out of the bushes kind of laughing or something, like, oh, we almost got her.
Yeah, we're nooking you up. We take you to the club.
But instead, we're just still behind the bushes and just a fiery crash, and we still maybe knock each other a little, but it's generally a, oh my God.
Like, we would do the initial, like, like, that's not too bad, but we would quickly understand the gravity of the situation.
Yeah, once that thing blows up or there's fire engulfing it, we're like, wait, do we have a fire extinguisher? Like, we don't really have anything. Yeah.
Well, we did not plan ahead for somebody to pass.
You know, that's why you gotta be careful. There's a lot of these pranking things you see online. Be so careful. We did, Casey, we saw something that actually was kind of funny, I thought, the other day.
It was hilarious.
Oh my gosh, it was the stupidest prank I've ever seen.
What was it?
The guy comes in, and I think all his other pranks are just like yelling in public spaces, and it's not very funny.
Yeah, it was horrible. We
Like
watched
on
the
the
other
phone.
ones. Yeah, it was so
But
stupid.
he goes into Target and he tells employees, go ahead and take the day off. I'm from another store. I'm just going to bring my team in. And they're like, who are you?
And there's like 15 other people wearing the Target
He goes,
shirts
just
with
bring
like
them
the
in.
bay.
Like, go to the cash here, go help self-checkout. And they're like, no, stop, you guys don't work here.
Yeah,
And they're
the
like,
main
this guy's already
manager's-
cleaning.
Yeah, the main manager's freaking out because the guy comes in like he's running shit. Like corporate called him in, and he's with like 15 other people wearing the uniform. And he's telling them all where to go, and the actual manager's freaking out. Like, who are those people? That was pretty funny.
Prank culture is getting so good.
I know, that was a good one.
Yeah.
It's generally
Mean kind of, or annoying.
What's not that mean? I like Japanese prank shows where a guy will just like sit down and then suddenly he's in like a pit of spikes. You know what I mean? And like dump his bitch ass on like a water slide. He's just trying to like eat a coney, like eat a chili cheese dog, and suddenly he's fucking airborne.
they know how to do it over there. They know how to do it over in Japan with that shit. I love it.
They know how to have a good time. They also do a lot of karaoke over there.
But they have to. I mean, don't they work? They work like 70-hour weeks. It's a big corporate structure over there. Corporate is king in Japan.
Yes, it
You know,
is.
if you don't work for Toyota or Nagasaki. I told it to say I think it meant to say Kawasaki. Oh yes, Kawasaki, the motorcycle company.
Not Nagasaki, the city that was tragically destroyed.
Or the very yummy hibachi place in Memphis, kind of by my parents' house. Yeah, it's called Nagasaki. That is a really good one.
And Benihana's.
Oh, well, shit. Casey and Memphis, you gotta be careful to Benihana because that's where the freaking gypsies hang out. Uh-oh. Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Well, a lot of these gypsies in Memphis are, I think, kind of a retro kind of gypsy. They dress up like the people in Greece. Like the movie Grease.
They're like transients?
Yeah, they live in caravans. Yeah, caravans in the RV parks. And I never had any beef with any gypsies, so I don't care.
Do you mean like actual like the Roma, like Italian people?
Yeah, Roma Shell gypsies. We got Irish settlers. We have melting pot. It's a melting pot over there, and a lot of the women dress like this. So that's how you know they're a gypsy.
You go, oh, okay, she's a Benihana's. Why do they hang out at Benihana?
I don't know. Good question.
Cultural thing.
It's like a cultural deal. Somebody making the food right in front of them. I don't know. It's really kind of nasty. No, I'm kidding. It seems fine. I'm sorry. I've been watching a bunch of the prank stuff. Prank stuff.
Your attitude is spoiled.
And my big fat Greek wedding. Or no, not that. What's it called? My big fat gypsy wedding. That's actually a pretty fun show.
That's a show.
It's a television show. I've been watching a bunch of that. I can't stop.
So what? I know what you're talking about. I've seen trailers for that.
Yeah, they're just the biggest characters. There was a guy yesterday named Pee-wee. He was a big fan. There's Pee-wee! There's Pee-wee! How'd you even get Pee-wee up so fast? Yeah, he got that,
His favorite color is orange.
I wasn't looking and it scared the shit out of me. I was like, where? Oh shit, Pee-wee's right behind me.
Yeah, no, there's Pee-wee. And orange is his favorite color, and that's the tuxedo he got. He got it out of a
He
bag.
didn't meet his bride until marriage.
Yeah,
Is that that's a cultural thing?
No, they met over the phone, and I think she's a gorger, and his mother was
Yeah,
pissed.
she's a gorger, Casey. Do you know what a gorger is?
You're a gorger.
We're gorgers. We're
Wait,
gorgers.
Gypsy, you gorger.
According to these people,
Okay.
we're gorgers. Grant, you're a gorger.
You gotta marry a cousin.
We're like
typically.
townies.
Yes. In the gypsy community, we would not really fit in that well. But I think there's a chance. Like, if we were nice to them or whatever, we could infiltrate.
We're like fun-loving guys, and we have, I know at least at my house, I can't speak for yours, although I think you fall into this category. We have tons of knickknacks for like bartering,
Yes.
and like little jewels. I have jewels in my book bag right now, for Christ's sakes.
You could actually, I know, you could actually probably do well. Again, we
You would
both
do well.
probably could.
I think we both would end up being
You
ingratiated.
guys are entertainers.
Yeah. It'd be entertaining when we go put the asphalt on somebody because we would probably go around and fix people's driveways. That's what I think a lot of gypsies do, and then we
Just
just
for fun.
yeah, just helping everybody out, making them laugh when they're digging out the driveway and putting new concrete on. People would love it.
Yeah, I'd be like, hey guys, hey, listen up, we got a little break. What if worms could scream? And they go, okay, this guy's kind of funny.
I know. And then they start slowly putting down like their hard hats and like things. I'm like, okay, maybe I'll stay a little while. Maybe what's he up to? What's he saying?
And I go, anyways, so dating's been hard, but not like that.
But I like hanging out.
So I started like doing like,
Yeah.
started doing my classic, sort of like my dating stuff.
Yeah. So I like hanging out.
So I do some of the funny voices you were telling me.
Oh my gosh. And they'd be like, okay, can you come with us tomorrow? And then that's when we're like in.
And we are in, and we are marrying, with Erica's permission, we are marrying into the family.
Into the gypsy family. I mean, what I don't know. It could be interesting. Getting into a gypsy family, it could be very interesting. There'd be cultural difference.
I like the traveler life.
Yeah,
Traveler life. You get your RV, you travel around
in a caravan.
In a caravan. People need community these days. There's not enough community. We need more caravan.
I would love to travel in like an envoy. Is that what you call those? Like an envoy of just my closest crew, like you, Erica, Grant, Gigi, Locator, Fuzzy Kill, G Briar, Cameraman, all my squad, and we're all hanging out all the time, and we have communal cookouts every night.
That'd be so much fun. And you're not saying necessarily a GMC envoy. You're saying an envoy, like a crew.
Yeah, like just like a caravan of all my best friends, and we're cooking communal style every day.
Van life?
Van life.
Well, be careful. You don't want to end up
Gabby
like a freaking
Petito.
Gabby Petito.
I'm walking.
I'm terrified of van life now.
This is me walking.
No, KC, it would be good if we had a good crew of people. We're not going to have to worry about a freaking Brian laundry. We'd have to keep our freaking eyes and ears. We'd have to keep them open. We'd have to keep them watching.
Looked like he needed to do some laundry. He looked like he stank.
Yeah, and then he's murdering that sweet girl, but it's like, what, she not having friends?
You didn't even.
This is me actually walking.
Hold on, what did you pour out or what did you do? Oh.
I never do that on the podcast. I was being so
First time
vulnerable.
ever, and it hurt.
I'll be ready next time. I'm sorry, that's on me. That's my bad.
Wow, now I understand how Brian laundry felt. I thought Gabby was doing that to him the whole car ride.
Just not, reciprocating when funny things were being said.
And then he punched her in the face instead.
Yeah. That's what happened.
Okay, no nuts.
Yeah, they just fucking hits her ass, and then they catch them doing that happening in Utah. And then the cop lets him spends money on his hotel room.
I know. It was, because I watched that too. I
thought that was a weird policy. I was like, damn, I should like fake a domestic thing next time I'm on the road and I can't afford a hotel. For sure. They give me a nice licky tan. Yeah, they'll give you a spot to freaking stay, and then her ass, I don't know, where was she staying, in the van or something? I don't even know where her ass was.
They told her to get out of here.
He said, get lost and stay that way.
Don't talk to him.
And then she like hitchhikes. Like literally, what did she do? I wonder. I don't even know. I think she was staying in the van, but they ended up meeting up again that night because they loved each other so much they couldn't stay away. I know. That's when it can be hard when you really think it's true love like that. But unfortunately for Gabby Petito, this guy had something else coming to her ass. This guy had something else coming to her ass, and it's no secret. And yeah, well, the whole thing was tragic, and I don't understand why she had to stay in the van and he got a sexy little hotel. But I guess she beat the shit out of him. I know, she was fighting with him, and also he played it cool because I remember on one of the videos, the guy's like, "Oh, who's that, Rob Zombie?" or something like that. He commented on him listening to Rob Zombie. Yeah, he goes, he goes, "Oh, you get to listen to your own music in your patrol car." He's like hitting off with him really good. See, master manipulator. That's a master manipulator. He goes, "Oh, you got a good taste of music. What's that smell? Oh, it smells good here." He starts chirping him up. Oh, God. That's brutal, but we gotta live and learn. We cannot let her death go and happen in vain. We cannot let that happen. And now her YouTube video has more views than ever, so that's the silver lining. That's what it said at the end of the documentary. I was like, what? So this is all like a good thing? Yeah, so she was a failure when she was alive, and now after she's dead, she's getting a bunch of views. Why even talk about that part? Don't even bring that part up.
Because what does it even... What does that even entail? Like this was she achieved her dream through death?
Yeah.
By being murdered?
Yeah.
Yike-a-rooska.
Yeah. Well, that's a freaking society we live in, dude.
It's all about likes and share me nows and forget me laters.
Yeah, share me
Galaxies. Send us a galaxy, by the way, guys.
Yeah, send us a galaxy note.
Yes, we do need some Galaxy Note S's around this
Our
motherfucker.
phones suck here.
In this little pigsty, we need to go with Galaxy Note S's in this motherfucker.
4 of them
Yeah.
for me, William, Casey, and Gigi.
And Gigi can get one too, but it needs to be a Galaxy 6S Note.
The one that folds in half.
The one that folds in half, but then you realize you got the wrong model when you broke your phone in half.
Yeah, but it seems like people would accidentally shut those the wrong way all the time.
Whoops, that went sideways too. You freaking snap your shit. Damn, Brutus. Ever done that, Grant? Like a mistake?
Yeah. Yeah, you can get all sorts of stuff stuck in there.
Like what, Grant? Your wiener?
Would you admit to us if you ever got your wiener stuck in a Galaxy Note S or a Galaxy S Note?
Like what, Grant? Your butt cheeks?
Let's go straight to
Don't stop validating that. Go on.
It's funny.
Yeah, what would happen, or what's more likely to happen? It shut on your thing up front, or you accidentally stick it in your area up back?
Like you close your butt cheeks with it like a clothespin.
Honestly, I guess where I'd hold the phone more likely up front, I guess.
So it'd be up front, so you'd put your thing in there and then shut it. So you wouldn't put it up in the back, you would be the up front.
I have a story, and I shouldn't be talking about this. When I was a little kid, every Thanksgiving, people bring this up. Oh, remember when Casey did this silly thing? And I go, first of all, I was a kid. Second of all, here's the story. My dad gave me a money clip that was a really, really strong magnet. I got stuck on the tip of my wiener.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. And I ran out. I ran out as like Christmas or something.
Like, get it off?
Yes. I was like 3 years old. My dad gave me a magnet money clip, and I guess it was just really strong because even then, like, my thing was thick.
Yeah.
Like even then, it had like girth to it. But so gross.
Because a lot of kids don't at that point. A lot of people don't at that
Is that how that works?
It's flat, Stanley.
Yeah, down there
For a boy.
for a boy.
Until you're like 40.
Yeah, well,
Oh, it doesn't even look like a peepee yet?
No, yeah, it has to blossom.
Yeah, it looks like a little peepee. It looks like a little.
It's really small and thin.
Yeah,
it's different.
And if you get real cold, mine would go up in me. So it wouldn't even look like. If it was really cold outside or the bathtub got really cold, then it would kind of go up in me, and then it'd be like. So he'd give me a towel before I get out of this bathtub. I don't.
You were little.
But as a tree, used to have to like kind of trick it with peanuts to come out every once in a while.
And I got really good at doing up the water just enough with my peanut where it would do like a little splashing thing, and then it would slowly start coming out a little. Yeah, it's coming out.
Mama, look.
Shut up.
But
So they never let you live it down.
So yeah, I got stuck on my wiener, and I don't remember. But don't let a kid play with stuff like that. I guess I was naked. I don't even know. Must have been bath time. But I ran out of the bathroom. And I was like, and it was stuck on my pee.
And then somebody was able to get it off. Whoa. I'm sure that was a feeling of relief.
You know what? This is absolutely true. So I forgot about the second part of the story. I just learned how to talk, I guess. So when I got stuck on my wiener, somebody in my family goes, "Prize it loose, jaws of lifestyle."
Yeah.
And I go, "Well, that was a reason to say no."
And those were your first words.
Not my first words, but my first riff, probably.
Yeah.
I go, "Well, that was a reason to say ouch." And everybody laughed. They talk about it all the time.
Well, now I get why they bring it up at Thanksgiving and holidays or whatever, because that would be hilarious.
Yeah, it was really funny back then, and my thing was pretty thick for my age.
But it still was able to get caught. So if you're a little kid or whatever, be so careful with the freaking money clubs.
Could never be too careful.
Yeah. Because sometimes, I mean, think about it, Casey. What if nobody was around you? What if you were out in like the woods or something? What are you doing then?
I'd have to saw my thing off.
Yeah, you'd have to get our pocket like the dude on 48 hours.
Yeah, 127 hours.
Yeah, 127 hours. You'd have to do that with your thing. Somebody help me, please. God.
I'm shooting flares and nobody sees it.
Yeah. Just fuck. One of the flares doesn't work and it starts smoking around. You're like, oh my gosh.
Oh, I know I can't breathe, and my girthy thing stuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something here. I'm gonna have to do something. Grant, what would you do? Would you rather cut off your thing or your arm? I'm gonna have to make a decision soon. Yeah. I mean, I don't have food, I don't have water, or something's gonna give soon.
Like Franco's dick gets stuck in a boulder.
That's okay. What if you went and saw the movie and you didn't realize that was the premise? And then you're like, oh shit, I thought it was his leg. It's the head of his cock.
Yeah. What is this movie? It's gonna nasty.
You have to watch it be done.
Yeah, this thing's caught in a freaking rock and a hard place.
Okay. Alright, South by.
We love South by. We love South by. We love South by.
We are riffing at levels previously unknown to some. Yes. We're going to get a contract, I think, by the end of this week.
I think so too, and I do think if we were to start maybe growing stuff in a little bit, but maybe just going to a freaking Walmart or something and doing the...
Well, there's a lot of industry around. If we could get like a really good prank, I bet word would spread.
Yeah, we would need, like right now is when the correct eyes can get on us. Seriously, South by Southwest week. What is the second week correct ran out of 2 weeks?
Reggie?
Yeah. So we're second week, so we're like full bore ahead.
You're really getting into pranks?
Well, I was thinking, what if we did a freaking thing with a money club and like literally go to the Walmart and like say, hey, look at this. Well, that was the reason to say, ouch. Yeah.
I say it really loud, so like a lot of people hear it. I can do it in Mothership even. Like I perform in Fat Man, and then as I finish my set, I walk by the curtain, and then I run out, and my pee is stuck in a little part.
Yeah. Holy shit. Also,
Right in the crowd.
holy shit, something crazy happened back there. And it was an accident. Yeah, this thing got stuck on my penis. And then you show everybody the thing stuck on your thing.
It's my actual penis, it's not a prosthesis.
Yeah. That's how it would have to work. I mean,
It's gotta be a regular shaft.
It's real pain.
And then, oh my gosh, here's a second tier that's a little bit
scarier.
Many
The
skeptics would
little
say that
clown,
the
little
plural
freaky
of
puppet
anecdote
comes out of his
is
trach
not
and he
data,
goes,
but
"Would
it's
you like
hard
to play a
to
game?
toss
You're way you're
away
stuck in a
these
freaking money clip."
little bits of information.
Oh my god, that's
For
your
example,
saw
here's a
trap?
fascinating
That's my
document
saw
which was
trap.
found
He goes,
in
"Hey,
the
you're free to
Cairo
come and go as you
Knesset.
please, but that
We will
thing's
have
stuck on there
opportunities to
really
see
good."
what that Knesset is in a few lectures from now, but basically it's a
That
medieval
would be,
trove
Casey,
of
one of the
documents
worst
which were
saw
literally
traps. I mean, I
thrown
thought
away,
there's
but were
horrible ones on that movie.
There's
but
horrible
that's
ones.
bad.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse,
this,
there's a money clip on
trove
your
of
tank.
documents is a so-called key of a
And he
letter,
goes, "All right, like
which
I have the
is
key, but if I
basically
don't
a
get
letter
it
that
off
was
soon,
submitted to
you'll
anyone
never
who
be
lives
have a
in
wife
today.
and kid."
When
Yeah.
tzedakah
Damn. And then
collectors,
it's like, what do
charity
you do? I
collectors
don't know. I
come
don't
by
know. And
Jewish
he goes, and I
homes,
took a little
they
freaking
typically
video. I'm gonna show
present a
everybody your
document which is
pages.
called a petek,
I just feel like,
and
fuck
it's essentially
yeah,
There's a
delete
lock
a
his
it,
phone up
statement
dude.
to the
of the
front, and they didn't even
benefits
lock
of
his
the
phone
bearer
up.
of the
And I go,
document,
Rogan, you're gonna want to see
that
that.
this person
We let this
represents
fucker
a
in.
legitimate
Yeah.
cause, he's falling on
Dirty.
hard times, he's
Yeah.
supporting orphans
Damn.
and widows
Ooh,
or
yeah.
a charitable cause,
I
one or the other.
probably would, yeah, I would
It's
run into the
expected
green
that
room and
when
I'd be
someone
Rogan,
presents
please
you
help,
with
you're the
this
only one
petek,
strong enough.
which
Yeah,
may
and
be
then you
issued
show,
by
you have to
the
show him,
local
and he's like,
community
wait,
in which
what?
the
How
donor
did that
lives,
happen? I go,
or
I
may
swear to
come
God,
from
there's
the
a little clue in that.
originating community
Be
like
careful.
Jerusalem or
Be
wherever,
careful. And I
then you
pass.
give them charity and they
That's
take
how
their
it would
debt
happen.
cost. So this is exactly one of those
Don't talk like
documents.
that. Don't put that
The
in the
only real difference
universe,
between
man.
this document and the ones
Come
we use
on.
today is that the ones we use
So
today
I
are
passed away. It was
laminated.
just shock.
Typically,
I
this
was
is
so
not
shocked. You
laminated,
see my
but
girl
it's
gets like
extra
shocked.
yeah,
I get sepsis.
which indicates
So I
that
get
was part
munchos
of
on
the
my
range
peroxide.
of Chazaria. In
Brutal.
fact,
Yeah,
great,
just the thing on your
Harvard
thing. You
historian
would get
Another
sick,
good
probably. I'd want to
argued
vomit
that
just right when it snapped on my thing. It'd make me want to vomit. Yeah.
At any rate,
Oh, speaking
the,
of
Oh man,
the
Venus
letter,
whistle,
which
smart
comes from
move.
Kiev,
Gosh,
specifically describes how the person has fallen out of line, the person is worthy, and you should specifically support his cause.
I
And then,
noticed,
amazingly, at the
Eric at
bottom,
first
you can see
noticed
it's
there was a
highlighted here in
pile
this
of
particular
vomit.
I
image.
thought it was maybe
There
wet
is a
cat food,
signature
but it's definitely someone's
what appear to be
meals.
Turkic rules
And
that
there's
say,
this girl that
I
walks
have
around
wealth, or
that
we
something's
have
wrong
wealth.
with her, but I think she lives by
Fascinating.
herself, so it's
That indicates
wonderful
that there
good for
was,
her. But
evidently
she's
people,
yakking.
because normally
Really
this would be a
I
signature
was
of
walking
someone
Gator, and I
Yo.
see her walk
important
out of
to
her
the
door
Jewish community,
behind
like a
us.
rabbi or
And then I see her,
a
or no, she
Parnas
was in front of
or
us.
the president
And then
of
she
the
stops to
and, he
lean
obviously
over, and we're
is
walking past her, and I hear her
illiterate
coughing a bunch, and I see her
and needs to write
yakking,
Turkic
and I see her
rules,
turn
which
around and go back
very
into her
unusual,
apartment, and I
unless
go
there
on
was
Gator's walk, and I could see her whole ass meal right there where she fucking vomited, and there's like multiple meals.
Sickening. I cannot not look at it. I have to look at
She's
it.
just going out to throw up her food and going back inside.
Oh no, like crazy.
Like when I took the SATs and the girl missed her chair and went, sorry, I'm wrong.
Yeah, yes. It's probably similar. It's probably very
But every
similar
day.
to that. And every day, yeah, the day before I saw her, and I'm like, what is she just looking at the ground? Because I didn't see any vomit coming out. She does it over the top.
So it's you can see the whole ass meals. That's why I thought it was like maybe someone leaving what cat food for a cat or dumping their full food for animals.
She just puked in the toilet.
I don't understand.
I don't know. That's not
Maybe the person she lives with don't like it.
I did wave at her the other day though, and she waved back at me, so that was really nice of her.
Well, that is nice considering how sick she is.
I know.
That's how she looks when she's doing it too. It's that big of a pile.
It sounded like the time we went to a Vegas freaking all-you-can-eat buffet, and I go into the men's bathroom, and it is just, it sounds like somebody is opening up cans of freaking American sauce. It's like just big things and just dumping them in the toilet. So I was thinking they are getting their money's worth. They're playing this correctly. They're gorging themselves, you know, and fucking going back for seconds. Would you do that, Grant?
For cash, Grant?
Yeah.
Joseph.
Really?
Not much. Like puke and then go get more food from
Yeah,
you.
for a $70 buffet, yeah, you would.
Yeah, name your price, Jay.
Us to pay you.
Yeah. I'm making money. I'm eating a bunch of food, and I just have to vomit a little bit.
Yeah,
The
we're paying
buffet-
for your buffet.
The buffet's $70. We're giving you $100. You're only making $30.
But are you cool with 30, or does it need to be more?
Yeah, I'm wondering like what your price range is. I mean, I think $30 is pretty solid.
Buffet's free, paid for.
Yeah. So $70 buffet, and then plus 30. So we hand you a $100 bill. You'd be open for that.
I mean, a $70 buffet is a pretty nice buffet.
It is. They have crab legs.
Just lobster tails and crab legs.
Yeah.
Like,
But we took you between breakfast breakfast and lunch, so it's like a weird in between meal.
Yeah, it's like a lot of pancakes and sausage links.
But they're cold by now.
Yeah, so it's maybe not that good of a buffet, actually, now that we're thinking about it. This is like a really weird time we're taking you today.
It's a lot of eggs, too.
So a plate like scrambled eggs, and then it's also like cheeseburgers, I think. Because it's like maybe that's a lunch thing too. It's like not even
Flyers for kids.
It's like it's really unusual for buffet style eggs, but they're all like sunny side up.
Yeah, and somebody came in before and maybe mashed a couple of them on the top, so it's kind of yeah, they're breaking the yolk and stuff, but
That's weird. You guys were trying to sell me on this, and now it seems like you're not.
We want to shoot you straight.
yeah, we don't want you to
It's
be
still a quality
disappointed.
buffet.
Are you
It's
guys
very nice.
backing out or give me $30?
We will give you $30 right now. No questions asked.
Yeah, but we're just saying you gotta be cool with the food because you might be thinking it was $70. It has to be like this really good buffet, but we're just saying at the point when we're taking you during the day, it's like kind of in between.
Yeah, it's like a weird limbo.
Yeah.
Story.
All right, let's go.
And not the dance floor freak.
In other words, there's
Yeah.
not much to it.
Limbo.
So
I
when
can
we still
never
have all
afford
these
to
little
do
bits of
that. I
data,
can never. And how do people do it on roller skates?
Do they?
God's gift to the earth.
So
Guys,
trying
so
to
what
put
to
together
do?
one of the biggest
Only
questions
some
we
people,
have
because
is,
I can't do it when I don't have roller skates on, much less if I had roller skates
I
on.
tend to
Yeah,
believe
but
this happened.
yeah, I saw some videos, some girl busting ass on a freaking skating rink, and her fucking like arm is like the bones coming out. Like, bitch, why would you go out there?
What were you thinking, bitch?
Yeah, I don't think they think that's gonna happen.
Hopefully not. Yeah, that would be effed up if they were going into it thinking I'm gonna break my arm.
Yeah, you think James Francis thought that he was gonna get his wiener stuck in that canyon?
No. He was too freaking. He knew what he was doing. And look at this lady.
Bro, he was a bro. Well, I got a present for Gator. Didn't want to. I'd be remiss not to show you on the air.
Oh my gosh! What Portland?
It's a little Portland. I think it's a dog or something else funny, but it could also be a
Love
moose.
it. She's gonna love it.
I think it's a dog, but I don't want to talk out of school.
Well, thank you, Casey. She will love
I
it.
feel it. It's a really like it's a nice material, probably too nice for a dog, but Gator's worth it.
And she'll love putting her little snout in the cereal with how that feels. Oh my gosh.
Very sweet.
I
You're gonna love it.
had Gator on the mind all weekend.
Oh, thanks so much. Well, I knew I was so sad leaving her today at the freaking apartment. It was so sad.
That's what it is. You guys will be reunited soon, and you're gonna go watch some concerts with her.
Oh, wait, I know. Well, we have been watching on, it's called like Smooth Jazz, and then it shows like a backyard or something. It's just this jazz music. I can listen to that for 5 hours at a time. It's these scenes that are changing, but they're doing
Welcome.
like low-key music. And I think this would be fun to on acid. I think this would be like a prime time thing.
How you living, Pam?
It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube.
Amazingly, baby. Are you ready to win some money? Where's your... All right. Well, that's a good start. Where's your boy? Let's. They don't have lives. Dog, they are literally doing everything they can just to get their dick sucked. That is not a life. Word, dog. Everybody knows. You didn't have to tell me. I knew how that worked. What is this on YouTube? Crossy Road. Now, what is that? No, I'm too cool for that. What's up? What is it? It's like Frogger? How do you play it? Oh, no. Is it like available? How do you download it? I was going to say, For how long has it been a thing? Dog, I haven't played any of them. Show me them all. Simple games are the best kind. All right, get it. Get it. Oh, this game's tight. Oh, that was terrible. Dude, you're missing them all. Coins. Terrible. Awful. It's maybe the greatest game in the history of mankind. Dude, get more coins, baby. Let's see it. Would you consider it the greatest game in the history of human? No doubt. Don't suck dick, dude. You just suck. It's terrible. All right, be good. Do well. That was terrible. I'm very unimpressed with that. You can do better. You can do better. All right, that was good. And now you're tall. Now you're tall. Now you got decapitated. Okay, now do well. Super well. Dude, that was really good. Oh, you're super. And you're. super tall and fat. Get points. Get points.
According to dispatch reports, firefighters arrived within 20 minutes on the ground and aerial support. By then, the flames
Nice. Uh-oh.
miles per hour have more than doubled.
You just got to do it. Get it. This is your time to shine. Do well, 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 do well. Super well. That was really great.
Get closer to the flame. Smoke that black.
You thick, baby. With 3 C's. Get it. Get it. Do well, 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 do well. Super well. Try to get all the way to the end. All right, well, do it.
People tried to save.
Get it. Super well. Oh, you did it. You did it. Bravo. That was amazing. Bounce. Bounce, baby, bounce.
Of the National Weather Service in LA told KFI's Tim Conway Jr. 40 miles across town near the quiet community of Altadena, a new fire had sparked in Eaton Canyon. Residents reported seeing flames at 6:10, but evacuations weren't ordered until more than an hour later. The fire had reached homes, and many people had to self-evacuate. I wish I could explain how the dead animal was really
Yeah, you did.
Lauren and her daughter Lori recall the terrifying winds and heavy smoke that filled the air as they left behind the home that had been in their family for generations. And then we realized how the fires were. That night, the land. Small little tornadoes on the road. And then trees were down, ladders were down. It was one of the most scary things.
KFI's continuing coverage of not only the Palisades fire, but also emerging Eaton Canyon fire.
An entire working away before first responders arrived. The elderly and firms surrounded by smoke and flames were told none were available. Flames grew stronger, overtaking historic. Within one firefighter in a trash can.
We have several injuries and structures.
Former LA Fire Chief
Oh, I hear about a lot of things.
Rabbi told the public that the extreme wind and drought made it nearly impossible to stop the wildfires in the Palisades and Altadena on
is not something that I necessarily enjoy, so I do my best to stay away from it.
When the smoke cleared down, people were off in the Palisades, 18 altitude, more than 16,000 most homes, Palisades and Eden fire among the most destructive with an estimated $90 billion to $164 billion in total capital and property loss. So much devastation and loss. How do these communities begin to recover? Now, 6 months later, there's finally a ray of hope.
Just pay it off and then just wait till you get $15 more.
I'm Regina D'Agostino, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Coming up after the break, JD Vance is spending the weekend with a political showdown in Burlington, Orange County. LA scores a legal win against immigration, where the city attorney is calling it a turning point. Check the freeways when you get back.
There's an app for your music, an app for your photos, even an app that tracks your steps. But only one app brings you the live radio dial. It lets you save your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts as presets you can tap anytime. The free iHeartRadio app. The #1 app for radio.
Saving energy saves you money. Whether you switch to Energy Star light bulbs, install Energy Star appliances, or add extra insulation. Learn more at EnergySavers.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio on the road. No car ride is complete without the perfect soundtrack. That's why iHeartRadio wants to keep your community road trip experience by integrating with the world's largest navigation app. While you navigate turn by turn in ways, you can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts on iHeartRadio. Just follow the music icon for the Waze navigation screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in the car through Waze on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Odds are good you'll find a burnt orange color on the back of the beer. It's called Yazoo Clay. There's one thing it's known for. Wreaking havoc on anything American. It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever tried before. What do you expect? No. Over the years, Yazoo Clay has held destroyed Mississippi. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old state asylum.
Thought they only found 1,000, and then once they realized, okay, wait a minute, 2,000, wait a minute, 7,000.
And all this begs the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? In Mississippi, keeping secrets is as old as the soil itself. So can the truth ever really be uncovered? The story isn't much more complicated and nuanced than that. I'm Larison Campbell, and this is Under Yazoo Clay. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. The podcast, The United States of Kennedy. 2 Kennedy-obsessed hosts with contrasting perspectives take a deep dive into the Kennedy family's impact, good and bad, on American culture. This week,
A lot of questions about why they would convert. Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion, both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity. I mentioned already that we don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite orientation. The documents like the Kievan letter just indicate that that particular individual who had gone to Egypt with the purpose of raising funds had fallen on hard times. But it doesn't really say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they performed. We also, very importantly, don't know how many of them became Jewish. Is it possible that this was kind of like a royal conversion, like we see, for example, with Queen Helena of Adia Bene, who converted to Judaism with her sons, but her husband remained non-Jewish?
I don't even know what you look
Is it
up.
Brennan
possibly
Taylor
similar to the conversion in Himyar,
I thought you were going to bring up Brennan Taylor.
who simply don't know how many
Grandpa Brennan Taylor, that's William's favorite YouTuber.
Yeah, look up the Leave Britney Alone thing. Yeah.
Chris Cropper.
Chris Croppers. Chris Kratman.
Population as a whole who remained essentially pagan.
Please don't even. Please, stop.
Miss Aquarius, how you living, girl? What's good? Why is that? This is for Discord. How was your day? All right, you got an invitation. We're waiting on you. I don't know if she's there. Good one. Oh, she is. Audie, apologies. I didn't know if you were there. You'd been quiet.
People remained unaccounted for, and the flames changed. It would be 24 days until the last ember was extinguished. Jose
We'll strike, Miss Aquarius.
owner of Ultimate Grocery Outlet, a staple in the community. He says thankfully his family and his employees were safe from the fires, and shockingly, his grocery
No.
store was spared from destruction.
Miss Aquarius is on a roll. Get this, girl. Right in the corner. Perfect. You've gone spare, strike, spare. That's phenomenal. Yeah, but that's not as good as yours. Spare, spare. Get another strike. Strike. Okay. You got the spare here, though. No doubt, no doubt. You got it. Wow. Spare, strike, spare, spare.
Ensure patients had access to their medication. You know, there's a Bank of America that shares basically here. And they burned down. Right? You know, we kind of figured it was over for us. When we got back in here in mid-February, we had
Get it.
so that was tough.
Get it. What up, Zoot? Zoot and I have been playing a new game. It's the oldest game in human. What up, pimp? Okay, why not? Let's make you happy. What's going on? Yo, Zoot, you're okay. Zoot, do you want an invitation to bowling to play with Miss Aquarius, Audie, and me? Zoot, we're gonna pre-press you into this, and same with you, Audie. All right, Miss Aquarius is getting an invite. Audie's getting an invite. Zoot's getting an invite. Audie, accept the invite, girl. Audie. Zoot, what don't you have? Word. Thank you. Why won't that talk with you anymore? Why won't that chick get you? That, that's not a reason why she's not talking to you. Why isn't she talking to you anymore? Audie. There you go, girl. Zoot, you were talking to this chick for like 5 years. Why now all of a sudden doesn't she want to talk to you anymore? Thank you. Well, what is your best guess?
photos, including the special pouch. Shannon, Gary is still out for another week, so I will be on 10 to 11, Monday through she's running us 9 a.m. And when I'm kitchen cooking, the iHeartRadio apps, whether it's radio or my custom stations.
So did you share all of the issues that you have with her?
So go to KFI8640.com.
Okay, I mean, she always comes back, dude. You've been talking to this chick for 5 years. It's not like she won't come back. Just be patient. And if she doesn't, then it's for the best. Yeah, dude, I don't know how good a plan that is by, like, okay, well, she won't talk. So I'm going to just talk to her best friend. Like, that's fine, but that's not the nicest thing to do. It's not the nicest thing to do. Audie. Come on, Audie. There you go. Right, and her friend likes you. So why don't you go for the friend? Oh, all right. So you're just some random dude on the internet who they just flirt with? All right. I mean, what has my advice been to you for this entire time? Don't go for chicks 20,000 miles away. Go for chicks 2 miles away. Whatever, dude. What did I tell you? What did I tell you to do, Zoot? Like months ago. Zoot, you'd come in here and you'd be like, I can't get any chicks. I can't get any chicks on dating apps. And I said to you, it's probably because your pictures aren't very attractive. You're like, that's probably right. So I said, exactly the pictures that you need to take. And I even told you, if you need to, get a professional photographer. Gee. And you're like, okay. Then I said to you, oh, wow. Like a bunch of times, did you get it? And you're like, no. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, why not? And you're like, because it costs $250 or whatever you said. And I'm like, you don't need to spend that necessarily. You could even, if you, that's right. Who wants another invite? I'm sending you all an invite. No, you're getting one too. Miss Aquarius, don't you go anywhere. You're getting one as well. Last one. All right, Audie. And then Zoot and I, and we're going to play Moncala. So, Zoot, it's exactly what I said. Take some nice pictures of your dating profile, clean it up a little bit, and then go date chicks around where you live. And don't give me this garbage that there are no chicks where you live, because there are, and they're beautiful. That too. But that's just if you want physical pleasure. If you want a relationship, which is what you really want, then find a nice girl around where you live. Miss Aquarius seems fair.
No mess, no stress, just $88 to clear that drain. Call 8333 or book online at nextgenairandplumbing.com. Spots fill fast, so book.
That's a lot of money, but you don't even call it. That's not real money. That's whatever you call it. You call it unexpected profits or what? Unrealized profit. Cryptocurrency. How'd that one do for you? What was it called? Fat Chick Gym Company? Is yeah, Fat Girl Investment Co. Is it done? Miss Aquarius putting up no. I know. No, I'm looking at your score. I know. You've got 20. Zoot, you were like, you owned like 4% at one point of Fat Girl Investment Co. What happened? Okay, well, you still have a huge bag. You sold everything that your grandma had?
Just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Zoot, do you still have all of that money from with your grandma?
Salespeople and restaurant staff. Many of us need our. Hi, this is Mike with the Good Feed store, and I like. Share her.
Zoot, you were very close to being a millionaire. Are you still that close? Okay, well, shit happens. You could get it all back. You never know. I, I,
Can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. This is retirement.org.
all right, get these, Mr. Aquarius. Get two. You know you can get two.
Savings over time. This is retirement.org. To help you customize your. To you by AARP.
Coma and its owner, the termite lady herself, Sue Free. Sue pioneered the most effective pest control method.
Spring and
That's right. Miss Aquarius knows. She's the nicest woman on earth.
800-332 bucks. 2 bucks or on the web.
Gets it. All right, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius takes the lead. Get it, girl. Oh, almost.
Because we had cooked up a little experiment. And we were
Absolutely. That's right.
such as your K-12 education, where at the time did you
Why? Yeah, but Miss Aquarius is gonna go to bed. Audie, do you? She's just gonna chill, and you and I are gonna play the oldest game in the history of humankind. This was played by Egyptians, dude. Three. That's what the Greek version is. Yeah, that's what the ranked version is.
about what we have in store? And as you probably guessed from some of the answers that you were given, what I'm trying to do is conduct an experimental investigation into the nature of the
Zoot.
people in this room. The students could finish the questionnaires and put their names and dates at the top. My producers, Alex and Harrison, are sitting at a table at the front of the room in full view of all of the things. Completed questionnaires. I would. And use the answers to generate a number, a score, which they
Like 1,000 times, Zoot.
figure out what the number means. They will understand something essential about how broken the system
Zoot.
propelled them to the Ivy League.
I keep sending it to you. Zoot, just look at your invites, dude.
So we can all see each other's numbers. Now the rooms
Okay.
numbers see your number, and hopefully that will put you in investigation of
I think it was one of the best moves in the history of humankind.
Think about this. I gave you a series of questions. Some of those
Oh, for sure, dog.
no answer. You saw two people, Elvis and Harrison, who quite quickly, in the space of about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, went through 75 or so responses, and were able to very quickly and easily assign you a number. So think about this logically. It wasn't a complex algorithm, right? There was no computer used. Elvis, how long would you say you would spend? How long would you spend questionnaire? 5, 6 seconds. Okay, that's good, guys. Let's go. Come on.
I'm Zach. I think it really has to do strictly with the private versus public education system in the U.S.
Nope, that's not what we were looking for. Hi, my name is Joseph. A question that I thought was very interesting on there was about if you had any siblings, and if so, how many? Nope, not that either.
Hi, I'm Kaylee. One that I don't think I've ever been asked in relation to this was if I drank when I was in high school, what age?
Kaylee's referring to question number 9. In high school, did you drink alcohol? Get drunk? Could you come up with any reason you would have asked that question, or do you think that's just...
I have my own hypothesis, but I can't.
Oh, come on.
What if I'm wrong?
This is all about being wrong. Oh, this is all about being wrong. Once upon a time in 2000,
Everyone,
Outliers, the first chapter of which was devoted to a phenomenon
that's one game in a row, Zoot.
by the Canadian psychologist Rothschild. Some of what I wrote.
Send me an invite, baby.
Yes, the top of the hockey world is a lot more interesting and complicated than it looks. Listening to this part of the Outliers
Zoot.
now, I'll admit I have some.
Dude, are you going to send me an invite? Or are you going to just jerk yourself off raw?
As I planned our trip, talk to Barnsley again and go over his discovery one more time. Make sure I understood him.
Zoot, where's your invite?
I asked him to retell the story of how, in the early 1980s, he and his wife Paula stumbled
Zoot, I'm going to send you an invite.
as the relative age effect.
living in Lethbridge, Alberta. And we went to a junior A hockey team. It was the Lethbridge Broncos.
Zoot, you have an invite.
Barnsley's wife Paula started reading the game program, which had the rosters of both teams.
Paula said over to me, when do you think all these hockey players were born? And I remember thinking to myself,
Zoot, are you going to send me an invite? Or are you going to accept my invite? Or are you just going to say your birthday way too quickly? All right, big dog. I just got it. May have to do that.
and it just jumped out at us. Just these players were in March, and then you seem to get the odd April, May, and very few in the fall. And I said, my goodness, that's just remarkable. And that's when that famous 40-30-20-10 by the coaches of the year show.
You're listening to Revisionist History, a podcast brought to you by Pushkin Industries at KFAM 640. New and full-length episodes.
Zoot, I love when you say that because that very rarely happens.
And don't forget to check out my new book, Revenge of the Tipping Point, out now. This episode
Yes, I am.
of Revisionist History, after we get the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Fuck. You won. Yep. I'll send it again. All right, we'll check again, big dog. Did you get it?
No teaser, no countdown, just a brand new Justin Bieber album dropped at a thin. And everyone, have you heard it yet? If not, right now on iHeartRadio. And what do you think? Plus, on the Chelsea podcast, you know the name. Monica.
For the latest, open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
Morning, Mama. How you feeling?
Great, and I'm all ready for you today.
I'm checking in on you. Morning meditation. Check. Dressed and ready to work out.
Check.
Check your blood pressure yet?
And check.
Boom. Great job, Mom. And about those
No ma'am.
now more than ever, it's important. Hearts and the
Maybe.
hearts we love. Monitor your blood pressure daily and help each other.
You're in a great position.
Pledge at releasethepressure.org. Brought to you by the Release the Pressure Coalition and the Ad Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
I don't know how many people remember this. Also, you are one decision away from a different life. I know for a fact that it was her who sold this to media. I'm willing to in order to put love in the center of my life. I do explain how drinking affected breaks them so much more. Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests.
And move your way. Who does that run?
It wasn't nearly as bad as what I went through emotionally with the pregnancy I had with my daughter. For real conversations, we wrestled like straight up crazy, drunk wrestle. So there was get started. Was it helpful for people to come in when you were with like your ex-husband and be like, you should be with somebody better? The people are broken. They have to fix themselves. This is a window into my world and the stories that make me welcome to Chloe and London. Listen
listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
A new study finds most people do not experience severe withdrawal when they quit taking antidepressants.
I won.
The UK found that while people quitting antidepressants did experience more withdrawal symptoms than those on placebos, they weren't found to be that serious. They included issues like dizziness, nausea, and nervousness. Relapse of depression is not noted during withdrawal. I'm Tammy Trivio.
Panera Bread settling a remaining lawsuit.
All right, Zoo, check it and see if you got an invite.
Recent news reports the company settled 3 suits alleging the highly caffeinated drink caused multiple injuries and 1 death. Panera's already settled a different lawsuit last year blaming the drink for a second death. The company was accused of failing to appropriately warn customers about planning a caffeine beverage. Mattel is launching a Barbie with type 1 diabetes.
All right, Zoo, are you ready? I'm going to send you an invite. A new invite. Zoo, did you get it? There you go.
A summertime air mass ahead of a cold front progressing from the Midwest and plains into the Northeast will create widespread thunderstorms across much of the eastern and central U.S. this weekend. Storms are expected along the lower Great Lakes and Ohio Valley and well ahead of the front along the East Coast on Saturday. More isolated chances of flash flooding can be expected westward along the Stalling Front through the Ohio Valley. On Saturday, the greatest threat of storm coverage, as well as heavy rain total stretch from Oklahoma southwest through portions of northern and central Texas, where a slight risk of excessive rainfall is in effect. Hot temperatures are in store this weekend across much of the eastern and western U.S. In the west, most locations will be in the 90s to low 100s with low 110s in the desert southwest. Much of the region is under a heat-related warning and advisory. And that's a look at your national forecast. I'm Jim Forbes.
I know the weight of the world seems to rest on your shoulders. Sometimes life seems like it's filled only with confusion and chaos. But I assure you, I have a plan for you. The Jesus Christ Show. Tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI AM 640.
I won, Zoo.
Welcome back to Revisionist History. I'm Malcolm Rabbi. Before the break, I took you inside the lecture hall of the Wharton School, where we turned an unsuspecting group of Ivy League seniors into guinea pigs for a peculiar experiment. We handed out
No, play me one more. I just sent you an invite.
over what it all meant.
This is a high... Dude, don't give me that. This is a high IQ game. This is what they used to play in Egypt, dog. This is the oldest game in the history of the world. Okay, it's called Mancala, and we're going to become obsessed with it.
Between January and March, 30% between April and June, 20% between July and
Why not play ones that are already established and very exciting to people of history? Oh, I give a shit about making money, dog.
It's because Canada is obsessed with hockey, and coaches start picking players all-star traveling. Since the eligibility cutoff for Canadian hockey is January 1st, that means the coaches are
You won.
The January kids are bigger and
Dude, 6 figures. Do you still have 6 figures?
which means in turn that they will practice 2 or 3 times.
Dude, Australian dollars, I was just reading about this. You guys have a major issue with inflation. That shit has become monopoly. All right, we'll come back soon.
Teachers aren't any better than coaches at disentangling ability from maturity. So relatively older kids in elementary and middle school end up getting more encouragement. They tend to get better grades. And they're more likely to be chosen for things like gifted and talented programs. I cannot tell you how many parents have come up to me over the years and said, because I read your book Outliers, I held my kid back from starting school, and it was the best decision I ever made. But parents hold
solve the problem. It just creates a relative age effect arms race. There's a fancy private school near me where so many parents and younger children have held their kids back. And now the parents of the formerly eldest children have responded by holding their kids back. Whereupon the first set of parents are increasingly holding their kids back a second time. Maybe I should have seen all that coming when I wrote Outliers. I should have made it clear that I was not trying to teach neurotic upper middle class helicopter parents how to behave in the system. I just wanted schools and sports leagues to stop behaving like idiots. So, Barnes' paper on melatonin came out in 1985. Which was, I think, the first time Barnes' work got wide publicity.
Where did they go? We know that the empire
He enjoys
lost its
ViralRabbi.
political
Dude reviews, but he's wearing a Tennessee Balls hat during one of them where he's eating at a Bojangles. I'm thinking, this guy's kind of a poser right now, a little bit. But I love him. I love his brother. I think they're so funny. But yeah, it was a little weird. He had a Tennessee hat on. I'm like, this dude's not a fucking Tennessee fan. Poser. Don't do that right now. You're done. Yeah, you're done in my eyes. So sorry. But thank you. Yeah,
the support.
Yes, and thanks for coming out. Yeah, and it actually looked really good.
They want these biscuits. Breakfast all day. I didn't know.
Yeah, they had these real biscuits. They're really good. The sausage is good. And the egg.
Oh.
Yep. Yum. I love sausage, egg, cheese, biscuit.
Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last
Well,
video,
this was so much fun. It was
a lot of attention.
so much fun that we are reunited again.
I know.
I'm so happy to be back. I missed you guys like crazy. I was on the road.
Busy, baby.
I've been busy. I've been out there riffing. Thank you to everyone who came to saw me in Chicago and Portland, and also several other places. Thank y'all. Cincinnati's, Rochester's, and William's been out there too. And he loves you guys too.
I'm trying. Yeah, it's been fun. And we gotta thank our mercenaries. We have got to thank y'all. Robert Bushel, Ruby, Jewel Sparkle, Jenny Shinnecock from the Big Island, Sam Rat, Sergio, Shiva, Steven, Morgan, the Kill Tony Facebook group, the Gaming Crooner, the Wizard, Vanderweed, Vicious McVisty, White Magic, William and Casey the Cats, William Garrett, William Ramsey, Worm Drive Show on YouTube, Choose Your Own Adventure, Zombie Warlock, Anthony Whiplash Morganson, Ashley Belfield, Beef, Ben Hashin, Bobby Meltman, Brendan Riley, Ryscar, Daniel Hunter, Danja Fox, Destiny A4, Dingleberry, Harry Doll, Uncle's Kiss on the Loose, Dova King, Dr. B. Dugan, Eli Slugworth, Katie Gator's Godmother, Goldie Maystar, Transverse Nightmare, early at WS.hello. Well, I love Big Macs. High Poison is Big Mac. Jenny, Jay, Jess, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, Captain Chaos, Casey Mall, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Loomis Becky, Ice Wizard, Nissan Pappy, Robert Bush, and Ruby Jewel Sparkles. We love y'all.
We love you. CaseyRocketComedy.com. I'm on tour. I'm at the Hollywood Improv in 2 weeks. Then I'm gonna come see you.
Hell yeah. Love that. Look at my Instagram. I'll write it. Keep you up with it on there. All right.
That's how it is.
Bye.
Millennial followers of ancient tradition.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show.
We don't have to even apply the doctrine.
Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/CaseyRocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Jewish claim to the land of Israel.
What the fuck is that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Those are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews. That therefore, the way the argument goes, invalidates the
Austin, Texas, USA.
Israel.
It's the William Montgomery Show.
And that's a pretty strong William Montgomery. That's why I actually sometimes find it about
the Tony Chin Orchestra
by those who have issue with Jews
the
right?
William Montgomery Jr.
That's
dancer.
why this issue seems like so much passion.
As always, William is joined by the lovely
That in
Erica.
terms of the overall
I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
And also, Grant, I hope you heard what Casey said, though. Yes, it's Mr. Laser. I don't think you call him Uncle Laser right now. I mean, I don't really know each other like
Mr.
that.
Laser?
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Or whatever. I don't know.
Hell, y'all can call me Steven if you like. I don't really. Whatever.
Steven Laser.
Steven Laser.
Laser. Whatever, dude. Just happy to be here, dude. His car got towed. We're in the fucking evidence room.
Yeah, I gotta go to the evidence room after this. Yeah, nobody heard this, but car got towed last night. And I get there, parts, and I'm like, okay, I'm kind of high.
Welcome. How are you?
That has to be. I misremember that I really start.
How you living, pimp? How are you? Well, are you at least 18 years old? Okay, well, what's good in your neck of the woods? Just what? You're collecting knives? What kind of knives? Okay, very cool. What kind of games do you like? Okay, very well. Do you like podcasts? All right, do you like history? Okay, well, I'm watching history lectures right now, if you want to watch. Here you go. Enjoy, my friend.
The term Gaon is derived from the Hebrew word Ga'ava, which means pride. It can also mean arrogance, depending on the way in which it's used. Like to say a person is a Baal Gaiva would mean to say they're a very arrogant person. But in this context, it means like the pride and joy of the community. Here's a great map from the Barnabi Atlas that shows the influence of the Gaonim on Baghdad. You can see on the right there's a kind of blue circle which has Baghdad right at the center. That's where the centers of Talmudic learning shifted during the period after the Islamic invasion and conquest of the region. They were located further south, sort of from the Medina and so on, and Baghdad eventually became the major administrative center of the entire Islamic Empire and also of the Gaonic Empire, which mirrors much of it.
Yo, what up, pimp? How are you?
It has the sort of like arrows that are reaching out.
What's up, Psych? How you living? All right, well, if you don't want to talk, that's fine. We're just watching lectures and history.
Directions from Baghdad, which gives you a sense of their relative cultural and intellectual influence, to a certain degree their political influence as well. But they also have that brown circle with Jerusalem at the center there that represents the influence of the traditional. Of course,
all right.
Babylon.
Enjoy.
Babylonian Talmud. The other one, not quite as obvious, written primarily in Tiberias, that's known as the Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes called the Palestinian Talmud. And the relative strength of the expositors of those two Talmuds, they definitely were linked to each other, had a lot of communication with each other, began to change as we get past the Islamic conquest of the region. And Jerusalem definitely declines in authority, and Babylon, Baghdad in particular, ascends in authority. Now, but we should understand that all of this stuff is happening largely as a consequence of the Islamic expansion across the coast of North Africa into Spain and straight east all the way up to Pakistan and Bangladesh. There are a lot of political and economic reasons why the Yeoman had such an assist in reaching these far-flung Jewish diasporas. First of all, we should understand that with the Muslim conquest, the Jews of Babylonia were no longer separated from the various diaspora communities by a political boundary. So they were really within one cultural orbit, one linguistic orbit, one economic orbit, and it was much more convenient and safe for them to travel back and forth. You no longer had the geopolitical conflict between, let's say, the Roman or the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire. Putting it all under the Muslims really had a tremendous impact on the ability of Jews to communicate with each other, to engage in interregional trade and things like that. Another very important thing that happens is that there is a symbiosis that develops between these communities in the diaspora, as far away as Spain, let's say, and the center in Baghdad. On the one hand, these much smaller communities outside of the traditional center are able to send requests for information, for clarification of Jewish law. These requests are called in Hebrew she'elot. And the Geonim, the leaders of the academies in Baghdad, are able to send back responses, which are called in Hebrew teshuvot. So, in fact, there's a whole major genre of rabbinic literature called she'elot u'teshuvot, questions and answers, or questions and responses. And sometimes in English, this is known as the responsa literature, singular would be responsive. And so there's a symbiosis in the sense of these small communities are able to ask Baghdad for questions, clarifications, and with their requests, they send funds to support the Academy's activity. And at the same time, besides providing intellectual and spiritual guidance for these communities, Baghdad can also confer official confirmation of the municipal leadership of these Jewish communities by indicating a specific addressee as a figure of importance in the community that ipso facto renders that person much more significant in terms of municipal leadership of the community. We'll speak a little later about how the communities were structured. But so there was this symbiosis between the diaspora and Baghdad, the periphery, and the center that only began to really fray as Spain in particular got much more significant towards the end of the period we're discussing. Also note, of course, that there is a rivalry between the Jerusalem center and the Baghdad center. Ultimately, Baghdad will eclipse Jerusalem. Let's also think for a second, too, about the impact of language, because by incorporating this entire territory under Islamic rule, Arabic as a language really begins to act as a much more effective lingua franca for the entire region. And this has significant impact not only for the political and economic reasons that I described earlier, but also in terms of the way Jews taught about their own language. The Arabs regarded Arabic as a holy language, as a language that had phenomenal aesthetic appeal, both in terms of its structure, its grammar, its vocabulary, and its calligraphy. And Jews had a similar kind of cognate feeling about Hebrew. And so this idea of, and of course, Hebrew and Arabic are very closely related languages, so there's a lot of cultural give and take there in terms of the absorption of Arabic as an important language. Jews began, of course, writing in Arabic with Hebrew letters at this time. This was called Judeo-Arabic, and it was a very widely used language among Jews. Another important element that's going on at this time is the very significant shift towards urbanization. Up until this point, Jews have largely been, like most peoples of the Middle East, an agrarian people. The majority of their economy was associated with agriculture. And although there were always elites who were active in culture and in commerce and so on in these small cities of the time, it was during the period of the Islamic invasion and conquest that Jews really began to shift towards a more urban posture. The shift towards trades, crafts, skills, things like that was very prominent from the 7th to the 10th centuries in particular. One of the reasons for this is the way in which Muslims taxed the Jewish population in particular and the general tax. Jews were, of course, required to pay a poll tax that was on the individual, a head tax called jizya. We spoke about that a few lectures ago. And by the way, another aspect of the consolidation of the entire region was that if you had your receipts that indicated you had paid your poll tax, you had much more freedom of movement across the region. You could go to someplace where people didn't know you, and you could produce your receipt if necessary. You would have less difficulty with the local authorities. But they had another tax called a haraj, which was a collective land tax that was based on individual units of farmland. And the challenge of the haraj was that it was applied based on territory rather than population. So if you had 100 people living in a particular area and farming a particular section of real estate, and let's say 20 people left that area, that meant that 80 people had to carry the burden that was once carried by 100 people. And if another 20 people left, then 60 people had to manage that same tax burden. So it was kind of like an acceleration effect where the villages began emptying of populations, especially for Jews, who saw the cities as a much more amenable form of earning their living and a lighter tax burden. It also has lots of other benefits for Jews. Jews have to be very gregarious people. They need to walk to synagogue. They need to be walking business, have a ritual bath, an Asian restaurant, all kinds of things like this. So it kind of fit with their cultural evolution. This is Professor Marina Rothschild, a very important scholar of the Visa, which we'll speak about, God willing, in another lecture or so. And she presented in one essay a brilliant analysis of the confluence of the Geonic expansion of influence and the discovery of a new method of communication that is specifically through paper. Historically, when new technologies have been developed, Jews tend to be early adopters, especially when it's associated with information technology. The Arabs call the Jews the Kitab, the people of the book, but really we are the people of information. So any way that we can communicate more effectively is something that appeals to us. Let's have a very quick look at the history of information technology up to this point to be clearer what actually happened and made a huge difference. So here's perhaps the oldest form of recorded information technology we have. It's a cuneiform tablet. It is basically a clay tablet that has these little wedge-shaped marks embedded into it and then baked. Great for durability. I mean, this is a piece of clay that lasts a long, long time. It's really hard actually to destroy it. You can break it, but you can piece it together. Really handy for archaeologists, but heavy to carry around, awkward to store, difficult to read, all kinds of things that make this not such a great choice. The next evolution in information technology at this time was parchment, which of course is very widely adopted by Jews. Torah scrolls are written on parchment. And this is essentially treated animal skins. Much more convenient to record, store, and carry than cuneiform. And parchment has another kind of interesting feature that we don't recall that often with our contemporary methods of communication. It can be reused in a kind of a blunt way. Specifically, once you write on parchment, then if you want to use that text again, you can take some kind of like flat, hard object, like let's say a type of ruler, a stick, and you can rub it really hard, and that doesn't erase the letters, but it sort of fades them significantly, breaks down the ink that's held by the animal skin such that it becomes less prominent. And then you can just go and write on top of it. This is called a palimpsest, and you can see here, fragment from Indonesia, there is in the back, the original text is Greek text, and then written on top of it is a Hebrew text. And it's not very beautiful by contemporary standards.
This is a highly exclusive establishment next to the Iowa.
If you're familiar with the classic Mishnah,
I paid for an ideal specimen. Crusade Kevin is locked. Ideal specimen.
someone who learns
This is a wonderful shower.
as an adult. What will this be compared to writing on rubbed parchment? Meaning, if you learn as an adult, like you did 30 to 50 or something like that, then you erase by rubbing all that stuff you learned as a child. But it never really goes away. What you learn as a child, as an adolescent, it's stuck in your brain. It's very systemic manner. And you have to write on top of it, which is not ideal, but unless you can do it. On the other hand, Elisha Ben Buddha says, as you learn things when you're a child, then that is much better than writing a fresh parchment, nice and fresh, high contrast and so on. Anyways, this is parchment. Jews adopted parchment in a big way. The other big development, again, in the ancient world was papyrus, which is a plant product, and the most famous place for producing papyrus is in Egypt, where they use lots of reeds along the Nile River. And as you can see, this Egyptian document holds color well. It can be very beautiful, and in fact, it can be made into a book form, unlike parchment, which works really well with scrolls. The papyrus can be cut up into like square slices and then bound on one side into what's called a codex or a book. This was actually very much used by writers in the first century, and so it was adopted by the burgeoning Christian movement as a major form of information technology. Note, of course, the early Christian movement is, of course, also Jewish, and so Jews adopted this technology. However, when the split between Christians and Jews grew wider in the 2nd and 3rd century and onwards, many rabbinic Jews eschewed the use of the papyrus codex because it was so heavily associated with the Christian movement. It also has some technological weaknesses. Papyri tend to fray at the edges because it is a fibrous product, and so it tends to be a little bit more fragile in terms of codex. The next big invention, which is where we are in the Babylonian period, is of course paper. Paper had been around for several hundred years. The Chinese had developed it significantly, but it was only in the period of the Islamic conquest in the Middle East when the Babylonians began to see the great value of paper and to use it extensively. Paper is cheaper than papyrus. It can be locally produced. It's much more durable than papyrus, and of course, paper lasts for an extremely long time. And so, in the period of the Daonium, the rapid expansion of use of paper as a mode of communication among Jews across the entire diaspora in the Islamic world represented an opportunity for the Daonium to really accelerate their influence. A lot more correspondence is happening back and forth, both religious, spiritual, and also, of course, economic and personal. A lot more writings are being produced and are being copied out. Because, think about it. In order to produce a reasonable sized book, that might take 300 animals to create parchment. But with paper, it's way cheaper to produce these things and much more efficient to ship them off to various places. So this is a period of great expansion and consolidation of a more unified viewpoint about how to interpret the Torah that the Geonim really are able to capitalize on with the communication methods made possible by paper. At this moment, if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a personal meditation and think about how this affected my life, not as a historian, but as a regular person. I have to say that when I was preparing this lecture, I had one of those flashes of momentary inspiration where I sensed in my own biography the great arc of history. I felt like I was riding a big wave of historical moment. Let me share this with you. So have a look at this picture here. This is actually a photograph I took a few years ago of one of my sons sitting on a rock cropping just outside my hometown in northern Canada. And this is a place where I, as a child, used to hike out to and sit and think about life, the universe, and everything. And as you can see, I've labeled a couple of places. On the left, on the Abitibi River, is the paper mill that sustained this town. It was established at the beginning of the 20th century, and there was no one here at this point. This is actually quite a remote part of northern Canada, but they took advantage of the old growth forest and the river network to create a paper mill that would serve the burgeoning interest of newsprint readers. A town gathered around this paper mill, which included my grandfather, Elam Shalom, named Alex Abramson, who had immigrated from Lithuania to avoid fighting the Japanese in the 1905 Russo-Japanese War, and thought he would make a living as a farmer. Unfortunately, the frozen permafrost of the area made this an unusually bad choice for farming. And so after a few years of trying that, he said, well, that's it. I'm going to become the Yiddish Shmata dealer, which means a clothing store owner. And he established, you can see on the right, Alex Abramson's son. It's not the big roof building, it's a smaller one right in the back there, which was the ancestral home of him and his children, my father, who was the son of the Alex Abramson, and of course then my father and I, we lived in a little apartment above the store there. And so just for a second here, I thought about how the Babylonians expanded the use of paper to popularize the topic. And paper just got more and more popular over the next 1,000 years until my own lifetime, in which the paper mill declined precipitously because few people read newspapers. So the demand for paper has dropped so much. My father, Adam Shalom, understood in a very pressing way that the future in the falls was looking dim because it was a single industry town, and so he ensured that I would be able to go to the big city, Toronto, where ultimately I would study Talmud that was popularized by the Gaelic on pages of paper. But now I work primarily in the material, which is entirely digital. This is what we're engaged in today. What we're doing in studying history right now is very, very far from paper. There's no way to actually capture this on paper. So we have really come to a brand new cycle in information technology transfer. Very excited to be at this cusp of a great moment for the popularization of Talmud, Jewish history in general. Okay, sorry for that little sort of tangent. Let's go back to our material. The Geonim, of course, are the leaders of the academies now based in Baghdad. And we actually know a fair bit about them because of a really interesting letter that was written by the heads of one of these academies, Rav Sharira Gaon. Gaon is not a surname, it's a title. And he is asked by a community in North Africa, hey, can you explain to us, of course in much more formal language, how exactly did the Talmud come to be? And, what do we make of these kinds of conflicts, and how are we supposed to use it and so on? And he writes a kind of a pamphlet length or small book length letter responding, explaining a lot about the evolution of the Talmud as a manuscript, and he goes beyond the period of the closing of the Talmud, which would be around the year 500, to describe the next 500 years of Jewish history in Babylonia, which in particular describes the institution of the Gaonate and a sister institution called the Exilarchy. Now, we have had opportunity in previous lectures to speak a little bit about the earlier period. At this point, we should really talk about the growing conflict between the Geonim as the intellectual and spiritual leaders not only of Baghdadi Jewry, but really of world Jewry at this time. And the exilarchs were recognized by the Muslim authorities, as they were prior to this by the Persian authorities under the Sassanid Empire and so on, as the de jure and de facto leaders of the Jewish minority. The term exilarch in Aramaic is a resh galuta, and there's actually a prayer that's recited for the position. Even today in most synagogues, there's a prayer in the Orthodox liturgy that is still recited today, even on Saturday mornings, for the health and welfare of the exilarch. The term, of course, exilarch means leader of the exile, but that's not to say that the Geonim and the exilarchs always saw eye to eye with one another. The Geonim, of course, the person who had reached the height of being the leader of the academy had to be very proficient in Jewish law and had to be a superior administrator and so on, whereas the exilarch was a descendant of David. That was a very important thing. And there's a lot of politics involved in maintaining that particular position. So what you see frequently in the Talmud is kind of like the occasional moments of friction. There were exilarchs who were much more pious and much more learned, but it seems that they were the exception to the rule. And perhaps one of the clearest examples of this and the awkwardness that this created was regarding an exilarch named Restream. He was alive at the time of the Muslim conquest, and when the Persian king was defeated, the Muslim conqueror took some of his daughters, that is the Persian king's daughters, the princesses. He took one of them for himself as a bride, and he gave the other one to the Jewish exilarch Restream. Now, Restream married her, and he had a number of sons with her, who later went on to become exilarchs as well. And this created kind of an awkward moment, because it doesn't sound like such an kosher type of wedding. I mean, first of all, she's not Jewish. Second of all, she's taken captive in war. Thirdly, it looks a little bit like a kind of shotgun marriage, where the new Muslim ruler says, "Here, this is your wife." And so the rabbis and the Geonim had difficulty dealing with this particular situation. Ultimately, they found sort of like a halakhic way to accept it. Specifically argued that, although we don't know the details, but it's hard to believe that someone as important as the exilarch did not actually have his wife converted, and so she must have converted to Judaism, and so that kind of like assuaged concerns, but there was always kind of like a lingering doubt. Rav Shira Gaon, for example, is very careful to point out that he says that even though I am also descended from exilarchs, I'm not from the Bustanai exilarch part of the family. Like there's kind of like an arm's length relationship to it. And so you frequently see conflict between the Geonim and the exilarchs over a whole host of activities. In this context, we have to mention one of the most important of the Geonim ever, this very unusual creative figure named Rav Saadia Gaon, who lived in the late 9th and early 10th century. He was a brilliant scholar. He wrote very effectively on Hebrew linguistics, with a commentary on the Torah. He engaged in very heavy polemics with the Karaites, we'll discuss in just a moment. And he actually was not afraid of picking a fight over his interpretation of the Torah. One of the most significant elements was a conflict he had with the leaders of Jerusalem, who disagreed on something as important as the calendar, specifically when would Yom Kippur fall in a particular year. And Rav Saadia Gaon strongly argued for a different date in Jerusalem. Ultimately, he actually won that particular debate, and that really demonstrated the primacy of Babylonia over Jerusalem. He himself was not a Babylonian, he was from Egypt, and in fact, one of the big surprises was when the exilarch actually appointed him to lead the Academy of Surah, and they later on the Exilarch had a conflict with Rabbi, even though he had originally hired into the position. They had a major conflict. They were eventually able to match it up. But this is the kind of environment in which there is a religious, intellectual, academic head to the community, and at the same time a political head to the community that may be associated with wealthier powers. They frequently come into conflict with one another. But it is the Geonate that really has the longest impression on Jewish history because of their intellectual leadership. I alluded a moment ago to one of the activities of Sandoval, and that is his conflict with the Karaites. Karaites are a fascinating population, and I hope to return to later on in the series, but it is in this period when they really begin to see significant growth. Unlike the mainstream Jewish community, which are called the Rabbinites, who follow the interpretive tradition that includes the Talmud as a major source of how to negotiate the text of the Torah, the Karaites reject that interpretive tradition and argue that the original biblical text has to be observed much more stringently. There are many occasions in which the Talmud discusses the ambiguities in the original text of the Torah and argues that it should not be understood on a face value. This is inevitable. There are so many passages in the Torah which admit of ambiguity. Sometimes there are passages in the Torah which appear to be contradictory to one another, and the only way to negotiate these kinds of difficulties is just to have an interpretive tradition. So a figure in the 8th century named Anan ben David had proposed a rejection of the Talmud as a whole. There's a lot more interesting story about why exactly this happened. We have really only polemical accounts to describe his disagreement with the community as a whole. It appears that he was, for example, in line to become an exilarch, and he was passed over, and some have argued that this was part of the reason for his creation of an alternative interpretive tradition. But at any rate, he didn't form what were called at the time Karaites, but later Karaites observed his legacy as their primary impetus for their religious thought. The Karaite movement, however, expanded significantly throughout these centuries, despite the long-term conflict with the Rabbinites. And here you can see on this map the many centers that they established themselves in, and of course they exist to this very day. Now, when you look at Karaite history, for hundreds of years, historians have been first to evaluate this movement from within the context of the highly polemical religious literature that exists on the topic. That is, Rabbinites like Rav Sandoval criticizing the Karaites, and Karaites criticizing.
I'm like, no, that's where I parked because I saw them eating chicken wings. I noticed they were eating chicken wings. I'm like, I'm about to hit these things when I'm parking. And then I noticed they were there. So when I saw the chicken wings, I was like, oh shit, that's where I was parked. That car is gone.
And the bone graveyard. Well, this episode, as always, is brought to you by Z-Bar. As said to Mr. Laser.
These are really good. You eat it on air or something?
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. We'd be sad if you didn't.
Z-Bar?
Erica, can I interest you in a Z-Bar?
I'm good today.
All right. Okay. You're playing Tetris over there. Gonna maybe beat a high score.
Maybe.
Damn, that's good. Keep it busy. I know, aren't these things pretty good? They're really good.
They're super tasty and they're good for you.
It's the kids' version of Cliff Bar, Z-Bar.
Dope. They help you grow and they help you sleep.
I don't think legally we can say they're good for you. Well, it says UDSA of organic.
It's organic. It helps your bones. There's a lot of calcium. There's something in here that helps your bones. It helps growing bones for little kids. And we're trying to get them as a sponsor. We're trying to get any sponsor, quite frankly. So if you're watching this and you own a business, we're looking for sponsors desperately. So we need to get a hold of Z-Bar somehow. We have to get a hold.
We're barely staying afloat.
Yeah, I mean, Casey's not kidding. No, we're hanging on by a thread.
I'm underselling it, if anything.
And thank you, because I'd be real scared if you were actually talking about it, because I know how emotional you get talking about it. I get emotional. It's like, oh my God. Well, let's just say Q2. If Q2 doesn't work out, there won't be a Q3. No. And maybe we don't want to say for who, but it's going to be for us, not for us, and not for some other people, some specific people too. That we're taking them down with us. Yes. We're talking about Virginia Tech, Grant. No, wait, I'm kidding about that.
What?
Grant, our podcast goes to the whole studio.
Do y'all have an energy drink sponsor?
No.
I'm actually meeting with one after this. Send them your way.
You can?
Yeah, 100%. That's it. I got an ad guy, so.
Oh my gosh.
Whoever you need.
Yeah, what's Lee's? Yeah, what's the drink?
It's like a pre-workout thing, but it's for gamers, not for working out. You take it before you game. Swear to God, I met him at the weed show Friday, and he gave me a big goodie bag. He goes, "Hey man, can we talk about sponsorship?" And he wants to go have lunch after this. I said, "Yeah, and it's like, I was like, you take this just to play video games?" He's like, "Yeah." I go, "I'm in, bud."
Yeah.
So I'm gonna geetered out on fucking.
What's it called? Do you know?
It's in the back of my blazer.
Okay.
I'll tell you off show. But seriously, if you need, I'll send him your way. He's looking for sponsors.
Please do. Yeah.
Hey, looks like Q2 is gonna roll into Q3. Okay, we're back.
I know. But William, you do big game. That could be helpful for your. It could be helpful for Ender's scroll.
Do you Twitch or not? Do you stream or anything?
Well, I Twitch sometimes after I get off the toilet. There we go. Like my arms, because I've been holding it so hard. He's doing heads. He's doing his
Hey, thanks for having me, dude. So glad you can come run Joe's body, dude.
A Twitch stream. Yeah, Twitch is any stream. Classic. But seriously, fucking prune juice. I've been drinking a coffee cups. I don't know how many ounces it is, but I filled up to the very tippy top of the coffee cup and I chugged one. And I sort of got an hour later at most, it's coming out of my butt.
You do this all the time?
Well, I started doing it the past several days because I started doing the workout stuff again a little, which has felt really good. But I've been drinking I drink a little freaking whey protein after I work out with some 2% milk, and that has been clocking my ass up.
Yeah.
So after 2 days, I was like, okay, gotta do something.
Now he's addicted to diuretics.
Yeah, now I'm addicted to prune juice, but it's like expensive. It's like $7 for like kind of a small bottle.
This is not cheap.
Yeah, it's not cheap. Nightmare. I didn't know it's so expensive. How much can a small bottle make you? Like, how many days of pooping is that? 3 servings. Oh, so like 3 days of poop. 3 days of poop. $2 a day.
I know. Coffee don't just do it to you.
No. But I have been mixing. I drink the prune juice out of the coffee cup, and then I do it out with water real quick, and then I make some coffee.
Oh, so you double down.
I'm doubling down on it.
Yeah.
But no Twitch though. You get on Twitch?
I play more like sports games like FIFA and Madden and stuff. And people are like, "Oh, you should stream," but the idea of just, I can go in the mirror and make a retarded video about what I'm wearing, but the fact of me going like this and people like sending me little tokens, it's weird to be like, because I violently get upset when I lose or break the guy. I broke 4 controllers in the past. See,
You know how many tips you would get if you broke?
Yeah, I know, because people might love that. But see, I haven't seen a page where someone just is terrible at Call of Duty and just breaks everything in their fucking vicinity. And I'm like, there might be a niche market for this.
I think there is.
Rage quit? Call it rage quit? You know?
Yeah, who gets it? It's bad for your mental health. It's clearly destroying your life.
With the coins.
The coin thing. But dude, you were talking about the produce, like, did that ways to wellness thing, the stuff that Brigham, Rogan's like, the peptide guy or whatever. And I had to go get my blood work done. And before the show today, I had the consultation, and they go over all your blood panels and stuff. Boy, my cortisol level for stress she's like, this is the most reading I've ever seen on a human being. I go, really? You don't say. I'm holding it together pretty well, but inside, I'm a ball of failure. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, I'm like, oh, now they got me. I'm like, I got to quit drinking. I'm gonna die. Like, I why did I even do this? So now,
so what do they do? Can you get on medicine? Or
yeah, so it's for like, she's gonna give me like this. It's called a cortisone monitor. It's like a vitamin you take. It helps relieve your stress, and then testosterone and stuff like that. Get back, but it's just like man, I rather wish I wouldn't have done that blood test. You know, I was fine in my head, you know, but now it's on paper, so it's real.
She was saying, like, you're at risk of, like, having, like, a heart attack.
Well, she's like, your cholesterol's high, but your bad cholesterol, your good cholesterol's high, and then your lipids, and my kidneys and liver, you know, right? Which I literally thought that would be the worst, but they're like, oh no, it's your heart. You know, and you have the heart of a 74-year-old, and I go, right? It's not that bad, but I was just like, she's like, yeah, there's some things you can do, some supplements you can take, but I mean, like, you get right back on the righteous path. But I'm like, I should probably quit drinking for 90 days.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
You got this news today?
Yeah, literally prior to coming onto this, they're like, this is all what you need to do better. This is what's messed up with you. And your stress levels are through the roof,
especially if your lipids are off.
Yeah, but she said my thyroid was great, though. Yeah, contradicting. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh my God, we're sitting here. You're a dead man walking.
The ticking time bomb. I get in the car and the Blades have a heart attack at the yellow light. Can't wait, dude. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I remember when I went to the doctor, and when I was living in LA, I went to for the first time in forever in the middle of me not doing good. And I think they were like, what do you work out or something? Because some levels were high in my liver. I was like, no, I haven't been working out. And so it was, I can't remember what the chemical was, that there's way too much in my liver. I was like, no, I drink a lot. Like, they're like, oh, it's that thing. Yeah, it was some. Yeah, I went to the doctor once. They said that to me. Like, they were like, your enzymes are off or something.
Yeah,
my enzymes. Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, like a 40-page document of all the blood, like optimal, non-optimal, low, and I'm just like, all right, damn. So gotta adjust, man. Yeah, but it just costs so much to stay alive. I don't even have insurance. You know, like,
dude, was that expensive? The thing that you did?
It was, you know, kind of got the hook up on it. You know, sponsorships,
friends and family.
You know, nice. If you don't ever ask, you won't know. Go, hey, you guys doing this for free? You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta ask.
So you're gonna get on the testosterone, and you're gonna start working it. Don't you need to work out?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing that. I run and lift and stuff, but like, I can tell like I'm not 18. Like I don't wake up with an erection anymore and snore. You know, so I probably do a CPAP machine. I looked up a bunch of shit before I got on this podcast, just medical jargon. You know what I'm saying? So,
you need a CPAP machine for the boner.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I think that induces oxygen, right? You need oxygen to your pecker, I think.
Where do you sleep? On your side or your stomach?
Under the bed.
That's your first problem. You need more oxygen.
Yeah, she's like, tilt your bed up to like 15 degrees. I was like, I don't have a sleep number. You want me to just put a bunch of pillows under me? Or like me to sleep in a recliner?
Well, ask Casey. My bed Casey sleeps in an incline. My bed has a button. Yeah. Move my whole bed up. It can look like I'm sitting straight up.
What? Why is his eyes open? He's sleeping.
He's right. Don't make any movements. You'll think you're a shadow. Yeah, when we were in Vegas, we stayed in the same hotel room up at the Luxor. I remember one night looking over at Casey's ass, and he was sleeping, like sitting up, kind of.
Really?
I sleep propped up. I feel like I have like cardiac arrhythmia. Look, I don't want to get into health stuff here.
I'm sorry, I brought it up.
We all have a can of worms going on. Yeah, none of us are doing great. But I sleep a little propped up, or else it feels like my heart is skipping a beat.
Oh, like your rhythm's off, like irregular beat.
So I have to sleep a little with like 4 pillows.
Do you get sleep paralysis?
I used to when I was doing speed.
When I take too much Adderall, I swear to God, when I take too much Adderall, I get it. He's in the corner, and I swear to God, it looks like Hinchcliffe in a top hat. It looks just like him. My sleep paralysis demon is Tony Hinchcliffe in a top hat. I swear to God. No way. It's been like that before I met him too. It's crazy.
You get the hat man.
I get the hat man.
That's so scary.
Hey, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I cannot sleep on my back. If I sleep on my back,
that's what
you get. Sleep right. If I sleep on my stomach or my side, I'm okay.
Same way.
And that's why Casey sleeps.
That's why I sleep propped up. I have been going through this for years. Through trial and error, I figured out how to save myself.
Wait, so why does it happen? Do you think with the speed or the Adderall? Or is it because you're going to sleep in the way you shouldn't be going to sleep? All I know is when I've taken excessive amounts through the course of a few days, like 4 or 5 20-milligram pills a day, which is probably your skin starts turning. When your skin starts turning the orange color of the pill, it's like
your legs are blue. You have no circulation. He used to have take like 5 or 6 a day. Just can't walk anymore.
Yeah, I might have messed my shit up because Erica can attest. My hands and feet are freezing all the time. They're always
blood flow, right? It's a blood flow.
Yeah, it's a blood flow issue or something. And then I got in the ice bath at the place I've been working out. And it's so funny. I was around 3 dudes who told me to get in, and I got in. And they're all telling me, oh, yeah, you get in this, your motors will be a lot better. And I'm standing here thinking to myself, who are these guys? What's going on? I just met them, and they're telling me about my penis, how it'll be the ice bath is real good for your penis. I'm thinking, this seems strange. They're very nice. I don't really care. But I'm thinking in my head, a little weird.
They have no right. They have no right to tell you that.
How do they know?
Yeah, right. They don't know what I'm dealing with when I'm fucking, and it felt really warm on my hands and feet that are normally cold. I stayed in the thing for 3 minutes. It felt
Are you
good.
doing 3 minutes?
That's what I did on Sunday. Went in the sauna and went in that motherfucker, and it was shockingly cold. I couldn't breathe at the beginning, but then I was remembering. I talked about it with Casey a bunch, but I was in this fraternity, and I remember on the last night they had an ice bath in the president's room, like some bathtub filled with ice and water, and they were punching my fucking ass and making me do like the preamble in the Greek alphabet, and I was fucking blindfolded for 15 hours. So I was able to get in my head in the ice bath. This isn't that bad. At least they weren't punching me right. They were blindfolding you. Yes, damn.
You got haze.
Literally beating.
Is that haze or is that's
haze? Well, it was malicious hate.
That is a really,
like molestation? It's a little bit.
There was no, thank God, there was no real sexual stuff because you hear about that with fraternity. Yeah, not what I went through. Really, it was not anything like that. It really wasn't. It was all more physical. But if somebody walked down in the basement and saw the 35 dudes without their shirts on doing the push-ups and stuff, it probably would look strange. Yeah, some person who walked down in there, they would think, what the fuck, this looks sexual or something. But it wasn't. It wasn't.
Sure.
But
Hell, you were blindfolded, you say?
Yes, yeah. And then a couple years after I'm gone, they get charged with butt chugging. And CNN and all the news channels.
Charged with butt. That's if you looked at my permanent record, you'd see I've also been charged with butt chugging. Sadly, and I've had 2 strikes for butt chugging. Next one, I'm gone for life.
Yeah, on the 3rd strike, that is not good, especially for butt chugging.
Oh, you're done. They send you to Leavenworth.
Yeah, God.
I was an Eagle Scout. We would take the younger Boy Scouts and we'd bury them up to their neck in sand and put maple syrup on their foreheads. Let the ants pick at them for an hour or 2, and then we let them go.
Damn, I'm sure they were scared to death.
Yeah, no butt chug though. Goddamn, what a treat.
I know, I never did that either. But just as you were saying, though, you got the young guys, you do have to put them in their place a little bit.
Yeah, uncheck your
really, you can really put them in their place sometimes. You don't need them acting up. You don't need any of that shit. But yeah, it was really nice. So I do recommend
how we got here from ice baths is incredible.
Yeah, the turn. Well, William normally has a story about how they were beating on him. They used to beat him.
Yeah, no, it was in 2006. So it was before everybody had their iPhones and phones. So there was no, you just had a flip phone still, I think, with like the little camera. So I couldn't take, but I wish more than anything I could go back in time and take a picture of my body because I remember looking. It's like, I don't know, 7 a.m. or something. I'm not even happy. I just got through. Like, other people are kind of happy. I'm not happy at all. And I'm just up in my dorm room by myself looking at my body thinking, holy shit. And, like, some of the other dudes are out in, like, the 4-yard area, like, having fun, about to go eat breakfast. And I'm like, how are they doing anything right now? I'm traumatized.
Like, your body was fucked up.
Oh, yes, bruises, horrible bruises everywhere, cuts. I ended up getting the staph infection in my leg a day or 2 later. They go to the emergency room. Oh, my God. Woo!
You were almost a victim. They almost killed you.
Yes. And the year after, the kid almost got his arm cut off because he didn't go fast enough to get a staph infection checked out on his arm. And his hair had to come down.
Staph is part of the hazing process. That feels off the books, to be honest.
Yes, it was was in just the frat house. It was so nasty, and we'd be wallowing around in the bathroom and on the hallway floors and in people's rooms. There was a lot of wallowing around, bows and toes. There's glass in my elbows at one point. It was a nightmare.
Why don't they blindfold you? So like,
Seriously, they'd break glass and then they'd be like, okay, bows and toes, and then you got your fucking elbows in the fucking glass. People are bleeding. What? It was like insane. I swear to God.
Bows and toes.
You know bows and toes?
Well, that sounds like that. We went to a military school. We would have to do bear crawls. Is that similar? Bows and toes.
It must be. It's where you are in a push-up position, but instead of using your arms, you're on your elbow.
but it's shard glass.
Edge of your elbow.
Shard glass.
And we'd have to do it on bottle caps sometimes. That was a real thing. We were doing it on bottle caps. I swear to God.
Why did you keep going?
Well, I quit during, I quit in the middle of it during homecoming because we had to do something called palm. We had to make these things called palms, which were tiny little pieces of paper, and we'd have to roll up in balls, and then like people were making floats out of them for a parade. I was like, fuck this. I've been doing it for 10 hours. Yeah, it was horrible. I think I had probably tests coming up or something, and I'm just doing that for 10 hours, and I'm like, fuck this. This is insane. But then somebody came to my dorm room and fucking coaxed me to go back, so I went back. Yes, I have. Yeah,
Holding back, yeah.
Boys will be boys.
They were pissed when I came back. They were like, oh, pussy, you quit. So it was like I shouldn't have quit because I got even more heat when I came back. Oh, God. Yeah, it was a nightmare. And how long is that? Is that a week? Is that a week of them? No, from August to December.
Until semester.
Until you semester.
Oh, my God, dude.
The whole first fucking semester.
Was it worth it, you think? Was it worth it to be in the frat?
These memories I have now are really, I really like. It was fun. Right when I got there, in the first little bit of time, it's like they're having all the parties and stuff. And it was like, because I was partying in high school a decent amount. I go to house parties and stuff. But it was fun. I mean, it was like you go to like these big houses that people lived in. And it was like these giant mansions. Crazy. Not really like that, but it was just like these giant parties going on with a whole bunch of alcohol. It was just so much fun. It was like the high school parties I went to, but up several notches. I was having it, so that was fun. I had a wonderful time. That's good. Fucking doing that, but the other stuff, yeah, it's just kind of, I don't know. My two closest buddies are dead from the fraternity, so that's sad. Yeah. So I don't really communicate with a whole lot of the people. I saw randomly the pledge class president, a guy named Stephen Joseph, recently had a second child, and I called him up. We spoke on the phone. It was nice talking because I remember Stephen. He was the president, so he was the last one to get into the fraternity. And I remember I was blindfolded for like 15 hours. His ass must have been blindfolded for another couple after me. And I remember going out to the bathroom where people were, and it was only him, and they were just brutalizing. And I was thinking I was already so on edge just in my mind and my body. It's like I don't know how he's going through this. And I brought it up when I talked to him. I have a lot of respect for him. I don't know how he did that. He got it worse than my ass, and I got it pretty bad. People didn't like me for some reason.
Well, they blindfold you so
They really didn't. They were going after me.
they blindfold you so when they hit you, you can't flinch.
Right?
And so like you can't like absorb the punishment. That's what that's about. They do that when they like in interrogations when they interrogate people. That's why they blindfold you so you can't anticipate the hit because it catches you off. Yeah, so there's no kind of like tense muscle to block any. You just get whelped.
Yeah, that's what's going on.
I'm kind of turned on right now.
Well, the one time I hazed everybody, was 35 dudes in a circle with the blindfolds on. I went up to every single fucking one of them, and as hard as I could, I hit him with my elbow in the chest. And I wake up the next day and I'm like, why can I not move my fucking arm? Why can my arm not move? And then it started slowly coming back into my brain. Dude, you fucking knocked each one of those dudes in the chest last night.
That's incredible.
What compels you? Because you've told me this before. What compels you to do the elbow? Like that's such a strange.
Because I was thinking if I use my fist or something, that hurts. I've never been in a fight. I'm a big old pussy, so I was thinking I can hit somebody wrong with my fist or hurt my wrist or something. So I was thinking the fucking elbow, you can get some power behind the elbow. Got their ass. It was just at the end. That was the only time I did it. It was like my senior year. I was like, dumb. And I was like, I'll never see that. I'll never be able to see that. I might win in Rome. Finally, I'm gonna watch it. I used to love watching it. I just would never participate.
You're just following orders. That's this is a microcosm of society.
Oh yeah, when people were blindfolded, the weirdo guys would come around and fucking do really start hating. Like when the people couldn't tell who's messing with them. Because when I was on the other side, I could watch the people doing it. I was so interested in like who would really get into it. And yeah, some of the weird dudes would really love it when they were blindfolded because the people didn't know who was doing it.
Psychopaths.
Crazy. Yeah. Oh, they were crazy.
That leads to shit later in life after.
Yeah, they had issues and they were getting it out in college.
Yep. Well,
like what would they do?
Just like physical kind of stuff, like punching, like real aggressive, probably mainly punching kind of stuff. And it wasn't necessarily in people's faces. People weren't getting like punched in the face. There was a lot of all on your body. Yeah, it was kind of psycho.
Sure, kind of. There's that one weird kid that just like licks people and shit while they're blindfolded. He's just like, you know, like a comforting mother's tongue. You know,
we should finger him.
We should finger him. Never know. I know. Wouldn't that be crazy? It's almost surprising that stuff like that didn't happen. It didn't. It really didn't.
Well, I mean,
it's almost surprising. And then there's yes, that would happen. I know, and that ended up happening. So that's weird. So that means they really embraced their free and were doing it because I think they were getting in the bathroom. And then the one guy would install the tube in the butthole, and then I guess you pour the Franzia or whatever it may be into the funnel. Franzia? I think they were doing Franzia, the box wine installed.
The hot box wine. Holy shit.
Have you heard Franzia before?
Yeah, but I never knew it was called that. We just called it hot box wine. I never knew it had a fucking name.
The name great.
It's a name. You never took the bag out and slapped the bag out?
That started right at the end of my drinking era.
Yeah,
That was brand new.
yeah, that's exactly. I know what it looks like. I just never knew it.
You know what? I might have slapped it.
I love Chillable Red.
Yeah, Chillable Sunset Lush is mine.
That's yours?
Yeah, I thought someone put their name on it. I didn't know. It was a fucking name brand.
That was like Josh.
Yeah, who's Franzia? I'm having some of this.
Yeah, that was good. And yeah, it was just exciting. Somebody can hold it up, and then you do the smell. It's like dramatic. It's a dramatic way of drinking. It is. Yeah.
Can I get your vape laser?
You sure can. I actually have another one in the car on the grab for you.
Well, that's okay.
Hey man,
you can anticipate. Yeah.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, you like
Yo,
Red Band put me on
what is that one?
blueberry fab.
Frozen blackberry fab.
Pretty good.
Take your fried
Good.
Thank you. I've never seen like butt chug stuff, but in Arizona, in Scottsdale, I saw a boy get cocaine blown into his butthole.
That's not a vape.
Really?
And yeah, he like a whole gram, like she blow darted it in there for him, and he got hit by a car 2 days later, and he's paralyzed. Really? And he got fired for it because the chick that blew the cocaine in his butt, it was his boss's little sidekick that he was seeing. And drama, yeah. He got hit by a garbage truck when he was crossing the street.
Was he still like awake from the cocaine?
Yeah, he was high off his ass. It was a whole gram, and I'm pretty sure he kept fueling up. Damn, if it bypass your liver, it gets you extremely fucked up. I've taken an Adderall up there before, but I've never really. Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, I've moved cocaine.
I've never done with the powder.
I'll do another one. That was something else, though. What do you mean? I just don't really hit them. They're good.
We're going. We won't need any doors.
Yeah, sometimes during COVID, I would be working
better the other week.
and I would empty out vegetable capsules like vitamin capsules
capsules, like the gelatin ones, just put Coke in there, just put it up my ass. Sometimes like
When would it? How fast would it start affecting?
maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah,
It really got you geeked up.
Because it bypasses your liver and after it gets rid of all the impurities and shit in it. So like once it's, if you don't hit that, you know, like a shot will fuck you up. A shot will fuck you up, like your blood. Yeah, it's severe.
I know, that's what I've heard. It can be
very
very deadly.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the cocaine, I feel like if I was still doing that, that would be fun. That'd be like maybe fun something. Yeah, it's just a fun, like, retreat. You're like, you know what, I'm staying in tonight, I'm gonna move a little bit.
Let me plug. What does it last? Like the same amount as if you squirt it?
Sure.
Yeah, I think the duration about the same.
Welcome.
Intensity of it is.
What up, UAE Exotic Falconry and Finance? How you living, pimp? What's good, dog? How you living, baby? Kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me? Okay. Oh, no way. You're from Blue Sky? Thank you so much for coming here. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, well, first of all, apologies for my bots. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's what I do with my life. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, and that may make me a very influential person someday. And I'm going to help you, UAE, Exotic Falconry, and Finance. If you need it, I'm going to take care of all your friends, your family. Make sure you're financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to ensure that you are able to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to be able to help the world. How's that sound? Absolutely. I am, yeah, definitely. No, I do it for the good of the world. I don't do it specifically for Judaism. I really want to I want to educate the world on ending world hunger through the use of technology. People don't know that we could do that with things like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is build wells in Nigeria and other developing nations. I want to continue those kinds of projects. I additionally am an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Yeah, most certainly. No, you're absolutely. Yeah, so that's the name of the cryptocurrency. They sent me a bunch of merch, and I wear it. So it's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth about $100 million, and these are their NFT. Am I the what? Yeah. Uh, no, no, no. I create the Blue Sky bot. It's right here. Do you want to see how it works? I'm down for it. Do you want to see my bot? No, no. I really like what you said, though. I'm always willing to collaborate with people. Okay, just one moment, my friend. Absolutely. So you're aware it has like really bizarre names, like really get your attention kind of names, right? Excellent. Okay, here we go. So let me turn on the camera. Okay, here I am. I'm gonna flip it, and Absolutely, I built the whole server. I appreciate that. So what you're going to see is blue sky, and you're going to see the pink cursor. And what the pink cursor is going to do is it's going to refresh the page by newest. It's going to organize by English. Then it's going to come over here. It's going to get the latest posts. And then what it does is it likes, retweets, and comments on every single person, no matter who they are. So right here, we've got someone named Ellen Genderless. It's going to like their comment, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Then it's going to repost it. And you can see that little pink cursor. And then what it's going to do is going to comment on it. And what it does is it actually sends a Blue Sky link that has a picture in it that Blue Sky cannot ban, or they haven't figured a way out to ban it yet. And it's just got this huge wall of text. I call it a manifesto just to get people's attention. But it talks about some of the things that I talk about, like Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, just a lot of futurology stuff. And then it goes to the next person and just continues it. Yeah. Yeah, everybody says the Dr. Rogers. Yeah, everybody says that. That's incredible. Well, more than 3.5 years going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of a guy, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If you really want to blow your mind, in the upper left corner, you're going to see a link that says 24-hour YouTube streams. Put that in YouTube, and you'll see I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now. You can watch me in 360 degrees. I have a ceiling camera. Okay. That's hilarious. Well, I mean, at least in my opinion, you can do whatever you want religiously, but I am a religious individual. I daven every day. I lay tefillin every day. I keep kosher. I say brachot. So I don't want to mock that really, but what I do want to do is educate. Okay. 100. I get it. I 100% get it. Do you mind if I tell you about some of the other stuff I like to discuss? You're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine. I appreciate you being here and sharing everything. Yeah, so because I have so much content, I don't. I mean, what I do is I do podcasts with people. So those are nice chunks that people can digest for themselves. I do have some people who clip and create content for me or memes, but really this is a gold mine and or like a absolutely. You're fine. So things I like to talk about are futurology topics such as antimatter, anti-gravity, faster than light communication, faster than light travel, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, quantum computing, cryptocurrency. I enjoy talking about de-extinction technology. If you didn't know this, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 20. What did you say? Oh, that very well could be. 20, you're good. You're good. You're good. 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind blowing project. They recently headlines with the dire wolf. They created three dire wolves, and people have been able to meet them. Joe Rogan was able to meet them. They are have after the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth on their agenda to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I invite anyone you'd like. Thank you. I appreciate it. Take your time. I'm here. Yeah. Okay. That's okay. Just in the upper corner of this call right now, it just says create invite, and you can copy that and paste it to anyone you wish. Excellent. Very. Take your time. Rothschild, Rothschild. Quantum computing, artificial. We absolutely. That's certainly plasma engines are a thing. Certainly, those are all things, and given enough time, they're all achievable technologies. Sure, artificial. Absolutely. No, I don't think you're patronizing at all. So we've got artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like Santa Claus machines, things like space elevators, things like invisibility cloaks, things like faster than light communication, things like um, quantum computing, things like geothermal energy, things like nuclear energy, nuclear fusion, nuclear fission. That's fine. I get it. I love your enthusiasm. You're amazing. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, you're not ready at all. Hey, hey, hey! Before you pin it, or if you've already done it, that's fine. Let me send you the manifesto so that you have it. If you don't already have it, it's nope. I'm just going to send it to you in here. And so what you want to do is just check your DMs, and I just sent it to you. It's just one picture, but it tells about everything that I do. And then it has all of the technology that we talk about, or just a few of the items. But this is what I like to discuss. And this is, you should know, this is the biggest event in global history. This is essentially a time capsule of human society going back to the pandemic. But it's not just that. This is the most amount of data that any person's ever uploaded. And so generations of people will study this, not just for the story, not just it's a tale of a human life, not just because it's a time capsule. I always have a radio going on that captures every event that's going on. Well, welcome, welcome. How are you, Clay? Welcome. No, yeah, but aliens, that's that's correct. In fact, aliens are maybe my favorite topic. One, well, I really think that we perhaps were seeded here on Earth by some type of alien civilization. If you look and at least what alien abductees have said, they come from Zeta Reticuli. So we are perhaps a human zoo, or like an experiment of theirs, and we You're good. The former head of the Israeli space program, his name is Chaim Eshad, and one of the things that he has said is that we are visited here on a daily basis, and that our governments have had and built treaties with different alien civilizations, and whether that's true or not, yeah, I'm not sure of his current whereabouts. Absolutely. Look what you did, man. You have a wonderful community. Welcome, welcome, everyone. If you don't know who I am, let me introduce myself to you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. This is essentially a real life Truman Show or real life Big Brother. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data, specifically human data, archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to help everyone in here not just become financially independent if you're not already, not just create generational wealth if you don't already have that, but I want to be able to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I talk about things to improve the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, things like hydroponics and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. It's very active on Twitter. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. You know, one of the things we do is build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for those types of programs. I'm an advocate for projects like the LifeStraw program, and I'm an advocate for things like desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Other things that I like to talk about are futurology topics such as Anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, alien disclosure, quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex. Fast forward to the year, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, has founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. They just recently made they had their first anniversary or their first birthday of a dire wolf, which are 3 dire wolves that they created. Joe Rogan has met these dire wolves. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the woolly mammoth introduction, and then the dodo bird, which I just think is really exciting. Other things that I talk about that affect every single person in here are things like life extension technology. When Oh yeah, so that's essentially a replicator. It's basically a 3D printer that is connected to every element in the periodic table that will allow you to make anything that you want. You could make a car, you could make a dog, you could make a diamond ring, you could make a pen, you could make a Nintendo entertainment system. You could make a Super Nintendo. You could make a Nintendo 64. You can make literally anything you want. Imagine a 3D printer, but instead of using plastic, it uses every element in the periodic table of elements. It can replicate anything. Well, in the same way that we release Xerox machines or copy machines and they're unable to copy currency, we could have the same type of limitations for nuclear weaponry. If necessary, probably. Yeah, excellent. Oh, most certainly. I'm also based out of California, Irvine, and as you know, we have the Pacific Ocean just off the coast. We could use literally the Earth is 2/3 water. We could use that water through desalination and never have a water shortage again. Well, no. It's a great type of technology. Instead of digging the hole and throwing things down there, you use the heat of the inside of the earth to turn a turbine, and that's known as geothermal power. So, certainly that can be done. It's not necessarily the most efficient way. There are certainly the most efficient way that we currently have is nuclear. Nuclear is a miracle of science. But if people don't want to use nuclear energy, there's geothermal, which you mentioned. The fact that geothermal doesn't necessitate need of the sun is important. But really, one that I think it hasn't been explored is something known as tidal energy, where we put turbines in the ocean and allow Earth's natural waves to generate energy. We, one moment, one moment. One moment. One moment. We've had nuclear energy in the United States for 70 years. What do you mean we can't have it? You know, do you know how many people in the United States have ever died from nuclear fallout? Oh, okay. I mean, nevertheless, whatever we can use to have basically unlimited power opportunities is going to be extremely beneficial to either a state government or the residents of a state or the residents nationally. No, you're absolutely excellent. And what people are usually fear when they hear nuclear power is fallout. And people don't know that there have been less than 50 people or less than one person per year who has died from nuclear fallout in the history of nuclear fusion and fission. So when did this happen? People think people died at 3 Mile Island, zero people died there. People think that a lot of people died at Chernobyl, only about 41 people. You can go to Wikipedia, that's what's stated on there, died from Chernobyl. And people think Fukushima killed a lot of people through nuclear fallout, and it did not. The tsunami killed a lot of people, but you can see on Wikipedia 3 people died at Fukushima. So about 44 people in about 80 years of nuclear history is not that bad. I don't want anyone to die, but when you compare 44 people versus the amount of people who have died from the pollution of coal and of nuclear energy, I'm sorry, not nuclear energy, natural gas and petroleum, just the people who have to maintain those types of systems, more of them die than what we have who die of all time in the history of nuclear energy. So nuclear energy is extremely efficient. It's extremely it's extremely powerful, and in my opinion, is the future of energy for the world. I'm gonna, that's you're right in that, um, and its effects are very difficult to calculate because whether someone develops cancer 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, it can be there could be contributory factors to it, and thus it's easy for these types of companies to be able to get away with hurting people, and I want to stop that. People have always had a very close eye on who dies due to nuclear energy, and at least in the United States no one ever has, due directly to nuclear fallout. Well, when we talk about this, we're really talking about scales. Now, do I think there are planets at a planet scale, um, in a in a in an atomic sense in your room? No. But what I do think, wait. There are there are definitely similar patterns, especially when it comes to orbiting and vibrating that we see in the universe. Definitely. Now, in terms of scale, there's something like in terms of and I use AI all the time. I've been using AI since the launch of ChatGPT November 30th, 2020. So let's get the scales here. Yo, dog, can you please give me the scales from 10 to the negative 30 all the way to 10 to the 30th, and with 10 being at the human level, and 10 to the negative 30th being the nano level, and 10 to the 30th being somewhere around the size of the galaxy or the universe, I should say. And provide it to me in a list of 60. So from negative 30 to positive 30. All right, here we go. So to the negative 30th is way below Planck length. To the negative 29th is a hypothetical realm. Negative 28 to beyond known physics. Negative 27 is deep quantum speculation. So really the atomic scale starts at 10 to the negative 18th. Then we have subnuclear particles at 10 to the 16th. A femtometer or a proton size is at 10 to the 15th. A small nucleus is 10 to the 14th. Picometer and atom nucleus scales at 10 to the negative 12. A hydrogen atom radius is 10 to the negative 11th. An angstrom or an atom size is 10 to the negative 10th. So that's really what we're talking about, 10 to the negative 10th in terms of the size we're talking about at atom level. Well, it depends how you define intelligence. So you're talking at like the quark level, or that's okay. Okay, it also depends how you define life, but you're talking at like the quark level. I understand what you're saying. I really think that, well, you keep using the term universe. Are you sure you want to say universe? You're good. Yeah, yeah. So those are like the, at least when I built the server like more than a year ago, the most popular, according to AI, television shows of all time. And then like 50 most popular musical genres, and like the 50 most popular social media, 50 most popular sports, 50 most popular movie. I've got video games. Um, well, there, if you click on the text of it, I do have overviews of all of these, and it's my intention to be able to create robots that do all of that. But as of right now, Discord does not have that ability. So no, that's okay. It's against Discord's terms and conditions to do that. So you're not allowed to do that. Or I would. I do have bots that, like for instance, like the Joe Rogan Experience. I have a bot that plays all the Joe Rogans in here. However, it sometimes, it's, I didn't build the bot, so it's not as efficient, or I should say as stable as I'd like it to be. It might work for a month, but I want it to work for 100 years straight without any issues. And so if it has any issues, then it stops. So I don't normally, just for my own sanity, I don't normally lend support to those bots. But like I do have some bots that are very stable. If you go to Lo-Fi Boy, Lo-Fi Girl, dark ambient, peaceful music, peaceful piano. You go into any of those, they just are playing uh, content. Exactly. Thank you. I am. Yes. I'm an Orthodox rabbi, specifically modern Orthodox. I made smicha about 5 years ago, and and thank you. Thank you. And I didn't necessarily start on this road. I just was a religious individual and was recommended by my rabbi to study under rabbis. It was during the pandemic, but I had the privilege of studying with some rabbis around the world, including in Israel, and specifically under Rabbi Yehuda Oppenheimer. And so, after a course of study, I made smicha under him. And then from there, it was still the pandemic, and shul was still closed, synagogue was still closed, or at least we were doing a lot of things virtually. And it made me become more comfortable being on camera. When before I wasn't that comfortable on camera, you don't just start live streaming your life. It's slow. It's a slow adoption. My Chumash classes or my Torah classes were on camera. My Gemara or my Talmud classes were on camera. My Hebrew courses were on camera, and so I became more and more familiar. My Chavrusa, my paired learning was on camera, and then eventually recognized. And I'm also a certified project management professional, so I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies. And so I would go to work, or quote unquote go to work working remotely. And then I'd have classes in the evening, and everything was on camera. So I was on camera already about 16 hours a day or so. And I recognized that, you know what, if I just keep the camera on for another, yeah, exactly. Exactly. The way it started, though, specifically, I would after work would hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, and I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like, and so I started taking videos of myself, and some of them were funny. And I thought, you know what, in the future, my family, though, I don't have children or wife right now, in the future, I plan on doing that. And if they have interest in who their father is and what he was like before he met their mother and such, these videos might be valuable to me. So I started uploading those every night. Exactly. And I had seen the movie The Truman Show, and I know of the television show Big Brother and such. And I always thought, like, I'd even ask my parents as a kid, why don't we just record our whole life? Like when we would have like certain events or whatever, certain holidays or whatever it may be. Why don't we just put it on camera? And it was like, well, at the time, for VHS tapes, you would need to literally make that a full-time job and be able to do that. It wasn't practical. But with the emergence of the internet and being able to live stream, all I have to do is just make sure the streams are continuing, are maintained, and every 12 hours I stop them so that they archive, and you're able to watch them on YouTube. Any longer than 12 hours and they don't archive on YouTube. So this gives people the ability to literally watch a time capsule of human society. Maybe 100 years ago, someone might have written a diary or a journal and been a diarist or a journalist. Well, I'm just a modern day person who does it. But instead of me writing a diary or a journal that takes too long for me to do to really encompass everything, I do it through video. You're 100 you're 100% right. Many years ago, people might have seen this as like the Epic of Gilgamesh or even the Bible. And what I'm doing right now is essentially a modern day Bible, and people will study it in the future, just like we study the stories of people in the Bible. People will study my life in that way. Okay, so I can tell you everything that you need to do to be able to do it, and I'll get you set up to do it. I Everything I do is free, so all you need is just stable internet and devices. And just know that by you being on my stream, you're already doing it. So you're already a part. Oh yeah, you're already doing it right now. By the second that you joined my Discord and came on camera, that camera right there is recording you. And so you're already like, this is the birth of your what I call life streaming. It's not live streaming, well of course it is, but it's streaming of your life. So what you do you have a YouTube channel? Okay, excellent. So you can use that or you can create a new one. I'm live on Twitter Spaces 24 hours a day, and I know that you're familiar with what Twitter is. Do you have an iOS device that you can use on Twitter? Abs- abs- well, that's a great question. You'll find that really funny things happen, and you'll go and you'll clip it yourself, and you'll put it out there, and that content will go viral. I have some clips of mine that had hundreds of thousands of views that, like for instance, like one, I was in an AMA with someone who was a television anchor, and something funny happened, and I have a video of me that I was able to clip, and it has like 160,000 views. I mean, you can do that on your own. Basically, what you're doing is you become a content producer, and as Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, "Content is king." You can make it true today. You can basically take that data that you have and store it, or have Alphabet and Meta and Amazon and all of the other platforms store it for free. Now, if you're going to do this, I advise, well, the more devices you have, the better. But I advise multi-streaming, because what will happen is you'll lose an account or somebody won't like you and you'll get banned for copyright infringement or whatever it may be. And so you want to have backups and backups of your backups. So what you do is, I use a platform known as Rumble, and they have a feature that allows you to multi-stream for free, and thus you can connect YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Kick, and all of the other ones in that, basically unlimited amounts, or you could probably have at least 100. And then each device multi streams. So when you go live on one device, you go live on perhaps like dozens of devices, dozens of platforms. Okay, well, very well. I mean, right before you came in, I was watching Jewish lectures, and that's the best way to do it, aside from just going to your local Orthodox rabbi and studying under them. Um, yeah, I'm not the person to determine that for you. Everything. No, you don't freak me out at all. Everything is a journey, and there are wise sages who say that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. I think before you say that, hey, I'm going to be a rabbi, first become an Orthodox Jew, or at least, well, you made bar mitzvah, you made bar mitzvah when you were 13. You don't need a party to do that. Just on your 13th birthday, that's what happens. So that's already been done. Now you can celebrate it if that's something you want to do. I can't tell you. Okay, well, I mean, then the first thing that you would really want to do is connect with your local Orthodox rabbi. So you're in California, there are tons of local Orthodox rabbis. That's what I do, though. Absolutely. And I mean, I'm here I'm here to support you on that journey. And so if you ever have questions or you ever need support, I'm here for you. And again, some of my favorite activities are just to sit in here with my bots going and watch Jewish history lectures. I love them. I live with other people in a home based out of Irvine, California, and and we're very diverse. So some of them do. Some of them are like students at University of California, Irvine. I get other people. Well, and I've got other people who are like older people and they don't know anything really about the internet, and so it's a diverse household, and people are always moving in and out. And some of the people aren't from the United States. We had some people from Ukraine move here after the or like since the war, and like they barely they barely speak any English, so we've helped them with that. And they're like a student at Irvine, at a local Irvine institution, and um, like it's really you don't have to be Jewish to be. Uh, he actually is. The people who own the home are from Iran, and they are I think they're of Zoroastrian background. We we don't really get too much into religion, but I live close enough that I've got two shuls or synagogues, which I'm a member, within walking distance, which is really nice, and it's just a convenient place, and been here for quite some time, and don't need to necessarily make any changes currently. But I know once I go viral, I'm going to be able to buy the house. I'm going to be able to buy the whole block. I'll be able to do whatever I need financially because I really feel like I'll be not just one of the most influential people in the world, not just one of the wealthiest people in the world, but also one of the most famous people of all time. Absolutely. And so you see what my bots do. and how they get people in here and get people energized. And when I first started using the bots, they would be like kind of like boring names, like please join Rabbi's Discord, please join Rabbi's Discord, and that's great. I might get like 2 or 3 people who tweet about me or whatever, blue sky about me. But when I started making them funny, I get 25 people a day, at least like 25 threads a day of people who talk about me, which is really exciting because I just know that it's a matter of time. Now, on top of that, I have another bot that I've created that basically creates clips on Kick, and I get a lot of people in here from Kick as well. So I have multiple bots, always. Apologies, I'm here. I just had an internet hiccup. Well, we have Dodo here. Welcome, Dodo. How are you? Can you hear me? Feel free to talk if you. Hey, how are you? Welcome. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I wish I could. How'd you find out about me, Dodo? Oh, okay, very cool. All right. I do have Legos. I have the Seinfeld set, and I've got some other Legos, but they're not. I don't have them right here. Oh, excellent. Yeah. So I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I'm live right now on 22 different YouTube streams, and I do so for world peace. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I do with my life is just completely stream my life, most every aspect of it. And I talk about things to improve the world. That data is Earth's number one resource, according to the Economist magazine. Data overtook petroleum as. That's okay. That's okay. You should just know more than anything of all the things that I say. I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on society, and I'm here to give people hope. If there's anything that you ever need, Dodo, I'm here to help you, okay? No, not at all. You feel free to believe whatever you want. Yeah, absolutely. I talk about things to improve the world, though, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one thing that we do is build wells in developing nations. I'm sponsored by some people from Twitter, the cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and we build wells in Nigeria and other developing areas for the good of humanity. Other things that I'm an advocate of are things like the LifeStar program and desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. It is a lot. Apologies. My internet just had enough. I talk about other things to help the world. Really, I'm an advocate for life extension technology. So when you were born, Dodo, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. But if you want, in the future, I want to be able to give you all the money that you need to be able to take care of your friends, your family, to become financially independent if you're not already, to have generational wealth if you don't already, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. And with that money, I want you to be able to utilize life extension technology to be able to increase your life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy and cold shock therapies. But you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And if you want, this is all with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Dodo, is there may be an opportunity for you to experience digital immortality in the future. What are your thoughts?
My children were up there. I was in the basement. I spent a lot of time in the basement because
Very.
all the stuff that was going on with my marriage. But there was this. I was sitting in the gateway, the chair. There was a woman dressed and she black.
That's okay. That's all right. That's all right. I'm trans myself. I became non-binary according to the state of California in the year 2020, and I became a woman in the year 2024. I am about being whoever you want to be, and not just am I transgender, I guess. I'm also transhuman. So you can understand that you should be able to be whatever you want to be.
It's on his YouTube page. I also have it. And you put the headset on. Hissing, growling. I have audio. It's all exciting, wanting to talk to me. Sounds when it comes.
That's okay.
It was like it's everyone talk to me. All right. People will want to talk to you. Listeners are going to call in and they're going to want to talk to you as well. And we'll do that when we come back with Sean Berry Farewell, Falling from the Light. Katie Kate. Vocal performance. Taking us into the break.
That's fine. We're allowed to. No one has the real answer, so be whatever you want to be. Excellent. Well, as you know, that transgenderism is about personal freedom, personal autonomy, and so is the transhumanist community. You should be able to live as long as you want. There you go.
Answers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by
All right. Well, perhaps you should consider.
Ways to protect our radio at home, on the go, beyond the eye. Here's another Vizio TV. It's coming into your living room on your Vizio TV. TV remote for the iHeartRadio button for
I am. Ellen.
all your music, radio
Well, before I started live streaming my life, I attended every single day for years, never missing. I'm a very dedicated Jew. I do my best to keep as kosher as possible. I do my best to say blessings on everything, on all the food, and when necessary, I don tefillin on camera every single day. I am about to, after I speak with you, say a prayer called Havdalah, which is the close of Shabbat. I do everything that I do. I don't drive on Shabbat. I don't combust on Shabbat. I don't work on Shabbat. I am as dedicated as I can be to being a frum Jew with while live streaming my life. But prior to doing this, um, I was a Shomer Shabbat as you could be. My days consisted of attending synagogue starting at 6:15 in the morning. That was after I had already gone on a run and showered and put on a suit and such. I would then go to work. Then I would attend many times on my lunch hour. Uh, we would have uh, mincha, and then at night I would attend Marov. I would attend um, really 3 times a day for years, and I would also attend Chumash class or Torah class, took Hebrew to improve my Hebrew skills and Yiddish skills, and then I would attend Gemara or Talmud classes on a weekly basis. I'd also on Sundays I had paired learning Havrusa with some other people within the synagogue, and um, that's as orthodox as anybody on earth. Welcome, Riser. How you living, pimp? Absolutely. I'm watching the William Montgomery podcast while watching Jewish history lectures, and we have a friend here, Dodo. Dodo is, and I were just talking about some aspects of the transhumanist and transgender world, and just living like a pimp. What's good in your neck of the woods? Yeah, Dodo's a new friend. Yeah, absolutely. Dodo met me through a friend known as UAE Exotic Falconry and Finance. Have you ever seen this person on Twitter? They've got like 70,000 Twitter followers. Very, very charismatic, very funny individual. They found me through my bot on Blue Sky. Basically, my bot on Blue Sky and Riser, we've got some funny things to go through. Has been my bot has been spamming people, and one of the people who had spammed was this person, UAE Exotic Falconry and Finance. He came in and was really inspired by what I do, wants to do his own live stream, and has a lot of followers both on Blue Sky and on Twitter, and tweeted about me and posted about me. And then that's how we got to meet Dodo. Dodo saw one of their posts, and then that's how we got him in here. That's okay. Take care, Dodo. Bye. They had already said that their device was down. Yeah, you got that right. Zoot needs our help. He needs support. That's true. That's true. Uh, I see Dodo's back.
On a recent episode of AI safety expert.
Through my mother, I can I can follow my lineage through my grandmother's grandmother from Germany. Her name is Matilda Zegelmeyer, and I can follow her through to the Bible.
Levels are insanely high. Not like mine, but no, that's a lot. Broken. Please, rattled and asked the AI expert, but yours is what? Exactly, Polsky replied. Super intelligence, it's impossible. And wondered aloud if AI might own. And Polsky agreed, said some believe till it's too late. You can read more of this chilling story in the.com. Not just another dynamic community of genuine skeptics.
Yeah, I mean, generally we think of two, but the Talmud gives more. Even situations where people are intersex, the Talmud talks about seven. The Talmud talks about seven. So, I mean, you have men and women, and then there are androgynous people. So, people who have like both male and female characteristics. We have, as I recall, people who we call tumtum. These are people who lack sexual characteristics. We have aonate, which are people who were identified as female at birth without developing secondary female sexual characteristics at puberty. We have people who are known as Sarishana, which are identified as male at birth without developing secondary male sexual characteristics at puberty. And then there's Saris Adam, people who are identified male at birth without developing secondary male sexual characteristics because of castration. So there's the issue that occurs with cat. Let me.
Personal finances are you account with now from Birch Gold. Here are some of the last 12 months. The value of gold has bolstered demand.
Sure. The rabbis, certainly, the rabbis see things as in a certainly in a gender standpoint. They saw these things as biological realities. So within a community, basically, they would find that people fell into one of these seven categories. Generally, the first two, man and woman, but they're
Next, the word coast.
not like yeah, not like today. Generally, so you're asking like, how did someone who didn't have their someone who was androgynous, let's say. There are certain aspects of life that they wouldn't necessarily need to uphold. So, in terms of someone who maybe was identified as a woman at birth, but then never developed secondary sexual functions, wouldn't necessarily fall very neatly into the society where they would be ready for marriage around age 12 or so, or a male around age 13, and the reverse of that. But they were loved by their families and cared about deeply by their families, and were recognized that we're all made in the image and likeness of God, and due to God's will, they were just created a little differently than most of the people in society. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're any worse than any of the other people by any means.
Sometimes there's times I wake up and there's not. I've had some pretty dark.
Absolutely. The Levant, specifically. Yeah. Judea. And just like today, we have people with physical, biological abnormalities. The same thing happened then.
But at least learn how to protect yourself. There's many different ways to do it. I read Psalms 91, which is the
Very- Absolutely. Come back whenever you have any other questions. I'd love to get to know you better, Dodo.
can't stand that. So, and always say,
Absolutely. You're always welcome here.
they will back down.
Take care. All right. So we just had a bunch of people in here. Like when I say a bunch, like a dozen, not a dozen, but like pretty close to 10 or so, that came here from the, they call him the Birdman. If you're like, what is UAE falconry and finance? I've seen this guy before. He has a big Twitter account. What he basically said was that during the pandemic, he was bored and wanted to get people's attention with like a fake company. And so he started UAE falconry and finance, and people started to follow him or whatever. And um, yeah, X, yeah. So he brought in a bunch of people, and we just had conversations. That's amazing. And I mean, he just did it like an hour ago, or not even. So um, that's been really cool. We have, um, yeah, we were face to face. He was on camera. Let me see what his profile. He looks like Luigi. He looks like Luigi. Let me see. UAE. Is it UAE falconry? What is it called? Oh yeah, yeah, that's him. There was order that I did get a lot of questions, and I've got my spiel. Basically, like when you first meet me, shut the fuck up. Let me tell you everything that I do, and then I will literally sit here for hours. Well, no, it takes longer than that, but it's like, oh, we timed it one time. It was like 2 minutes. remember I was trying to see how quickly I could do it, and yeah, it's about 2 minutes or so. But then once I say it, I answer a lot of people's questions in that. And then if you have questions for me, whether they're about different genders within Talmud or they're about 0 point energy or it's about alien disclosure, I'm ready. I'm ready. And I'm not saying I know the answer to everything, but I know a little bit about a lot of topics. And so anything that we can't answer, we're going to go and we're going to look up the answer to it. So anyway, I was in here and the Birdman, Bernie Goldsmith, came in here and was like, all right, so I'm like, hey, how'd you find out about me? And he's like, your your um your Blue Sky bot. And you should know something, Riser. Whenever anybody finds out about me on Blue Sky, it makes my fucking day, because that's the one I worked really hard to get to go viral on. And I don't get a lot of people in here I get a lot of people who talk about me on Blue Sky, an incredible amount. However, they don't always come in here because they're like apprehensive, they don't know what's going on. But when I do get somebody in here, it's fucking amazing. So, but boy, have I been getting a lot of people talking about me on Blue Sky. I'm like a phenomenon. Exactly. I'm a phenomenon. And word. So he came in here and he was like, all right, so what do you do? And I tell him my whole spiel, and he wouldn't let me say it all, which was fine. He kept having questions, and it's just like, I'll answer just one moment, blah, 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 blah. And then I was able to answer, and he got really excited, like super motivated. He's like, oh, this is great. I want to start live streaming my life. I want to become a rabbi. I want to do all these things. It's like, okay, well, 1 second, one thing at a time. Like, let's not put the cart before the horse. You can do all those things, and I'll help you become anything that you want to be. You just need to, like basically, if you want to start doing the live streaming thing, I'll teach you how to do that and all these other things. So he's like, oh, I want to link to your Discord. Is it okay if I put out a tweet? I'm like, absolutely. I mean, that was really nice of him. He got a ton of people in here. And so then he put that out, and then a ton of people came in here. And then some of them had questions, some of them were on camera, other people were just like, what is this? And then so he was in here for some time, and then he brought in some other people who had some religious questions. And again, I don't know the answer to every single religious question on earth. No one does. But anything that we don't know, we're going to get the answer to, or at least we're going to do our best to research the topic. But fortunately, I knew the answers to their questions. And then Dodo had some questions about transgenderism in general, and then about transgenderism in the Bible. And then you came in. Okay, so if you're wondering, how are your bots? Let me just say this. This is okay. Do you have Blue Sky? Well, you are missing out. Okay, that's fine. So I came up with like a really good strategy. Before, my strategy was to create an account and then in the username put join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord for world peace, and then I would just spam people with it. And then Blue Sky recognized that I spam people so much that if you put the name Rabbi Rothschild in the username, it bans your account automatically. So I had to become more creative. So I'd be like, join Rabbi's Discord for world peace. Please join Rabbi's Discord for world peace. All this other shit. And I did that for like months. And that was okay. And that would get a little bit of attention, but nothing crazy. So then I started, this is just recent, like within the last 2 or 3 days, I started using funny names. And this has gotten me a shitload of attention. So the names that I use are really, really raunchy. They're like they're like extremely raunchy. So let me look up a few of them. Now you have to understand, I'd love to have really long names, but you only get 64 characters, which, you can't tell a whole story in that. It has to be pretty to the point. But some of the names that I have that I've put up, oh, whoa, this lady is fucking obsessed with me. Obsessed with me. Okay, here's one of them. Pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw, Rabbi. I get so much fucking attention with a name like that. Another one. Why wouldn't they? Yeah, but a lot of people go on there and they're like got their OnlyFans and shit. So it's already like, you know what I mean? It's already like vulgar. I get people in here. Uh-huh. Another one. Pussy eating. Right. Yeah, this is a good question. So the thing about Twitter is you have to be 18 to create an account. So once you're 18, put whatever the fuck on there you want, so long as it doesn't hurt someone. I have no issue with that. The difference is Facebook and Instagram, you have to be 13, and that's why they don't allow nudity. Does that make sense? Yeah, there are. Hold on. There are a lot of ways to filter it. You go to your filter settings. Oh yeah, definitely. So you go. Generally you can't do it on a phone. You have to do it on your computer. But it just says, "Don't show me any nudity and don't show me NSFW stuff," and you'll get none of that stuff. Don't show me violent stuff. You can change um your your criteria for what you want to see. I do too. Yeah, I get that. I think that the default should be whatever, and then if you want to be a prude and adjust all your shit, then you should be able to. In my opinion, when you're creating your account, there should just be a question that says, "Do you want to show NSFW stuff? Yes or no?" And then you'll never see it if you choose no. And if you choose yes, you will. I mean, it's just if they're willing to ask you what your fucking gender is, which they have no business asking, they should ask you what your preferences are. You know what I mean? If they're forcing you to follow Elon Musk and ESPN and the Wall Street Journal, well, then why can't they ask a pertinent question, which is, hey, what do you want to see on this website? I get that. So then, well, that's why when you create your account, there should be a question. Who cares what your fucking gender is? Who cares what your interests are? I mean, I understand the interest, but there should just be a question. Do you want to see NSFW stuff? Yes or no? Yeah, but there are people who don't want to see that stuff, and they shouldn't have to start using the app and be like, "Oh, I don't want to see that," and then figure out in their settings. Look, you use Twitter more than just about anybody, and you didn't know that these were settings. And on top of that, they're not settings in the app. You have to do it from a desktop, and that's ridiculous. They should not ever on any platform have an app that doesn't have the same settings as you have on a computer. They should, or if they have to do that, they should tell you if you want to change these settings, you have to do it on a desktop. A lot of times people don't even know that there are settings available like that. Like, for instance, Reddit. If, it is unbelievable. I'm 100% in agreement. So, with that being said, I started coming up with the so Reddit has settings that, as I recall, yeah, I'm correct on this. If you want to see NSFW content on Reddit, you have to log in to Reddit on a desktop computer or at least through a browser and adjust those settings. You can't adjust them through the app, which I think is ridiculous. If I'm using my device, I should be able to change the settings any way that I want, and either on a desktop or on the app. What's the purpose of having your app if I can't change the settings? Exactly. Ex- exactly. 100% right, Riser. And these companies are so specific about, again, do you know that it doesn't matter? It shouldn't matter, but it also doesn't matter what your gender is to Google. It doesn't matter. It absolutely doesn't fucking matter. But it's the first question that they ask you. After they ask you, I've made so many different fucking Google accounts. I can tell you exactly what happens. You say, do you want to create an individual account or a business account? If you do the individual account, it asks you, do you want to create a new Gmail or do you want to use an established email account? Let's say you create a new Gmail, they give you the username, fine. Then what do they ask you? Once you're able to do that and you do the password and everything, the first question that they ask you is what's your gender? And the gender choices are male, female, I prefer not to say, or other. And then when you do other, you can type in there whatever the fuck you want. Why is that a question? That shouldn't be a question. It should be a question. Hey, do you want to see NSW stuff? They they're gonna be able to do that anyway. They're gonna be able to do that anyway. It's not a question that they need to ask you. It's a question that they put in there to because they're controlled by people who are very big into the equity, the six things, uh, equity, diversity, and there are two of them. No, that's diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then there's another one. Welcome. What up, Tony Montana? How you living, pimp? Are you making billions of dollars on TikTok yet? Okay, very well. You think you're going to be able to do it? You think you're going to be able to do it? Okay, very well. This is my friend Tony Montana. Tony Montana, Riser. I'm sure would be interested. He loves people who make money on the internet. Tony Montana, explain to him what you do.
each other, subservient to each other. That morning, it was just like this. Exact meaning. This is when you came to the fore. Follow we
America's number
free iHeartRadio app as a 100 iHeart.
we like to gather information.
Open the app and make iHeart Comedy a preset now.
Earth is here with little less than water. Reduce water, sustainable living. Discovering thousands of
I just heard about this just from. Oh, go ahead. YouTube said they're no longer going to monetize YouTube faceless content. They just, yeah, yeah. So effective in 3 days, YouTube has introduced new monetization policies effective July 15th, 2025, which significantly impact faceless content. The platform now requires creators to demonstrate original creative input, clear transformation of reused content, and compliance with updated advertiser friendly guidelines to remain eligible for monetization. Faceless videos must show originality, through through original commentary, storytelling, educational insights, or thoughtful editing, or they may be flagged as low effort or repetitive. Low value AI content will be demonetized, and creators are encouraged to disclose their use of AI when it plays a significant role in the video creation. So it doesn't seem like it'll affect. Right. So
Richard Serrett. Hey, welcome back. Eddie Berman. Unpacking globalism strategy. My new fashion, strong. Did you try places that also have it? Might not be that affects every sector. Identity on your plus all lifelong might not be able to handle your personal information. Use promo code George for 30% off. Roberts. Under coordinated attack. And freedom. Regime. Alan. Time for you to come. Spark your perspective on Western civilization. So this happened in late April. Morning at 4 a.m. Middle of the night, use the bathroom, come to bed. I was just laying there. I did not have a nightmare.
What's on your What's on your agenda for tonight, Tony Montano? What's on your agenda for tonight? Did you get blown? Did you get blown? It's all right. It happens. No, there's always next week. He- Fuck, there's. Did you have any targets? Scalar, scalar zero, scalar 0 to 10. Okay, I can live with that. Dude, Doug, I use the Reddit true rated discussions criteria, and like even super hot girls on there, super hot girls are sixes according to these people. They literally go with they like I mean they like if you go on Reddit and ask them to fucking rate people, like who is somebody who's really hot? Sydney Sweeney, they'll say is a 7. Um Selma Hayek, I dude, her eyes are never open. She's got a gummy smile. Nevertheless, like Margot Robbie, they'll say is an 8, which is like in any guy's world, Margot Robbie's a 10. Angelina Jolie, say like an 8.5. Like it's like ridiculous. Jennifer Aniston, they'll say anybody, but they're very specific on what chicks are like, how chicks are rated. So like if you are like a 6.5, you're smoking hot, and that's not normally like well, that's exactly right. Uh, Just yeah, I mean, like at least on Reddit, these people a 7 or an 8 is like a Hollywood actress. Like you don't find them; they're just too hot. Like 100, 100%. That whole community, they get really fucking specific about that shit, and it's hilarious. Right? I'll tell you what. Your average 5 chick on there who has the guts to put they're fucking hot as shit. It's just like you'll get some loser dude who's like she's a 4. Like fuck you, man. You're a 1. Right. Well, I don't know if he should be arrested, but if anything, he should put himself out there to be like, hey, I can see that. All right, so this chick who's pretty hot, why didn't she dig you? Did you show her your fucking TikTok account? I'd be all over you, Bob. and you got 5,000 people, and you got a fucking TikTok store. Let me blow you. Dude, you got the hot girl's number? That means everything, dog. Now you can ask her on a date. No, dog. She doesn't fucking want that. Dude, she doesn't want that. She gave you her number. Now, within the next 24 hours or so, you should lock her down for a date. So what? So what? Give it 24 hours. You're exactly right. Yeah, so you should tell this girl, you could text her tomorrow night and be like, "Hey, I had a good time with you last night. You want to go out to dinner on Friday?" All right. Well, dude, you didn't strike out. You fucking got a number. Frankly, in its own way, getting a number is better than like a random makeout if you didn't get the chick's number. What if she's on her period? Do you expect her to say to you, "Hey, yeah, I'm on my period"? No, she's gonna say no. She's just gonna say, yeah. Some girls don't want that though. Some girls find it themselves to not be at their best. And all right, dog, she's gonna be your Sharon Stone in Scarface. The world is yours, baby. All right. So you're gonna stick your dick in this girl by Friday. That's great. Good on you, man. Absolutely. Absolutely. The difference. You are the father. Word, dog. Yeah, but you got. Are you gonna text this chick? All right. Right. All right. All right. So is this bitch on TikTok?
And so I took that answer, tried to go with my gut.
Okay.
And
Look
also,
her up. Look her up right now.
so this is a very
Look her up right now.
that's the core of what the book's about. Just go on each topic and do evidence, the evidence that we did. So just hammer the research, and then what I would, once I had the research done, I would start creating bullet points of how I thought it could flow, how the chapter would flow. And
You're gonna make this bitch the Queen of Coral Gables.
not really well thought out.
Word, dog.
Writing, and with the research I did, I would.
The you.
But there really wasn't. Started mid-May to just get away from everything and be heads down on this thing. And then I wrote all weekend, every week, summer.
She's got a website.
September 3rd. I mean, so that's like
Welcome to Book Business. Oh, yeah, fuck yeah. I don't know if this is her, but
it's a discussion of globalism itself. What is globalism in the sense of this book? What is it? Who are the globalists? What are the goals?
I was telling somebody earlier today that I am the central spoke in the wheel of the internet.
What do we do? Prepare ourselves. How do we stop this from happening? Because it's just a warning, like this is coming, like it's prophetic.
What do they do?
That this is their intent. We need to know who's it so that
It's a nice name.
God sends him to Nineveh, and after he avoids God, but eventually goes back to Nineveh, and it's like,
Dude, we'll find her. We'll have her fucking social security number in 10 minutes. Okay, so right. Okay, is it Busy Babe Boutique? Okay.
These changes as just the consequences of a world. So how do you bring between
Booked and busy. Hold on. Is it busy? Bizzy? Yeah, I see the guy's name. Yeah, I see that.
has the limits to growth, inflation, and so
Yeah, that's him.
the global splendid is Agenda 2030 economic states it's 2050. You own nothing, be happy, and then it goes into all these changes like at a big picture level that they're all about. And it's very dismissive of things that are outside of our human experience so far. But we better pay attention when the globalists who have all kinds of talk to when he talks about population reduction with some things, and in that list is vaccines. Reduce world population by 10 to 15%, or said something like that. Just
Oh, dude, it's game over with that.
We gotta jump in here. We'll take a quick time out, bottom of the hour, and then back to more.
Dude, you could have with a tractor.
A slow burn. Coast to coast.
Dog, you should be pulling so much tail. It's redonk. That's that's what I fuck.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presents Apple One is on Hulu. Get tickets now at AXS.
Are you sure this girl? Hold on. Hold on. Are you sure this girl isn't a prostitute? She is. So Booked and Busy is a modeling agency. DMS for booking includes. This girl just gave you a random number. Based in Los Angeles, San Diego, Las Vegas, Atlanta, Miami.
It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeart.
Cast Network. Open the free iHeart app and explore.
All right, what did she
Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests.
what did she say she did?
This is a window into
All right, did she let's see here.
So sick of about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with her own podcast I could listen to. You ring?
Yeah, and this company hasn't been around that long. And let's be honest, if this girl was a legitimate chick, we would just have a normal number. Her name would come up as whatever, Kelly Elizabeth Kelly or whatever. So whatever. Nobody. Well, they should be, unless you're just literally just tearing it up on the fucking in clubs. Exactly. I get that. What else?
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serra.
Welcome back, Ray LaMontagne. Trouble. A raspy, blues-infused confession that sounds like it was carved straight from a wooden porch. Archaeologists believe they've uncovered the long-lost wreck of a legendary pirate treasure ship off Madagascar's coast. New study researchers Brandon A. Clifford and Mark R. Agostini identified the 18th century wreck at Mont Madame near St. Marie Island.
How ugly was her friend? Oh, okay. Yeah, usually like super hot, super classy girls are around just other super hot, super classy girls.
Fortune in treasure map changed. The news goes to past regressionist Reagan Forston, guest host, many now recalling alien cover past lives as working. In the second half, famed psychic Don Hamilton reveals how he survived a harrowing battle with cancer, guided, he says, by visions from the Virgin Mary. He'll also explore chilling Marian prophecies unfolding in real time. That's tonight on Coast.
Wherever this place is registered, I know you don't care about it anymore. It's just some guy's house. Right. All right. So you met her at a condo, or where was it? Oh, I gotcha. You ever meet any chicks on TikTok? Why don't you do like why don't you do TikTok like a real person? Okay, so you just want to post like you in private jets and you at fucking nice restaurants and you on a boat. Doug, I don't know why you keep saying that. You're 6'5". Like, you should be able to pull tail, even if your face got run over with a car. Dude, dudes do that and it fucking works like a charm. Yeah, I mean, how do you expect chicks to find you if you don't put yourself out there? Right, you're already on like ridiculous amount. You're on my stream, so you're comfortable having your voice on the internet. No, I get you. I didn't do social media before the pandemic, and then having to be on camera so much for my job and for classes I was taking forced me to do it. Word, dog. Yeah, you can still go down to the fucking harbor and take pictures next to a yacht. Doesn't necessarily have to be your yacht, just as a nice picture. Word, dog. All you had to do was have the confidence to be able to join my Discord, and we transform your life. Everybody, right? They just don't know what to make of it. No, that's the last thing. A lot of work. There you go. Welcome. Yeah, I mean, the, the first year that I did this, I did. So I would stream in Santa Barbara and Beverly Hills, and I'd stream at Disneyland, and I'd stream everywhere. And like nobody watches it unless you are buying bots to boost your accounts. Nobody watches your shit. And I did that. So I bought 10,000 Instagram followers. Bought I bought all kinds of followers, and even still, it's just like nobody cares. I get that. I do it. I, I've had people. I I've had people mention that. I had somebody just not 2 hours ago with 70,000 Twitter followers make a post about me. That's right. We're dog. 100%. I know it's just a matter of time. 100. Yeah, you're 100% right. When people watch this stream and they ask how I'm able to do it as often as I do, or when it becomes successful, let's say, people will try to find secret sauce, and the secret sauce is my consistency. It's the fact that I was being on camera all the time, and I would just continue to make streams. Like my sleep habits are built around it. Sometimes I'll be in bed and I'll be like, I know that the stream, like I started it like 11 hours and 30 minutes ago, and I'll know like I got to get up in the next 30 minutes to start the next stream because I have to do it within 12, and I do. Can't stop, won't stop Rockefeller. I don't want to be famous, but I'm going to be the most famous person, not just in the world, but in the history of the world. Right. I don't want it. I mean, I like anonymity. There are ways to have anonymity, though. When even when you're super famous, there are masks and disguises and makeup and things. But I know people when people really hear what I have to say and find out about me, they're gonna be so excited that whenever they want, they can just watch somebody and watch their life. and I'll be able to give people different angles and be able to travel the world and do really exciting things. But in the end, I mean, I I I very much like being alone. I very much like just living my life normally, and I know that there are going to be people who bombard me. I get people who visit me, and like that's cool and all, but when I go viral, I'm going to need like a security team and all kinds of other things, and that's going to be understandable. But even like you find out about heads of companies and heads of states, they're able to get out and be free as much as they want. I mean, they can always go out after hours and put on a mask or a hat or whatever and change it up. Now, I personally will want to wear a first person camera so that you can just see my life like a POV view as much as you want. That's really exciting to me. And I'm fine. I want people along for the ride. But I'm fucking every hot chick who's ever lived, every chick on the SWAT patrol, every chick in Hollywood. I think it'll be real. Everybody's gonna want to be a part of it. And here's the thing: more than anything that a woman wants, more than money and diamonds and gold, and women want power. And what they're gonna want is to be more famous than their girlfriends. And how can you do that? By fucking the most famous man on earth. Exactly. And they find out. What'd you say about TikTok? Yeah, you do. And I mean, when people find out I'm a nice person and I'm smart and I'm exciting, that's all really cool too. But even if I had none of that, I could be ugly and boring and a total loser. And the fact is, if chicks know that it'll make their girlfriends jealous if they fuck this guy, I'll never want for another woman again. Word. But then I talk about such cool shit like Santa Claus machines and invisibility cloaks and faster than light travel and artificial general intelligence and quantum computing. And then they find knowledge to be extremely sexy. So, in my own way, I'll be the total package for these chicks. I had a guy in here. Oh, yeah. I think it's just gonna take somebody. Somebody will tweet something on Twitter, and that I mean, like it happened earlier today. The guy who tweeted with the 70,000 people, he brought 10 people in. When I started the day, I had in this server 1,780 or so people, and I'm close to 1,800 right now. And while that isn't necessarily like a huge amount, those are real people, and those are people with whom they know about me, they connect with me, and it'll just take somebody like that, and it'll get people interested in what I do, and it'll go viral. Game over. Exactly. Well, and here's the exciting. Exactly. Here's the exciting part for me is with any influencer. Let's say it's Justin Bieber, or let's say it's Adam Levine, or let's say it's Brad Pitt or whatever. They only have so much content and then people get bored of it. Why? Because it's like, well, I've seen all their movies or I've heard all their songs and I've seen all their pictures. Well, with mine, you will literally spend years of your life going through my content and still getting things that you've never seen before in your entire life. Basically, I'm a content mountain. And with any other influencer, whatever it is, people would be like, "Oh, I saw that," or "I saw that." People won't be able to say that. You could watch my life right now just on one of my streams, not all 20 of them, but just on one of them for 3.5 years and still not know everything that I've done. So imagine when, huge amounts of people find out about this, there will be entire communities dedicated to organizing my clips, and, like people who get really who want to be able to sleep with someone at night. Know that there's somebody in the world who's a good person who cares about them somewhere in the world, and be able to just watch them sleep. That's going to be very attractive to a huge segment of the population. They're just bored at night and they just want to watch somebody sleep. They'll just keep it on it. They'll find it as soothing. It's the same idea of people who like to listen to the rain on like a white noise machine or on YouTube or whatever it may be, except it'll be live streams. That's super exciting to people. Exactly. And I'm going to be giant in China and in India, but like I'm going to travel to major population centers and live stream my life. Like it's like when I show Speed goes there, I'm going to need 1,000 times the security that he has to be able to walk down the street, because not just not just am I going to be an influencer, but I'm going to be a religious figure. This is going to be extremely exciting to individuals to know that, wow, there's somebody out there who just doesn't care about us and want to make our lives better, but he's going to give us money. And how am I going to do it? Every single person who's in this Discord and any person I've met along the way of this journey, and it's all recorded, will be able to be rewarded for helping me. Even if it's in a negative way, I'm going to help those people. And they're going to start charities of their own that are going to help the world. That's going to be extremely exciting to people. I think that I may be wrong here, but I think I may beat Elon Musk to being the first trillionaire. I really do. Well, just once my shit goes viral, I could just pretty easily to a company say, "Look, I'm gonna wear like what a NASCAR guy wears because I'm always on camera." And if, exactly, if you want to put your name on my clothing, it's $1 billion a year. But I'll talk about your shit all the time because I'm always on camera, and I just need 1,000 names on my fucking shit, and that's $1 trillion right there. And if a company's like, well, what is in it? What's in it for us? Well, everybody's going to be watching me, but not just now. 100,000 years from now, people are going to want to see what was going on in the past. It would basically be able to have a a shout out in the Bible. And I don't do this for money. I don't do this for money. I know that the money is going to be there. I do it because I don't want world war anymore. I know that it's inevitable, and I want world peace, and I want to end world hunger, and I want to end world thirst, and I want alien disclosure. And these are like topics that are near and dear to my heart, and I want them talked about in the mainstream. And so if somebody's like, "Well, I don't like this guy." Okay, that's fine. I don't have to be on NBC or CBS or ABC or Fox or even YouTube or even TikTok. I'm basically uncancelable. So if you don't like me on one of those, somebody's going to find interest in what I'm doing in one of the others. And on top of that, if you look at the terms and conditions of YouTube, a lot of times they'll say like, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. But what I'm doing is would be considered newsworthy, which means I could live stream movies if I wanted to when that becomes a big thing. And people in movies are going to want me to live stream their movies because it's no longer like, oh, this person's a social media influencer. They're an influencer on history. They're the person we've been waiting for. Basically, the person, if you study populations, even like animal populations, there's always one alpha that dominates the group. And we've had like minor alphas, but we've never had one alpha that just basically said, this is how we're going to be doing things. And I'm not just going to be able to do that within Judaism or within the United States or the world. I'll be able to do that for people now and into the future. The words that I use, the topics that are of interest to me, the humor that I find funny, all will shape future generations. Oh, easily. I'm already the top streamer. I don't look at streamers in terms of how many views they have. I look at streamers in terms of how many hours have they archived. So, like, let's put it this way. Mr. Beast can have, I don't know, he's very obsessed with trying to beat a a an account known as T uh it's called T oh I can't even think of it right now. It's the biggest YouTuber. T it's from India. It's called yeah, it's called no, it's not a single person.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
T series.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers. iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Flex. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio? Just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio, and you'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. It's the screen you watch the most in your home, and you never knew that it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like iHeart Comedy, clips from today's top comedians. I didn't learn about countries in school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touch us and they stay intact. And the greatest of all time. Well, you can tell me how to get the Sesame Street. I don't want to live in a neighborhood like that. 6 foot niggas walking around. Try something different. iHeart Comedy. Women are gatherers. We like to gather information about you, and then we hunt you. Open the app and make iHeart Comedy present.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
And so there were similar kind of boundaries on Jews and on Christians within their community. Nevertheless, placed within the larger context of what Jews and Christians were allowed to do in Muslim lands elsewhere, or what Jews or Muslims were allowed to do in Christian lands elsewhere, this was really a period of great liberalism and flourishing of cultural activity. There were also moments of violence during this period. Let's not think that this was one of uniform peace and happiness. There was a rather remarkable pogrom in the southern region in 1066 after the death of a very important figure named Shmuel HaNagid that we'll discuss in the next video. His son who succeeded him was unable to live up to the expectations of the larger population, and there was literally a popular attack on him and on the Jewish community that resulted in the loss of life. This was definitely not a convivencia kind of thing to do, but it just serves to illustrate that we can't view this period entirely through rose-colored glasses. And finally, one of the most striking examples, perhaps, is the flight of Maimonides. He is often considered, since he was a native of southern Spain, he's often considered one of the great exemplars of La Convivencia. But in reality, the vast majority of his work, his scholarship, his activity as a Jewish leader occurred in Egypt as an adult and as an older individual. His period in Spain was fairly brief. His family fled when he was still a young man, primarily because of Muslim persecution from those North African invasions that occurred at the time. So this is just kind of like caveats to the overall idea of convivencia. In the next video, we're going to look at several figures who embody the ideas of convivencia. Finally, I'd like to give just a little bit of a historiographic perspective on the reason why we get to this whole concept of the Golden Age in the first place. A lot of it has to do not so much with the 10th through the 12th centuries, but with the 19th century, specifically Germany in the middle to late 19th century. This is a period when Jews were arguing quite strenuously for equal rights, for what was called emancipation, a major theme that we'll, God willing, speak about much more in next semester. One of the important historians of that era was this man, Heinrich Gretz, who wrote one of the first major encyclopedic histories of the Jews that has been translated incidentally into a beautiful 6-volume edition at the turn of the 20th century, and it was the bar mitzvah present par excellence for decades. At any rate, in that context, if you 19th century, you see that Jews have been emancipated in France already 50 years prior, late 18th century. They made tremendous strides similarly in England, in Austria. The tolerance of
welcome.
all kinds of things were indicating
I'm here.
Jews were getting more and more rights.
Yo, how are you, Tranquil Breezes? Tranquil Breezes, can you hear me? It's okay. We're just watching Jewish history lectures.
There was also that revolution of 1848 that for a moment swept away disabilities and then slammed them back down again. So Jews in Germany were trying very hard to make the case that they should be emancipated as well, granted equal rights, equal access to colleges and universities, equal access to professions and things like that. And one of the things that was part of their overall intellectual strategy was look at Spain from the 10th to 12th centuries. Look at what when a society gives its Jews more freedom. Those Jews suddenly are able to make phenomenal contributions back to the society. They're able to express themselves culturally. They're able to express themselves in literature, in science, in diplomacy, in military arts, all kinds of areas where Jews are this untapped human resource that are going to waste because of these artificial political disabilities that are placed on
Yeah, but if you don't get LASIK, you have astigmatism, then we'll let you in. It's weird. They're backwards.
And this noble Sephardic ideal.
Ice bath in the president's room, like some bathtub filled with ice and water, and they were punching my fucking ass and making me do
like perfect society as a model for 19th century Germany to follow.
Like, they were like, your enzymes are off or something. Yeah, my enzymes. What is that? Yeah, like a 40-page document of all the blood, like optimal, not optimal, low, and I'm just like,
now that we have a sense of why
you gotta adjust, man. Yeah, but it just costs so much to stay alive. I don't have insurance. Like, it was that expensive, the thing that you did. It was, kind of got hook up on it, sponsorships.
Friends and family.
Nice. If you don't ever ask, you won't know. Hey, you guys doing this for free? You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta ask. So you're gonna get on the testosterone. Yeah, and you're gonna start working it. Don't you need to work out?
Yeah, doing that. I run and lift and stuff, but like I can tell, like I'm not 18. Like I don't wake up with an erection anymore and snore. So like probably do a CPAP machine. I looked up a bunch of shit before I got on this podcast, just medical jargon. You know what I'm saying? You need a CPAP machine for the phone.
Yes.
Well, I think that induces oxygen, right? You need oxygen to your pecker, I think.
Where do you sleep? On your side or your stomach?
Under the bed.
That's your first break. You need more oxygen.
Well, she's like, tilt your bed up to like 15 degrees. I was like, I'm sleeping up. You want me to just put a bunch of pillows under me? Or like, me sleep in a recliner? Or
Well,
what?
ask Casey. My bed sleeps in an incline. My bed has a button. Man.
I have my whole bed up. Laser can look like I'm sitting straight up.
What?
Why is his eyes open? He's sleeping.
Don't make any movements. You'll think you're a shadow.
Yeah, when we were in Vegas, we stayed in the same hotel room up in the lights. I remember one night looking over at Casey's ass, and he was sleeping like sitting up, kind of.
I sleep propped up. I feel like I have like
We all have a can of worms.
None of us are kids great. I sleep a little propped up, else it feels like my heart is skipping a beat.
Oh, like your rhythm's off, like you're
So I have to sleep a little with like 4 pillows.
Do you get sleep paralysis?
I used to when I'm doing speed.
When I take too much Adderall, I swear to God, when I take too much Adderall, I get it into the corner, and I swear to God, it looks like Hinchcliffe in a top hat. It looks just like my sleep paralysis demon is Tony Hinchcliffe in a top hat. I swear to God. It's been like that before I met him too. It's crazy.
You get the hat, man.
I get the hat, man.
That's kind of scary.
Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, I cannot sleep on my back. If I sleep on my back, that's what it is. Sleep rush. If I sleep on my stomach or my side, I'm okay. Same way.
And that's why Casey sleeps.
That's why I sleep propped up. I have been going through this for years. And through trial and error, I figured out how to save myself.
Wait, so why does it happen? Do you think with the speed or the Adderall, or is it because you're going to sleep in the way you shouldn't be going to sleep? I don't know. All I know is when I've taken excessive amounts over the course of a few days, like 4 or 5 20 milligram pills a day, which is probably your skin starts turning. When your skin starts turning the orange color of the pill, it's like
Your legs are blue.
Yeah.
You have circulation. I used to have it take like 5 or 6 a day. Just can't walk anymore.
Yeah, I might have messed my shit up because Eric can attest. My hands and feet are freezing all the time. They're always blood flow, right? It's a blood flow. Yeah, it's a blood flow issue or something. And then I got in the ice bath at the place I've been working out. And it's so funny. I was around 3 dudes who told me to get in, and I got in. And they're all telling me, "Oh yeah, you get in this, your motors will be a lot better." And I'm standing here thinking to myself, "Who are these guys? What's going on?" I just met them, and they're telling me about my penis. How the ice bath is real good for your penis. I'm thinking, this seems strange. They're very nice. I don't really care. But I'm thinking in my head, they're a little weird.
They have no right. They have no right to tell you that.
How do they? Yeah, right. They don't know what I'm dealing with when I'm fucking. And it felt really warm on my hands and feet that are what we call. I stayed in the thing for 3 minutes. Are you doing 3 minutes? That's what I did on Sunday. Went in the sauna and went in that motherfucker, and it was shockingly cold. I couldn't breathe at the beginning, but then I was remembering. I talked about it with Casey a bunch, but I was in this fraternity, and I remember on the last night they had an ice bath in the president's room, like some bathtub filled with ice and water, and they were punching my fucking ass and making me do like the preamble in the Greek alphabet, and I was fucking blindfolded for 15 hours. So I was able to get in my head in the ice bath. This isn't that bad. At least they weren't punching me right. They were blindfolding him. Yeah, literally beat that haze, or is that's haze? Well, it was malicious haze. That is really malicious a little bit. There was no, thank God, there was no real sexual stuff, because you hear about that with fraternity. Yeah, not what I went through. Really, it was not anything like that. It really wasn't. It was all more physical. But if somebody walked down in the basement and saw the 35 dudes without their shirts on doing the push-ups and stuff, it probably would look strange. Yeah, person who walked down in there, they would think, "What the fuck? This looks sexual or something." But it wasn't. It wasn't. Sure. But you were blindfolded, you say? Yes. Yeah. And then a couple years after I'm gone, they get it. Charged with blood chugging on CNN and all the news channels.
Charged with butt. That's if you looked at my permanent record, you'd see I've also been charged with butt chugging. Sadly, I've had 2 strikes for butt chugging. Next one, I'm gone for life.
Yeah, on the 3rd strike, that is not good, especially for butt chugging.
Oh, you're done. They send you to Leavenworth.
Yeah, God, I was an Eagle Scout. We would take the younger Boy Scouts and we'd bury them them up to their neck in sand and put maple syrup on their foreheads. Let the ants pick at them for an hour or two, and then we let them go.
Damn, I'm sure they were scared to death.
Yeah, no butt chug though. Goddamn, what a treat.
I know, I never did that either. But just as you were saying, though, you got the young guys, you do have to put them in their place a little bit.
Yeah, unchecked aggressive.
Really, yeah, you really put them in their place sometimes. You don't need them acting up. You don't need any of that shit. But yeah, it was really nice. So I do recommend
how we got here from ice baths. Incredible.
Yeah, took a turn. William normally has a story about how they were beaten on him. They used to beat him.
Yeah, no, it was in 2006. It was before everybody had their iPhones and phones, so there was no. It was you just had a flip phone still, I think, with like the little camera, so I couldn't take. But I wish more than anything I could go back in time and take a picture of my body because I remember looking. It's like I don't know 7 a.m. or something. I'm not even happy. I just got through. Like other people are kind of happy. I'm not happy at all. And I'm just up in my dorm room by myself, looking at my body. Thinking, holy shit. And like some of the other dudes are out in like the courtyard area, like having fun, about to go eat breakfast. And I'm like, how are they doing anything right now? I'm traumatized.
Like your body was fucked up.
Oh yes, bruises, horrible bruises everywhere, cuts. I ended up getting the staph infection in my leg a day or two later and go to the emergency room.
Oh my god.
Woo!
You were almost a big dog. They almost killed you.
Yes. And the year after, the kid almost got his arm cut off because he didn't go fast enough to get a staph infection checked out on his arm. And his ear had to come down.
Staph is part of the hazing process. I think that was off the books, to be honest.
Yes, it was in just the frat house. It was so nasty, and we'd be wallowing around in the bathroom and on the hallway floors and in people's rooms. There was a lot of wallowing around, bows and toes. There's glass in my elbows at one point. It was a nightmare.
Well, I know they blindfold you so
seriously, they break glass and then they'd be like, okay, bows and toes, and then you got your fucking elbows in the fucking glass. People are bleeding. What? I was like insane. I swear to God.
Bows and toes.
You know bows and toes?
Well, that sounds like we went to a military school. We would have to do bear crawls. Is that similar to bows and toes?
It must be. It's where you are in a push-up position, but instead of using your arms, you're on your elbow. It's short glass, edge of your elbow, short glass. And then we'd have to do it on bottle caps. That was a real thing. We were doing it on bottle caps.
Why did you keep going?
Well, I quit during. I quit in the middle of it during homecoming because we had to do something called palm. We had to make these things called palms, which were tiny little pieces of paper, and we'd have to roll them up in balls. And then, like, people were making floats out of them for a parade. And I was like, fuck this. I've been doing it for that 10 hours. Yeah, it's horrible. I think I had probably tests coming up or something, and I'm just doing that for 10 hours, and I'm like, fuck this. This is insane. But then somebody came to my dorm room and fucking coaxed me to go back. So I went back. Yes, I ended up. Yeah, I went back. Yeah,
boys will be boys.
They were pissed when I came back. They were like, "Oh, pussy, you quit." So I was like, I shouldn't have quit because I got even more heat when I came back. Oh God, yeah, tonight. And how long is that? Is that a week? Is that a week of them? No, from August to December. A 2 semester.
Oh my God, dude.
Whole first fucking semester.
Was it worth it, you think? Was it worth it to be in the frat?
These memories I have now are really, I really like. It was fun, right when I got there. In the first little bit of time, it's like they're having all the parties and stuff, and it was like, because I was partying in high school a decent amount. I go to house parties and stuff, but it was fun. I mean, it was like you go to like these big houses that people lived in, and it was like these giant, crazy. Not really like that, but it was just like these giant parties going on with a whole bunch of alcohol. It was just so much fun. It was like the high school parties I went to, but up several notches. I was having it, so that was fun. I had a wonderful time.
That's good.
Fucking doing that, but the other stuff, yeah, it's just kind of, I don't know. My two closest buddies are dead from the fraternity, so that's sad. Yeah. So I don't really, I communicate with a whole lot of the people now. I saw randomly the pledge class president, a guy named Stephen Joseph, recently had a second child, and I called him up. We spoke on the phone. It was nice talking because I remember Stephen. He was the president, so he was the last one to
freaking get into the
Welcome.
fraternity. And I remember
How are you?
blindfolded for like 15 hours. His ass must have been blindfolded for another couple hours.
How's your day? What's good, eccentrics? Can you hear me? Hope you're doing well.
What we've lost in the last 1,000 years.
After me, and I remember going up to the bathroom where people were, and it was only him, and they were just brutalizing. And I was thinking, I was already so on edge just in my mind and my body. It's like, I don't know how he's going through this. And I brought it up when I talked to him. I have a lot of respect for him. I don't know how he did that. He got it worse than my ass, and I got it pretty bad. People didn't like me. Well, they blindfold you, so they really did it. They were going after me. They blindfold you, so when they hit you, you can't flinch, right? And so like, you can't absorb sure that's what that's about. They do that when they, like in interrogations, when they interrogate people. That's why they blindfold you, so you can't anticipate the hit, because it catches you off. Yeah, there's no kind of like tense muscle to block any. You're just getting whelped. Yeah, that's what's going on. I'm kind of turned on right now. Well, the one time I hazed everybody, was the 35 dudes in a circle with the blindfolds on. I went up to every single fucking one of them as hard as I could. I hit him with my elbow in the chest, and I wake up the next day and I'm like, why can I not move my fucking arm? Why can my arm not move? And then it started slowly coming back into my brain. Dude, you fucking knocked each one of those dudes in the chest last night. That's incredible. What compels you, because you've told me this before, what compelled you to do the elbow? It's such a strange.
Hey, I'm glad you're back. Come here. Don't go anywhere. How you living, pimp? Yo, baby. Absolutely. We're at dog. I've looked even more like a lawn norm than this. I've had a beard like down to my belly. Oh, 1,000. Never. Absolutely not. All right. So I was telling you, by the way, I'm about to hit 1,800 members, which is huge. I have previously never had a server this big. And until you have your own server, you'll recognize how fucking difficult it is to get any single person on earth to join your server. But that guy, the Falcon guy, brought in like 20 people, so that's tight. All right. So I have a project for you. And remember I said I was coming up with these usernames that are really funny? And or at least people think they're really funny, and it gets a lot of people in here. Do you remember this? 64. Oh, absolutely. Word. Somebody just mentioned me. They said I actually prefer the World Peace Discord Rabbi bots to you awful resistance liberals and your shit offensive. You know he does think you can actually criticize. I don't know what this if this person is saying it about me or what. I've gotten in the last hour 6 people who tweeted about me, and it's 1:24 in the morning. All right, so let's go through my funny names. When I first started, the first one that I did that was funny was hold on, it was biggest pimp in human. Hold on, biggest pimp in the history No, it was not that. Though I do go by biggest pimp in history. Hold on one second. It's history of humankind. History of humankind. No. It wasn't that. It was. Hold on. It had to do with milfs. Um. Hold on. Was it? Oh, lover of milfs. Hold on. It wasn't just that though. It was. Just one moment. Or maybe it was MILF lover. No, I thought it was lover of MILFs though. Let me try MILF lover. No. I'll be able to find it. I just have to put my name in. Just one moment. So I want you to know what one I started with, which I started. Well, I did pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw rabbi. I did I mean, when I first started, it was please speak with Rabbi Rothschild in Discord. Oh, I know what it was. Here it is. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind, plus MILF loving rabbi. So I tried that, and it got a ton of people talking about me. And I was like, oh, tight. So then I did, like, I do that for like a couple days, and then I see what else works. So then I did just a moment. So imagine you're just going about your day and you get this fucking notification on your phone, and it's from Pussy Eating University, Dean of MILFs, Chief Rabbi, and Pimp. Reply to your post. These people are just like, who the fuck is this person? And it's hilarious to me. Okay, then I did most recently. Let me see what I've got. I did another one. I forget exactly what it was, but I noticed, like, if I talk about eating pussy, it gets a lot more, like, because it's just so blatant, and it's the shock value. So then I've got fact of the day, Rabbi chews clit like bubblegum, parentheses, upon request, close parentheses. And I also have, so then I just created like a list of these things that I'll put out every 2 or 3 days, because whenever I put them out, people get excited. They're like, Rabbi came up with Rabbi has a new name, and then they'll tweet about it or whatever. Oh yeah, I've got Rabbi tongues clitoral hood like a hound dog eats peanut butter. And they're just so graphic. Now you have to understand that these have to be 64 characters. So then I came up with a bunch more. I mean, anybody could just put in there dick, clit, pussy, pimp. Like, anybody could do that, but it has to be like a joke. And I also have to have the word rabbi in it. So I came up with more of these. No, you're exactly right. Okay, so here we go. Here's the next one. FYI, Rabbi sprays hot cum inside MILFs like a bombardier beetle. Just like a fact for people. Next one. Rabbi provides orgasms at no cost to needy MILFs in your area. Next one. Now, I've already gone through all these, and they're like exactly 64 characters. That maximized it. Blue Sky Trivia. Rabbi is the mastermind behind Gilfs Gone Wild. Next one. Rabbi makes you orgasm so hard that you will flood your house. Next one. Did you know? Rabbi both rates and ranks queefs for charity. Next. Rabbi can lick clit at a distance like chameleons eat insects. Next. Warning. Rabbi will munch your box until your labia callous. Next. Did you know? Rabbi fingers chicks like bowling balls. Next one. Blue sky alert. Rabbi's penile girth causes vaginal canals to widen. Next. Important notice, colon. Rabbi causes MILFs to spray like fire hydrants. Next. Did you know? Rabbi can fist you like an engine piston. Next. Did you know? When Rabbi fists you, your vagina becomes a hand puppet. Next. Fun fact. Rabbi destroys MILF pussy like a jackhammer. Next. Blue sky warning. Rabbi impales MILF pussy like kebab skewers. Next. Fun fact. Rabbi pumps MILF pussy with cum like an oil derrick. Next. Rabbi pounds pussy like a heavyweight boxer punches a speed bag. Next. Flash flood warning, colon. Rabbi causing MILF leakage, seek high ground. Next. Severe weather alert, colon. Rabbi causing panty dropping, seek shelter. Next. Severe weather warning. Rabbi causing pussy to gush like geysers. That has alliteration. Next. Breaking news. Rabbi raw dogged the entire Thought Patrol. Next. Blue sky fact of the day. Rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. Next. Blue sky alert. Rabbi tosses salad like a turbocharged salad spinner. Next. Rabbi once ate so much pussy, his jaw had to be wired shut. Next. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like a Gatorade commercial. Next. Rabbi distributes orgasms like an ATM dispenses cash. Next. Rabbi treats pussy the way wood splitters treat logs. Next. Rabbi licks pussy like an ice cream cone. How do you like them? You are funny, man. Absolutely. So, with that, do you have any suggestions? Oh, I like that one. There. Yeah, so I did have one. Um, welcome. How are you? What up, Tasquia? How you living, pimp? What's good, son? Can you hear me? Yeah, I didn't want to talk with you anyway. Anyway, oh, dude, we hit 1,800 people. Maybe if that person stays, maybe they won't stay. But if they do, 1,800, dude, that's a that's a fucking accomplishment. It is it is so much easier to just be Facebook friends with somebody or Instagram follows or whatever. But to get somebody to join your Discord, like not a lot of people even use Discord, or I shouldn't say not a lot, but like, like baby boomers don't really use Discord. Millennials don't use it all that much. It's not used that much because it's just kind of like a secretive thing. But um, to get it, well, some parts of it are. I think it is. It is. Sure. They don't have a very good search function to find people's discords. Right. Wait, there are. Yeah, but you have to know that. I mean, I was on Discord for like more than like for years and not know that, and you are too. Right. Well, so right. And like even if you want to search it, it should just have like a big fucking magnifying glass that just says like search. No. What you have to do, you have to basically have the link. There isn't a good way to search it. And I've read that they want it that way. They want it to be this like private thing. So when I say that it's like so yeah, no. And if you click the text, the chat, it should have like a little write up on science. Oh, exactly. And I don't understand it. I really don't. I would really love to sit the CEO of this fucking thing down and say, why would you ever create such a shitty system? It's a great platform, but to be able to do anything in it is really, really bad. And I don't understand why it shouldn't be easier. Like you should now, if you want to find discords, you have to go to other people's websites generally to find them. That's not how it should work. It would be like imagine YouTube didn't have a search box. It would just be like, oh no, you need this link to watch a video. Like I can't find stuff that I like literally when you type in like I don't know video games, it should show up all the video game ones. Now I shouldn't say that. If you're using a desktop computer, there is a search function, but not on a phone. And so many people use a phone. And again, it goes back to my previous discussion with. It will. If you go in the bottom left corner, do you see it says search? No, 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 no. No, there's a way. There's a way. Okay, so on the left side, do you see all the Discords you're in? Okay, scroll all the way to the bottom, and then you should see a plus. Um, no, not that one. Go below that one. Yeah, I don't think it's that one that you want though. And then below that one, there should be another one. Below the plus. What's below the plus? Yeah, discover. That's what you need to click. Yeah, but nobody fucking is looking there. And it's not available on the phone. We were just talking about this. The same function. I 100% agree. Look, right, so I've seen this from the inside. I built both iOS apps and Android apps. And you would think that using an iOS app and an Android app, they have the same functionalities, but they don't. They're built independently. So you literally need a quality control team to watch both of them to ensure that they have the same functionalities. Now, the apps that I built were I got to know them so well that I knew where everything was, and I knew how everything functioned, and that how everything was supposed to work. But if you don't have somebody who has that kind of knowledge, you'll literally have functions on iOS that you don't on Android. Here's my favorite example of this of any app, Twitter. It was bought for $1 billion. Okay, if you have an Android device, you can't have a video space on Twitter, but you can on iOS. And Elon Musk is fine with that. It's like, you dumb motherfucker. Don't you know that you have different opportunities for people just based on what kind of phone they have? Here's another one. If you're hosting a space on Twitter, you can't use a soundboard if you have an Android device, but you can if you have an iOS device. Why should it fucking matter? You should have the same app. Do you understand what I'm saying? They don't care. Symmetry between the apps. 100%. All right. So you've been using Discord for like a year, and you didn't know that this discovery thing. You would have never known that that little function exists if I didn't tell you. You'd go another 5 years and not know. But no, no, there's no tutorial. I've created so many accounts. I can tell you, there's no discovery tutorial. There's nothing like that. Well, absolutely. And then exactly. Okay. So remember when I said that like Discord is like secretive? Well, that's what I mean. Is like you need this fucking link, and they don't have a very good search function. And now here's another thing. Let's say you want to search for a user. Well, if you're not in a mutual server of that person, you'll never find them. There's no like global search. Yeah. Let's put that to the test. You go to add friends. No, don't do that. Don't do that. You go to find friends. Okay, so you can only add exactly. 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 Here's another thing. Do you know what the maximum amount of friends you can have on Discord is? It is stupid. Right. Exactly. So I looked into this. Why is it that they maximize the amount of friends, or they have a maximum amount of friends that you can have? This doesn't make sense. That you want to limit users' interaction, and it has to do with server costs. So, like, if you just go in and you have a bunch of people that are just friending people randomly, then they're going to have the Discord people are going to have to pay more money. But I'm thinking to myself, if they allow people to just live stream all day long, like I do, that's got to be more expensive than if Riser wants 1,001 friends. Or that's how I feel. Exactly. I mean, they have their own servers, so nothing. It costs power to generate the servers and maintain them. Um, Probably like $100 billion a year. No, that's actually probably too high. Maybe $5 billion a year. Oh, wait. It depends if you're including people's salaries and stuff. If you're just talking about running the servers and power to it, maybe 5 billion, $10 billion. But when you have oh, easily, yeah, they're only like bytes. Like they're not. I mean, like a Facebook message is only a certain amount of bytes. It's not like, and you own the servers already. So you get to the point with servers. Let's look this up because it's a statistic that I really want to know. Um, we're gonna go to ChatGPT on this one. Once you get to be a certain yo dog, well, I'll say this. I have a certificate in this from Amazon Web Services, and I read one time learning about this stuff that once you get to be big enough with your servers, you can store literally like an infinite amount of information, something like that. Like, yo, dog, one time I read that once you have enough servers, you can store like an infinite amount of information, or basically maybe once you have like a big enough system, you can have as many servers as you want. Like once you get to a certain point, can you explain this to me like I'm five? Like a company like Amazon can create like infinite or basically infinite more servers if they need, or Facebook, like once they get to be really big like that, how does this work? And put it in bullet points, please. All right, yo dog, I got you. Here's how infinite servers idea works. How's how this infinite? I explained like your five and in simple bullet points. Once a company gets really big, it's like they have a magic Lego set that can keep building forever. Well, almost forever. How it works: a server is like a toy box that stores stuff like photos, videos, websites. Big companies like Amazon or Facebook have tons of toy boxes, servers stacked in huge buildings called data centers. They can build more anytime they need more space, kind of like adding Legos to make a taller tower. They have a lot of money, so they can buy more servers whenever they want. They plug all the servers into the internet and boom, it's like adding more brains to their system. They can even rent out their extra toy services or extra toy boxes like Amazon Web Services does, so other people can store their stuff too. Why it feels like infinite. They can keep adding servers forever as long as they have the money, space, power, and cooling. They have automatic systems to add new servers super fast, like robots building new Lego towers while you sleep. A lot of it's in the cloud, so it's invisible magic storage that never runs out, or practically. For you and me, it feels like they never run out of space, even if millions of people are using it. But it's not really infinite. There is still a need for electricity, land, internet cables, etc. They have to cool the servers so they don't overheat. It takes work, but they made it so easy and automatic. It looks like that. So that's like they can literally store infinite amounts. It's cold. That's why Google built some of theirs in Iceland. Well, no, just the average temperature is pretty low, and it has a like a major airport or semi-major airport, so it's like accessible. It's a very accessible place for being such a northern latitude. Word, word. Yeah, but okay. So the electricity isn't, to me, that's not an issue. I mean, I know people want to make it out to be an issue, but with nuclear energy, you can have basically unlimited energy. So, like, it's just about getting there. So you have to get through environmental policies and all that other bullshit. But once you're able to do that, you can build, like, energy is no longer an issue. So then you just need to get to land. So it's not like a big deal. Like land isn't that big of a deal. I mean, you can build acres of this shit, and then internet cables. Okay, that's small. So basically, the big issues are electricity. Electricity is the big issue, and if you just have nuclear power, then you could power all this shit. That's the beauty of nuclear energy. And let's say nuclear energy didn't exist, then just put a geothermal plant right next to it. Stick a pipe in the ground, have that pipe turn a turbine, and you have essentially unlimited energy that way. Three Mile Island? Okay, let's look this up. Let's have Joey Diaz tell us about it. Yo, dog, can you tell me about a nuclear accident that happened maybe somewhere around Arizona where some indigenous people were there and there was like a uranium leak of toxic stuff? And tell it to me like Joey Diaz, please. All right, come here. Let me break it down for you, Joey Diaz style, you filthy animal. Uncle Joey's gonna tell you a story. So, boom, 1950s, 1960s, Arizona, New Mexico, Navajo Nation territory. All right, the U.S. government is out there doing Cold War shit, hunting for uranium like it's the last cannoli on a plate. They start digging, blasting holes in the earth. No regulations, no warnings, no protection. They send Navajo workers down there in jeans and a damn lunchbox. No masks, no radiation suits, nada. Just here's a shovel, get to digging. We go build bombs to build. We got bombs to build. Now picture this: hundreds of uranium mines right in sacred land, places where Navajo prayed, grazed, lived for centuries, and the government is like, sorry, sweetheart, we're making nukes. Move over. They dump toxic water, leaving radioactive rocks just lying around. Kids playing with them like they're freaking Legos. Livestock drinking contaminated water. Nobody tells the people jack. 1979, baby. Church Rock, New Mexico, just near the Arizona. Excellent. Worst nuclear spill in U.S. history. Not 3 Mile Island, not Chernobyl. Church Rock. Ever hear about it? Nah, because they don't want you to. They keep one locked. They keep that one locked in the basement next to Jimmy Hoffa. So what happens? A dam breaks at a uranium mill, and 94 million gallons. Let me say that again: 94 million gallons of radioactive waste and sludge comes flooding down the Puerco River like Satan's milkshake, right through the Navajo land. No one's warned, no sirens, just oops, people are wading through it. Animals are drinking it, crops are dead, and the government crickets, cocksucker. And for decades, people on the res getting cancer, lung disease, birth defects, nobody's connecting the dots, or worse, they are and just looking the other way. Like, that's just how it goes. You feel me? This ain't a fable. This is America's dirty little nuclear secret, buried in the desert with a smile and a handshake. So next time someone tells you uranium's just a rock, you slap them in the mouth with a history book. You understand me? That's it. That's your story. Real shit. Real people. Real quiet cover-ups. Tip your waitress. Take your vitamins. And don't trust nobody with the clipboard in the desert. Stay black, cocksucker. That's a really good synopsis of it. That's it? Word, dog. Welcome, human. How you living, pimp? I had heard about something like that, but I didn't connect the dots. No, 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 no. I remember some story about a huge nuclear, um, like sludge accident that occurred, but I didn't know the name of it. No, I know, but it happened out west. I'm glad you told me about it. You brought it to my attention. I will say that. Oh, you got credit where credit is due. For sure, dog. Church Rock, New Mexico. You got to be 18 to be in here. Just one moment. Let me restart my device. Yo, can you hear me? Yo. Just one moment. All right, can you hear me now? Oh, you'll be able to see me in a second. Absolutely. How you doing, Randy? Is Randy talking? No. What's up, Randy? How you living, pimp? Whatever. I didn't want to talk with you anyway. Um, well, the reason why is because the link that I share with people takes them literally right into here. And nobody else's Discord does that. Normally, a Discord has this bullshit system where it's like, tell us your gender and tell us your age grouping and tell us what your favorite video games are. Do you know what I'm talking about? When you join some Discords, they ask you all these fucking questions. It's the, it's the worst. It's the worst. Nobody wants that. It's like, dude, I haven't even seen this fucking server yet. You don't need to know like what continent I'm on and shit. But they ask these stupid questions. So I'm the opposite of that. I want to talk to you immediately. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. And you've got that right. It's the same shit that Google does. So anyway, um okay, we were talking about Discord and how difficult it is to find new Discords, right? Right. Right. It's very strange. So I utilize other websites. One that I like a lot is discord.me. It's not discord.com or discord.gg, but it's just another website and it allows you to advertise yourself. And then instead of somebody, when they're like, hey, what's the link to your Discord? I don't have to be like, oh, it's lowercase p, uppercase x, lowercase whatever. I can just be like, go to discord.me/rabbi, and it'll take you right to a website that will take you here. Oh, for sure. So the big, yeah, um, now I know that you said, or like we talked about Discord, it doesn't have advertising, which is really, really nice. But um, they do Discord Nitro and stuff to be able to pay the bills, and that apparently pays it enough. So it shows that like you can run a really complicated website like Discord and basically do it for like nothing, like basically, and not have to steal everybody's data and do all this other stuff. Anyway, but I still stick with my original point that Discord's like very secretive, that not a lot of people know what it is. It has a strange name. It's like, oh, Discord. It sounds bad. It's like, it sounds like, well, the other one that sounds bad is Twitch. Like Twitch is like a negative thing. Like, it's like something that like you do involuntarily. I don't understand why they just call it that. But anyway, I didn't name it. And then 100%. I don't understand it, and that's fine. Another thing I don't understand about it is why I understand it's like a heavy app, but it sometimes takes so long to start up. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it absolutely does. Or you no, not your browser, not your browser. Browser's pretty fast, but if you actually download their software, it takes forever to open up. No, it has to be on a desktop computer. If it's on your desktop computer, it will take like 2 minutes to open up every time, and they always have to run updates and stuff. And it's like, oh, this just takes forever. The phone is better, and the browser is pretty good, but it's again like if you don't know those are options, like a lot of people don't know. Like here's one. If you just go to discord.com, it's not like an inviting website or anything. It's not like find a Discord that's made for you. It's nothing like that. It's like download our app. That's all their website is, and it's ridiculous. It should have like an inviting home screen, and you should be able to have like randomly filtered Discords. It should be like YouTube, but it's not anything like that. And I don't understand why. It's yeah. You're absolutely right. Another one I find interesting about the whole exactly. Name one person you've met in real life who's a Wikipedia editor. I'll wait. No, no, no. Okay, no, no. Your Wikipedia edits did not get transferred. You might have submitted something, but it was not accepted. They do not. They lock it. Right, but not main. I recognize that, but that doesn't mean that those changes would be saved. What they would do is say citation needed, and then it would be reviewed. I agree with you. I have a Wikipedia account. I'm at Rabbi Rothschild. But what I'm trying to say is that if I just go and make a change on Wikipedia, especially anything popular on Wikipedia, it will not get saved. You have to have like an established track record of editing on it. And I just find it interesting that everybody knows somebody with a YouTube channel. Everybody knows that someone with an Instagram account. Everybody knows somebody with a Discord account, but people don't know established editors of Wikipedia. I just don't understand. No, it's anonymous. Highly academic people may have their findings published on it, but they're not the people editing it. They don't have time to do that. They say so, but even that's quite secretive. I mean, if you watch like interviews with Jimmy Wales and stuff, he's basically moved away from it, and it's now the foundation that does things. And I mean, if you really want to ask me, I think clandestine organizations are the ones who edit it, and I'm pretty certain that's correct. Meaning it's like an arm of perhaps the National Security Agency or perhaps the Central Intelligence Agency, which is what I would expect the Central Intelligence Agency to do, is create a database of the entire world. I just wouldn't necessarily see it that way. Anyway, with that being said, it's not like a normal, like if you go to these other websites that are wikis, you can edit them. You can create a page on them. That's fine. You can edit a page on them, but not Wikipedia. I mean, not on anything very um right. I think that there should be, and I guess it does have this, but it's not really available to people. Is like you can have what the main text is, but then if anybody disagrees with it, you should be able to see their edits, which you can, but it's not very user friendly. Like if I say, um, I let me think of an example. Um, the United States is the greatest country in the world. That's a subjective statement. So maybe that won't be on there. It would say the United States is seen as one of the greatest countries in the world. Okay, that's fine. By some as one of the greatest countries in the world. But there should be a thing under that that says somebody disagrees with this, and I should be able to see the arguments for and the arguments against. It it doesn't work that way. It's like you have to go to another page and it's deep in this garbage, and I don't like that. I can tell you that I wanted a Wikipedia for a startup that I was helping with their social media. And when you really get into it, you have to be like an approved editor to just create a page that is going to stick. You can create a page, that's fine, but it's going to be seen by a verified editor, and they're going to put it in like a non-traditional place on Wikipedia. And I just don't like that. I feel like there should be it should it more people should be able to edit on it, and they don't allow it. It's not like some of the other ones that I've seen where other wikis where like okay, who was I watching? Oh, I was watching this one document, or it was a podcast with this guy. He's the guy who made the clothing. He's an artist. His name is I think David Braun or something like that. He is the artist who made Jimi Hendrix's clothes. He made um Macho Man Randy Savage's clothes and like Bob Dylan's clothes for when they were going doing concerts and things. And I was like, well, I wonder if that guy has a Wikipedia. He does not. And they base it on like, is he a newsworthy person? And to me, he is, but to other people, he's not. He should have a page, and if you don't want to see that page, that's fine. But in my opinion, somebody like that should have a page. I, I am a donator to Wikipedia. I don't donate to basically anything because when you donate, it just comes out of my bank account every month. No, there's nothing like that. It's an automatic withdrawal. But anyway, I bet you guys like that's one like nobody fucking donates to Wikipedia, but I do. And one of the reasons why I do, not just because I think it's an important organization, but I've heard in the future, Wikipedia is going to be paywalled. And so the only way you'll be able to use Wikipedia is to pay a subscription fee. But if you're already a donator or you're already a benefactor, you'll get grandfathered in. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure, but I've heard it. Right? Oh, I love it. It's fun. I love it as well. However, it, word. Okay, so let's take um let's take a person who you don't like, or like who, I don't know, who someone doesn't like. They can be they can be um labeled on there in ways I don't like and I don't think are right. So for instance, like I was looking at somebody recently. Um okay, so here's one. Somebody came in here earlier today and they're like, "What are your opinions on Nick Fuentes?" And I'm like, "I don't really know who that person is. I don't really pay attention to them." But when you go to his Wikipedia, he says is an American far right political pundit. Like just using the term far right is like a dismissive is dismissive. I don't think they should say. You should just say he's a political pundit. Now they say he promotes white supremacist, homophobic, misogynistic, and anti-Semitic views. Okay, like absolutely, absolutely, those are negative views. And while I don't like this guy, I'm going to stand up for him, and he shouldn't be labeled with all of these things. It should say Nick Fuentes is a political pundit, live streamer, and whatever else. It literally just it throws in that he's a neo-Nazi and all this other shit, and it's like I don't need it. That's propaganda. That's where Wikipedia becomes propagandist to me. Yeah. Okay, that's fine, and you can. When I read it, to me, those are labels that I feel are negative towards him. They're negative towards him to the point where they become dismissive. I'm like, okay, I want to. What does this guy say? But instead of it, like he's known for hate speech. Like I don't even think that's, in my opinion, that's a dismissive. Uh, that's a dismissive term. I don't like it. It hurts free thought. No, I have no idea about him. Okay, let's. If I go to Kanye West, they will edit this to say, okay, so here's one. Instead of saying that he's a neo-Nazi, which people would say, they say his artistic achievements have been frequently overshadowed by his controversial public persona. They should say that for the Nick Fuentes guy because it's true and it's not as dismissive. Pardon me? No, it's not. So why is it that the Nick Fuentes guy gets labeled as a white supremacist and anti-Semitic, but Kanye West does not? Who's to say that the Nick Fuentes guy is? Wait, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Kanye West created a Super Bowl ad that linked to a swastika site, a swastika shirt. What more do you want to be promoting Nazism than that? But they don't label him a. No, he doesn't. He's not saying that this is. No, he doesn't. He doesn't say that this is how. I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree with everything that you're saying. I'm saying that they look, look, look. That's fine. He should be able to say that. I think that he shouldn't be labeled anything for saying that. Look, I'm not. We're not even talking on the same wavelength here. You're defending Kanye West. Audie, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not talking about Kanye West the man or Nick Fuentes the man. I'm saying that Wikipedia and the way that they're labeling to me is incorrect. I don't like that. I'm talking about Wikipedia. You're talking about Kanye West. And that's fine. I didn't either. Somebody came in here and mentioned this person to me earlier, to like within the last 4 hours, and I go to their Wikipedia, and it's all these negative things. He's a this, 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 and it makes me say, well, why is he being labeled all of these things? And I'm not even able to hear what he says. He should be just called a political pundit who has had some controversial uh, public events or whatever. That's a fine way to say it. But when you label someone with all these isms and ists, I don't like that. Anyway, with Wiki, when they label someone a black supremacist or a white supremacist or someone as a misogynist, I just don't like that. I don't like those terms. That's what I'm saying. They cause people to be dismissive of others, and I don't like it. I call them propaganda. No, I don't think that. Either of those are good terms. If you have an issue with someone did, then talk about it, but you don't have to label them as something. Look, Audie, I don't even want to talk about this. This is not the conversation. Okay, Riser and I are talking about platforms. That's what we're talking about. That's what I want to talk about. If you, we were no, you're fine. You don't have to apologize. I don't want to get into these controversial topics because there's no way to really have it. They're arguments about words. What I'm saying is that you're allowed to have an opinion. You're allowed to have an opinion. What I'm saying is no matter what it says on Wikipedia, you can't just go and change it. And I don't like that basically, or even see that this is considered contentious. Like, for instance, if they label someone as something, sometimes they'll put on there in Wikipedia by whom. And I think, okay, so it should say who, whatever groups want to label this person as that. It doesn't do that. Okay, here's one. If I look up Donald Trump's Wikipedia as president of the United States, it will say is an American politician, media personality, and businessman who is the 47th president of the United States, a member of the Republican Party. He served as the 45th president from 2017 to 2021. Why doesn't it go in there and say that he's a misogynist? Why doesn't it say in there that he's a convicted like rapist or whatever that whole trial was? Why doesn't it label him these things, but it'll label Kanye West as somebody who's a controversial public figure? Like, I don't understand why you have to say he's controversial. Just say what he's done and have those discussions. And I should calm myself down. You're not the one who wrote up these Wikipedias, Adi, but I get that. I'm saying that for some people, they want to label them with all these things and other people they don't, yet they want to say that they have a neutral tone, and I don't know always understand it. Anyway, with that being said, Riser, back to the discussion that we were having. I do love that website. The, exactly. Exactly. I, I don't either, but I'm in agreement with you. Riser, you hit it perfectly. What did he say that's so bad that they're calling him misogynist and white supremacist and all this other stuff? What Kanye West said was like what they don't label him those things, and what Donald Trump has, they don't have any of his bad shit in there. And it's just it's confusing to me. And when Wikipedia comes out and they're like, we have a neutral tone on these things, I don't find it that way. For the Nick Fuentes guy, it should say it should be more neutral. And maybe it's because they don't want him to be neutral. You're exactly right. That's a great example. If I go to Pablo Escobar and I look like he's a murderer. He's a okay. So what did they say? Pablo Emilio Escobar Gaviera. Uh, he was a Colombian drug lord, which is like a positive thing. Like, oh, we're gonna call him a drug lord. A narco terrorist. Okay, not that great. And politician who was the founder and leader of the Medellin cartel, dubbed the king of cocaine. Like that's a very positive thing to call him. Escobar was one of the wealthiest criminals in history, having amassed an estimated net worth of $30 billion by the end of his death, equivalent to $80 billion as of 2025, while his drug cartel monopolized the cocaine trade into the U.S. in the 1980s and the early 1990s. There's nothing in there about him being a misogynist or about killing people, killing hundreds of people. There's none of that. Abusing his animals, having cheating on his wife. There's none of that. Okay, so then why do they disparage this other guy who the fuck knows what this guy said, but then they raise up this lifestyle? I don't understand it. Or if I look up Thomas Jefferson was a was a slave owner. George Washington was a slave owner. They don't say anything about that. They say he was an American founding father and the third president of the United States from 1801 to 1809. He was the primary author of the Declaration of Independence. Jefferson was the nation's first U.S. Secretary of State, yada, yada, yada. He was a leading proponent of democracy, republicanism, and natural rights, and he produced formulative documents on decisions on the state, national, and international levels. Okay, nothing about him raping slaves and having children with them. Nothing about him Sally Hemming. There's none of that. You'd think that he's like a great guy. So this guy literally owned people, and the other guy didn't do it. They don't call Thomas Jefferson a misogynist. They don't call him a white supremacist. How much more of a white supremacist can you be than be a slave owner? It doesn't matter about being. I am okay. Right. It's difficult to maintain a neutral tone. So wherever there's any contention, there should be a drop down, and you can read what other people have to say on the matter. Well, exactly. Yeah, and that's all I'm saying is that instead of having this thing be set in stone that Thomas Jefferson was this great guy, I mean, and I think I make a really great point. What more of a white supremacist could you be than a slave owner? That's like the ultimate white supremacist thing to do. The other guy, the Nick Fuentes guy, he didn't own slaves. He might have said the N word or something like that. Or I don't know what he did. I don't even want to say that he did that. But yet he gets labeled with all this garbage at the beginning of his Wikipedia when the guy who owned slaves and was like perhaps one of the ultimate white supremacy people, that the word the phrase white supremacy probably isn't even in Thomas Jefferson's Wikipedia page, and I don't understand it. So what would I do to avoid these things? There are just some labels that I would say we're not going to have that on the website. So like what? Narco terrorist. Okay, what in the fuck is that? I mean, you could say a narco, but throwing the word terrorist, okay, fine. What's another one? Misogynist. What's another one? White supremacist, black supremacist. These are just divisive things. You can say that somebody was perhaps very controversial during their time, but that doesn't mean they have to be labeled like this, in my opinion. It's dismissive of free speech. I don't like it. And if we are going to have a phrase on there, let's say a term that's not as divisive, like king of cocaine. There could be a drop down under there and have some people say this motherfucker was the king of cocaine. Here's all of the evidence of it, and then you could have the other side that says he wasn't the king of cocaine. There were all these other drug pins who were as big or bigger than he was. They do this in certain areas of Wikipedia. It's just not easy to see. If you actually delve into the edits on Wikipedia, there are giant fights that go on behind the scenes. And even if they were like, even if you couldn't read them all right there, just say how many arguments are in favor of one side versus how many arguments are in favor of the other side, like an upvote, downvote button, so that you know that, well, maybe a lot of people do agree that he's the king of cocaine, but there are a lot of people who disagree with that too. There you go. What? It's a it's a dismissive term. Let's use Thomas Jefferson as let's use Thomas Jefferson as our example. He owned slaves. He inseminated slaves. What more white supremacist is there than that? That's that's literally the most white supremacist thing anybody has ever done. He didn't consider black people to be a whole person. He considered them to be three-fifths a person. Why do they label Nick Fuentes, who has never owned a person, a white supremacist, but they don't label Thomas Jefferson, who did own black people? Why don't they label him a white supremacist? In my opinion, you shouldn't use that term. That's a dismissive term. That's what I'm saying. That's okay. I'll go to a dead white supremacist from like the 19. Okay, and that's fine too. That's not as divisive as saying they're a white supremacist. Okay, so here's a guy. He died, James Ellison. He was an American white supremacist from San Antonio, Texas. He died in March of 2021. Why do they call this? This is his Wikipedia. It says James Dennis Ellison, June 18th, 1940 to March 2021. It doesn't give a date from when he died. He was an American white supremacist from San Antonio, Texas. This guy never owned a slave. Why do they call him a white supremacist, but they don't call Thomas Jefferson a white supremacist who literally owned black people? And Thomas Jefferson did. And Thomas Jefferson did. He literally had an entire field of people who he treated differently and wouldn't let them come in the house and made sure that they did all the work for him. That's as white supremacist. Then, if anything, I would say that these are alleged white supremacists. By whom? And then it should say who they say that they are. In my opinion, Wikipedia has a lot of power in society, and by just labeling somebody this, it's dismissive of their opinions. I I agree. Okay, I'm in agreement with you that it should say alleged, and with Kanye West, and frankly, going back to Kanye West's um, Wikipedia page, it should perhaps say something like, I think they should get rid of the phrase, although he is regarded as one of the greatest rappers of all time, his artistic achievements have been frequently overshadowed by his controversial public persona. Who cares about that? I can read about that at the bottom when they have all the other stuff in there. It should just say he's regarded as one of the greatest rappers of all time. It's like they're bringing him back. It, so there's a nice part of this where it says his achievements have been frequently overshadowed by controversial public persona. If you click controversial public persona, it says views on Kanye West. I think they should have that for Donald Trump, which I think they do, but it doesn't include him in that, and Thomas Jefferson and this Nick Fuentes guy, and that's where you should put all that stuff. But aside from that, the Nick Fuentes' Wikipedia page should read something like he is an American political pundit, activist, and live streamer who promotes controversial views. And then you can put the controversial views in there because he says homophobic and misogynistic and white supremacist. Like they just shit on this man. And while I don't agree with him on perhaps anything that he says, I don't want to take away his ability to say it. I do. I understand that. All right. Um, what'd you say?
whatever time I had. Cancel the wedding. I was at that time, so there was no reason. And it was probably I went to bed that night, just like every other night. And then I all these voice. This was Gloria. Yes. She was calling me. It's coming from a seat. Gloria seemed to be preach. I could feel myself, Richard.
Whether he is or he isn't, Wikipedia should not promote him as one way or another. To me, that's libelous. So they should tell me. They should tell me about his start and about his mom and about his family and about his rap songs and then they can say his political views, but they shouldn't label him as one thing or another. That's all I'm saying. When you get into these labels, not you personally, but when Wikipedia gets into these labels, it gets very dismissive, and I don't like that. So what I'm saying is that you either use these labels appropriately and you call founding fathers white supremacists, or you don't call anybody a white supremacist. You can say that somebody had controversial views, and I'm okay with that. But you don't come out and just call somebody a black supremacist. Like if I read the Malcolm X Wikipedia, many people consider Malcolm X not just to be a black supremacist, but one of the biggest black supremacists of all time. So Malcolm X, born Malcolm Little, later Al Hajj Malik Al Shabazz, was an African American revolutionary Muslim minister and human rights advocate who was a prominent figure during the civil rights movement until his assassination in 1965. A spokesman for the Nation of Islam until 1964, after which he left the movement. He was a vocal advocate of black empowerment and the promotion of Islam within the African American community. Many people have called that to be black supremacist. A controversial figure accused of preaching violence, Malcolm X is also a celebrated figure within African American and Muslim communities for his pursuit of racial justice. You know, they call a lot of people who preach violence terrorists. Why aren't they calling him a terrorist? Why don't they call him a black supremacist? He preached violence. He preached violence. I agree. I agree with you. And in the same way, I would defend Pablo Escobar and say when American companies have raped your country and given your people no opportunity at a future, then you do everything within. Okay. But they also call them a narco terrorist. And I just don't think that that's an appropriate term. I don't like that term, period, because again, it is a very divisive term. And so I think it's a. But that's what Malcolm X. That's what Malcolm X did. And they don't use it with Malcolm X. And they don't use black supremacists for Malcolm X, but yet they'll use. He absolutely was. If you ask ChatGPT, at least, Well, wait. It's not a search engine. It's a large language model. So here's what it says. Malcolm X is Malcolm, Malcolm X is often associated with black nationalism due to his early involvement with the Nation of Islam, an organization that promoted black self-reliance, empowerment, and at times racial separatism. During his time with the Nation of Islam, Malcolm X preached that white people were blue-eyed devils created by an evil scientist, a belief that aligned with the nation. I'm saying that what I'm saying is that terms black su- supremacist and white supremacist shouldn't be used in someone's Wikipedia page. They're too divisive. I even think terrorists shouldn't be used. It's too divisive. Okay, so let's take the guys who flew the planes into the towers. Instead of calling them terrorists, you could say just what they did. You don't even need, I mean, you could say that hijackers isn't a great term either, but you could just say they, okay, let's use the term hijack the plane and crash into the towers. But you don't necessarily need to refer to them as, again, no, I don't like these terms. Anti, pro. Welcome. How are you, Brian Bag? Brian Bag, how are you? Perhaps. Frying Bag, how you living? What's good in your neck of the woods? Frying Bag, can you hear me? There you go. Dog, I've known Audie for like months. She's in here. She's in here more than you are, Riser. Oh, dude, Riser. Audie sleeps in here many nights. Dog, Audie. Audie was in here for like. Okay, Audie, I mean, you can look at the date that she. Here, I'll look at the date. I'll look at the date she joined, and she literally has been in here. Oh wait, she joined with a different account, but even still, um, with her original account, she was here. She's been here for like 3 months, maybe more. But the thing is, she's in here for far longer than you are. Riser, she'll be she'll be in here for 16 hours tomorrow. Like she'll literally be in here from like now until 5 p.m. tomorrow. And then she'll leave for an hour and come back for another 7 hours. It's just you guys haven't had any overlap. But that's why I didn't say, hey, how you leaving? All that. Dude, Riser, Audie and I have played about 100 games of literati against each other. Like like I know are pretty absolutely. Dude, I mean, she played bowling with Zoot earlier today. She knows Zoot. I sent her a direct message randomly, just with a bot in Twitter, and she came here. There you go.
Vision of a society where we have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other. At approximately 9 o'clock this morning,
Why not?
without warning, shot Georgia State's road tree. We got about 100 protesters that rushed into office now. Although we
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
Well, I hope I was able to answer your question. Why I didn't do how are things in your neck of the woods and all that other stuff, because she's here a lot.
although if you talk to the people who made off on the shore before it's released. And they said, we're finished. Oh, it's not going to work. Jack your riddles. My co-host Mark Seal and I strip back the Varnisher movie history and talk to never before heard from sources.
Actually, we know a lady who's super nice. Her name is Miss Aquarius. Have you met Miss Aquarius? Okay. Well, if you know who Miss Aquarius is, I'm pretty shocked you didn't know who Audie is. Oh, wait. Audie. Wait, Audie had a different name, though. It was Audie Dusky. And then she had some other name that was terrible, and I changed it to Audie just so people would call her by her name.
We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to leave. Your free iHeart app and listen now.
Basketball. If there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I could listen to, you rang?
It's a nickname. It's very close.
For Hotties on TikTok, got a new podcast, Full Circle. Hey, we're catching
You never heard anybody named Audie?
unlimited, unrivaled college basketball. Now, stories. You guys have seen current basketball players telling their you and I just think it's time for the we want basketball stories. Number one, the podcast.
Oh, and Riser's not with 5 R's? Riser, I'm going to use the restroom, and when I come back, I want to talk all about the William Montgomery show. Is that okay? Okay. Ask it to me now, and then I'll have my answer. So ask me the question now. I won't answer it. Absolutely. I'll answer the question in just a moment. I know my answer.
Never give in to a meltdown. Never let kids take over the house. Kid photos around their schedule. Never let your and you like less than their rest. You say you never bring your mouth to clean it. Never too late. And never let the grocery store. So when you say no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car. Or you leave the car. Always stop.
All right. I had plans to travel to Israel in 2020, and oh,
Sweat the small stuff. Your kids are welcome.
no, you're fine. Apologies. I'm the one who interrupted. I had anticipated traveling to Israel in 2020, and the pandemic put an end to that. I have plans when I go viral. That's certainly a place I'd like to be, and I'd like to retire there in a place called Sfat, Israel. I am someone who would like to not just go to the wall, but like to help rebuild the temple in Jerusalem in a peaceful way. And I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want anyone to die, but I'd like to see Solomon's temple rebuilt in my lifetime. Well, I mean, we consider ourselves to be in year 5,785. So that's since the creation of the world. But really, if you talk to more open minded people, we recognize that the universe is approximately 13 billion years old. And we would like to see the temple rebuilt. We've been waiting for it to be rebuilt since about 70 of the Common Era. And my goal, I'd like to see it rebuilt by the 100th anniversary of Israel, this modern state of Israel. So that would be by the year 2048, specifically May 14th, 2048. But I don't control those things. Now, in terms of how deep does the rabbit hole go, it's as deep as human existence. Prior to Israel, we had Canaan. Prior to Canaan, we had early peoples in the Fertile Crescent. Prior to those people, we had the nomads that perhaps traveled from Africa. Before that, we had people perhaps in Central Africa who were tribal people even before becoming nomadic. And we've had the development of human evolution into prehistoric man and then Homo erectus, and since Homo sapien, Homo erectus, and all the way back to where we have a common ancestor with mammals that we share with quite a few other mammals, including gorillas and tigers and dogs. So that's how we see it as scientific Jews. But there is a contingent that somewhat denies that, not in a negative sense, but they think, okay, if the Bible says that the Earth is 5,785 years old, that's exactly how old it is. But even their rabbis will say that the Bible wasn't written as a history book. And so what the way that we both sides understand this to be is that early peoples did not have a way to define what a year was or what a day was or perhaps what a billion years were. And so before creation, we have essentially the 7 days of creation. You can take each one of those to be a billion years or 2 billion years, and then eventually track human existence from the seventh day of Eden. But in reality, we're denying science if we don't think that the Earth is, or I should say, the universe is 13.2 billion years old. That's what the best scientific minds state. However, that doesn't mean that that type of mentality can't be merged with an idea that it's the year 5,785. And so many of us, I know both religious Jews who do this and non religious Jews, use a 2 calendar system. If you look on my phone right now, it says that it's, I don't even know what the date is, the Sunday, July 13th, but it's also the 17th of Tammuz, 5785. And I just have like 2 calendars going in my head all the time. It's my family's history, so it's a connection to me and what not just my family's been through, but my people's been through. And in the same way that you would have stories in your family, that's how I interpret religious documents. It would be like if somebody had a diary of their grandparents. That's interesting. Well, if I follow my grandparents back far enough, that's the Bible. So that's my diary. And I'm not the only person. There are millions of people on earth who can connect themselves to the people of the Bible, both Jews and non-Jews. I don't understand what you're saying. Maybe Riser, can you elaborate, or do you not understand either?
responsible for sort of enslaving, I don't know, well, he was basically prostitutes. He would lure them to, it was a timeline in the 1800s where, or whatever, that came or he knew with the bodies. He very had, I always had a sight. For all the souls, and I probably murdered from 10 to 20, maybe 30 women in that house. It's something that he enjoyed doing. So it became clear so many near deaths that most of souls that this, well, I'll call it, this your test away from this. You see, the thing about what God wants, the ultimate, willing to help people out. I was willing to lose my I had to do this dark spirit and this exploits. How to vanquish and free these that were going to do a rich just I went up to prep sure that we my phone that I my daughter to tell her all my I said we need to get into that. This is so what was happening he went was choking me and it was his son because that's part of the story. My soul, son,
There you go, Pimp. Are you ready to talk about William Montgomery?
Archangel Michael was like,
Oh, dog. Well, firstly, who's Tony Chin?
I stood up, I drew her off, but Karen, what she
Oh, I know who he is. Right, right. But who's Tony Chin?
I've never walked into the basement. I'm just like
No, I know that, but who is he?
batteries. Carolyn said she saw the roof. That's when God
I know that. He says it at the beginning of every show. Any true William Montgomery show fan would know this. But who is he in real life? Or, like, who is he?
discussed.
He's not. He's a made up character inspired after Doug randomly mentioned him.
He was attached to me. My body was full of electricity.
That is true. No, it's not dismissed. I just wanted to know if you knew who that was, and you obviously didn't. Would have said he's a made up dude who's you would have said he's a made up dude who William has made about whom William has made a joke. All right. Did you watch the most recent I mean, this wasn't supposed to be William Montgomery show trivia. I'm not done with it, so I think that would be unfair. But what I would want to talk about is how fucking boring it is. Dog, they can't even get sponsored. They can't even. I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised his show isn't bigger than it is. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of podcasts. A lot of Joe Rogan is boring, but he's got giant sponsors. Oh yeah, definitely. He's like the person who invented that shit. In fact, he's part owner in Alpha Brain. No, I think he sold his share of it, but he still uses it. Dog, do you know who Brendan Schaub is? He's the most invited guest on Joe Rogan. He's the guy who does that. If he's the fighter and the fighter and the kid. Oh, it's the worst. Okay, so do you like Casey Rocket? Do you think he's a good sidekick? I agree with you. He's the perfect sidekick. That's the word. He's not just good, he's perfect. What do you think of Erica? That's kind of a lot. It is, and I don't understand that. I think she doesn't want to be on camera, but also um William Montgomery doesn't want her on camera because people will just shit all over her. No matter if she's beautiful or she's not. They will just she'll become like a meme. Yeah, when William Montgomery painted his toes rainbow colors and he like showed them to the camera, she was on there for like one screen share or whatever, one screenshot. Do you know how I think it could be much more successful? I love it. Um, okay, so they do it from the Austin studios, Austin podcast studios. You know what I mean? They like rent it for like an hour or two. Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay. Well, they have to pay a lot of money to do that. And I was hearing them in one of their recent episodes, which you would know if you were a true fan. They said like the podcast doesn't make any money. In fact, it barely scrapes by. William Montgomery went to college, and he mentions it like 1,000 times an episode. Wherever he lives, he should just do it from there. They would save a lot of money that way. Have you ever seen Matt and Shane's Secret podcast? Yeah, and it has like 700,000 people on YouTube, and it has a Patreon that pays like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, and they just do it from like they did it from like Shane Gillis's parents' basement. Exactly. Exactly. That's all they. That's all they, you could do. A green screen $10, and you're exactly right. I don't understand why they don't just take a wall of one of their apartments and just like put two chairs in front of it and then a green screen behind there and then just film it or whatever. I mean, that's literally what Matt and Shane's secret podcast is, except instead of having a green screen, they have an American flag. I mean, since they've gotten bigger, they've bougied up a little bit, but back in the day, that's all it was. They just had a round table and they would just sit there and talk about shit, and it was very entertaining. And they had guests. They had like Louis C.K. and some other people. Like they had big guests, and that's all they had to do. I don't understand why William Montgomery pays all this money to the Austin Podcast Studio Company to, well, and I heard this as well. And this is what triggered it in my mind. They were like, yeah, we were making more money, but then we added a camera and that costs more money. We have to, for us to rent it. And it's like, dude, why would you why would you not just do this in your apartment and have a wall and however many cameras you want and then just record it and then put it out? I don't understand why they think their production value is so great. It's literally just them in front of a green screen. You can put whatever you want behind them. I don't get it. I mean, let me say this. There are some stipulations where people live sometimes. Like, even this wouldn't really probably be in an apartment complex. Like, for instance, Brendan Schaub couldn't have the Fighter and the Kid podcast at his house because his homeowners association says that you can't run a business from the house. Okay, that's different. An apartment complex isn't going to say that. You can work from home from an apartment complex. And so I would just imagine that you just put a screen in front of your wall, and William Montgomery, even if the homeowners association did say that, he just wouldn't abide by it. He would just be like, okay, whatever. It's just like we're taping or recording friends in our house and we're just, putting it out to the internet. You're allowed to do that. Anyway, he does this thing at the Awesome Podcast Studios, which is expensive. I think it's like each time they do it, I've heard other podcasters say it's anywhere between $700 and $1,000 at least every single time you do that. And I don't know. I just don't understand why they have to do it there. I feel like it's a much more William Montgomery way to just do it in front of a wall and with a green screen, have Casey Rocket come over, they get high or whatever the fuck they want to do, Have Erica there doing whatever she wants to do. She doesn't have to be on camera. Have your producer there who's manning the cameras and just do it. I mean, I'm just trying to say, like, these guys. Have you seen it? I actually love it. I actually fucking love it. I hate David Lucas, but I fucking love his podcast. I don't watch. Have you ever seen that one guy who does it in a tent and he just has like he has a big podcast. That's a better thing that I would expect him to do. There's this one guy though. He's like I forget his name. He had David Lucas on his podcast, and he told David Lucas he was going to pay him $10,000 to be on the podcast, and then just didn't pay him. But it was like a joke. He wasn't like serious about it, and David was pissed. Anyway, they just do it inside a white tent, just like that's all you need. Well, anyway, with David Lucas's podcast, I think it's very creative of him to do the fishing podcast. It's different than what anybody else does, which I think is cool. I mean, I've only seen one of them. Do you know who Timmy No Breaks is? He's like this guy from San Diego who does this character from like New Jersey that got really popular. He's only been on Kill Tony one time, but he like everybody really liked him. He was very similar to uh, Andrew Dice Clay back in the day, and people just really liked that kind of comedy. And so David had him on his podcast, and he did the first half of the podcast in character, and the second half of the podcast he did as himself. And he was just like, it was just them hanging out, fishing. But that to me was a really, I've never seen a podcast like that. I think it's a really cool way to do it. Now, I could see William doing the same thing with whatever he wants to do, but I don't know. I just don't look. He does. William Montgomery does a podcast. What about once a week, right? Well, sometimes he has to miss. Right. Any true William Montgomery fan would know that. But they'll do well. What they do though is they bank episodes. So what I'm saying is, if it's $1,000 to rent that studio every time, that's $52,000 a year that they could be saving by just doing it at his house. In fact, you could literally rent an entire apartment easily for $52,000 a year and just, you know what I mean? Like, that's true. That's absolutely true. Okay, so so here's why he does it, and this actually becomes really smart. He It's not $1,000. It's like $300, and they edit it all for you. And That's true. I don't know. When I just heard that William Montgomery's podcast wasn't making any money or barely cutting, like barely breaking even, I just thought this should be a really big podcast. He's a really popular person. He's on the largest podcast, largest live podcast in the world every Monday. Look who the fuck it is. Fuck yeah. Riser, you know that Zoot and I. That's true. I bet you Riser would never guess it. It's the family of oldest games in the world, according to Wikipedia. Yeah, not checkers. Zoot, tell him. No. Yo, pimp. Yes. Come on. Dude, they had a guy from Newfoundland on Kill Tony this last week, and he wasn't that bad, but he came out and he was like, I'm so bad. And he even apologized in like an Instagram post. And it was like, dude, you weren't that bad. Dude, Riser, that was a great shot, Riser. He owns the only comedy club in Newfoundland, and oh, and Riser, you never make that mistake. And he owns the only comedy club, the oldest comedy club, or the only comedy club. I think I could be wrong on that, but he owns a comedy club in Newfoundland, and he went up and did his stand up, and it wasn't very good, but it wasn't. Oh, what the fuck is that shit? You like that conch shell? Do you like that conch shell? Do you like it? It looks like a vagina, doesn't it? Dude, I specially bought that. Yeah, well, no, I didn't pay money for it, but I used the in-game currency. It cost me 150 tokens. Fuck yeah, dude. You get different kinds of bowling balls and different kinds of ski balls. When I play with Zoot, oh Zoot, you're just playing so badly. When I play, oh, what the fuck? You don't have the balls. Why would you do such a stupid thing? Why would you do such a stupid? Now you could get me. Word, dog. Zoo, what number is Bonnie Blue? Good for her. Well, you're doing everything. Oh, fuck. I fucked up. Your mom? I don't mean that in a funny way. I mean that like your mom has worked harder than Bonnie Blue has. There you go. Yeah, and I came out and said like your mom like in a mean way. I didn't mean it like that. I meant like anybody's mom. Anybody's who has been a mother has worked harder than that woman.
Out here in Arizona, we get people from all over during the winter, but in the summer, these roads are like there's nobody there for hours. So I'm coming down this one road, and I see this car parked, and so I realized he had problems, so I tried to give him CPR.
Well, I think Bonnie Blue, she's hustling. Good for her. She's got that dog in her. What was that? Yes. Zoot, that was a great shot. Why is she going to have a hard time having a child? Dog, Kim Kardashian's kids have no problem telling their parents that their mom is Kim Kardashian. And what Kim Kardashian did in 2005 or 2008 or whatever was more taboo than what Bonnie Blue is doing. She made like arguably like only the second biggest sex tape of all time, and a lot of people do OnlyFans and all that other bullshit that Bonnie Blue's doing. Riser, I want your shot to go. I'm so glad Zoot's here. I mean, I'm glad Riser's here too, but Zoot. Dude, you should see Zoot and I play darts. It gets intense. Yeah, he's very good at it. No, it's a lot of skill, and he's very good at it. Oh, what a great shot. Oh, righty. 3 players, 5 holes. Zoot and Riser. Let's have Riser go first. Oh, I'm going first. Boom. It is random how that works.
All right, let's say hi to Elisa in Portland, Oregon. Elisa, good morning. Welcome to Coast. Go ahead.
Morning, Richard. Yeah, I just wanted to know if you had any advice. I've been seeing and experiencing a lot.
What a great shot I had.
I know your illness is kind of what took after 10, 11 years. Finally getting, what you were supposed to do is to 9 years, and I'm not having the illness, but how do I work towards that and
Is what
either here and how to deal with it, because it's
Sean, Alyssa, if I could get some more details. I mean, what's happening?
no.
Are you being attacked by demons?
every night. I've moved twice. They follow
Get in.
me. I don't know what the
Because you're just not conscious, but you still have the same IQ as what you normally do, but not everybody has the same IQ. Maybe their performance or their utilization of their IQ is the same, but that doesn't necessarily we all have the same IQs. Oh, fuck you. Zoot, that was a great shot, baby. Riser's going to get 0 points. Riser, Zoot just fucked me. Fuck.
Reach out to me through Bumblebee if they can get a hold of me. Maybe through me. But in her case right now, I'm already dedicated straight to
Great shot. What a great shot I just had. Great shot. Riser, you know that was a great shot. How does Riser... This is my best hole. I've beaten Zoot on this hole when we play 1v1 like 65 times in a row. Yeah. Zoot, you had a great shot. Whoa. I have. I know what you're talking about. Basically, there's something that you want to do in the dream, but you can't. You're prevented. Whether it's walking or talking or doing something. I know what you're talking about.
God calls me in the fire all the time. Died in the no there because every night I and I tell people you've got to do the same. So you start to give up on those prayers and that faith. That's the opening.
Riser could have a newfie shot right now. That's not it. That's a terrible shot. Dude, fuck yourself. Fuck you, man. Come on.
Very quickly, Jacob and
Shut the fuck up, Riser.
that you feel these entities you saw over there have attached themselves.
I feel like I'm on my feet. Everything falls apart no matter how hard I try. I keep falling, but I keep falling, I keep falling, I keep falling, and I don't want to sound like a crazy, but I do.
Big shot for Riser. Or big shot. Well, yeah, for Riser. Oh, no. Shut up. Missed it. You just fucked me.
Break you so they can take your soul. This is what they're doing. They jealous of us. Start with Psalms 90. Time stretch.
Fuck.
God self to Him. Surrender your to Him, but don't give up. This is the thing. Why don't you give up?
What up, pimp? It's really difficult to do using modern systems. Um, Generally because of spam limitations. So you would need. Yeah, they do. They have a. It's a. There's a setting on your phone that says filter low quality text. Riser, you have an invitation. Dude, that was a great shot. Oh, what the fuck? Zoot tried to fuck me. You know how. Oh, I have to mute you, Zoot.
History Hotline gets to the bottom of
We tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your Heart Radio app, search American History Hotline, and listen.
Why did you do that? Either of you. Oh, what a shot. That's a great shot.
Specifically for China, the Financial Times reports this AI chip would be based on NVIDIA's Blackwell processor already modified to meet the comes in last month. NVIDIA said it will no longer include the Chinese market in its revenue and profit forecast. And YouTube is removing its trending page and trending now list. Instead, the video feature charts. It'll list things like trending.
YouTube's getting rid of its trending page. It's gonna have charts instead. Trending. Look how good this shot was. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Get it. Kaiser, you just gave Zoot a perfect shot at the hole. Hit my ball, baby. Oh, fuck.
I can't hear you because of the vacuum. That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air. We breathe. I didn't know
You're gonna hit the thing. Riser. What are you doing, Zoot? Zoot, what in the fuck are you doing? Zoot, what are you doing?
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a library of over 350,000 radio. Your party so it disappears. Everybody's system.
Zoot, what the fuck? Zoot, do you know that there's a hole on the left side? Okay, I don't understand you, Zoot, sometimes. Zoot, you can't just say that.
#1 for music and podcasts.
Radio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the
Zoot thinks ADHD makes you dumb, and it doesn't.
Another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Google Assistant for your favorite. Radio will be there for you.
Well, you do dumb stuff, and when I say, why did you do that? You say ADHD.
Android TV and any device that uses
Oh, fuck.
playing all your favorites hands-free. Just say, okay, Google, play to
Riser, your hatred of me
from iHeartRadio.
is more important than you winning.
Where you want to listen, including in your home and office through
How'd you like that shot, baby?
Android TV and get out for free.
Okay. Okay, I can live with that.
Jennifer Hudson is set to deliver a special performance at the 4th annual Whitney for the late singer's career. The musical portion of the gala feature performances from Melissa Moore and a symphony orchestra. The Legacy of Love Gala is taking place on August 9th.
Are you?
Guests being cast member
Rapper for June. The fall of 2023 after she began refusing sexual advances. She's demanding a trial by jury to seek general damages, including past and future lost earnings. I'm Michael Castle.
The song I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas became a holiday hit in 1953, and now the song and the woman who sang it he sang the song 10 years old.
Oh, Riser, you're.
It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly and not as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. And just make it so. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, that decision. It's not like I get a notification. Now you'll. This is going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
This hole is 3 points.
Listen now. KFI, AM supporting more stimulation.
Don't do it. Don't fuck me over. Super sad. Look how sick the shot is. Did you see that? Boys, did you see that? I just had a perfect I just had a perfect game. I just had a perfect game. Riser lost to Zoot. Riser lost to Zoot. I just had a perfect game, gentlemen. Thank you. I played it. Yeah, it's called mini golf. Look how sick this shot is. Zoot, did you know that Riser didn't know who Audie was? Who Audie was? Like, she's here all the time, but Riser didn't know who she was. Oh, that was a terrible shot, Zoot. Does he drive? Yeah.
Real people, real stories. I was only 6, 7 days. They lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain.
He drives a lawnmower.
Totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivora. I was like, oh, let's try it. I tried it 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore. It was pregnancy. I had energy like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity and my brain back.
You're not even close.
I was really happy about that.
Okay, let's start. Were you an All-American football player? Did you meet the president? You may have met the president's son on Telegram. I don't remember that part of Forrest Gump where he meets the president's son on Telegram. Thank you. Riser. Word.
Good. Well, 3 a.m. is a good time for you to come on because all the elites are asleep. So there you go. Your book begins with an instant knowing that sparked your investigation. Describe that moment, how it. So,
Yeah, you could.
Just like you do in the middle of the night, go use the bathroom, come back to bed. And I was just.
What are your guys' thoughts on this shot?
Nothing like that. Just laying in bed. And I had a column flat.
That shot sucks. That shot sucks, dude. That's as good as going in the water right there. Don't hit the ball, dude. You need to go in the water. Go in the water. Go in the water. How'd you like that, baby?
That I've never experienced. Never. And
Sorry, she was sexy. In the 90s, she was just like a high school chick.
with total clarity,
There he is.
6 things.
I learned to see on this hole that is such a dick move.
It's really hard to know how long it lasts. 30 seconds. And I keep some. And right 6 because I figured it's that I know if I don't forget some of it. So I wrote them down. Thinking
Dude, Riser, you just fucked it.
sleep and later I get another 3 in a flash, instant awareness of 3 more pillars of society that are coming down, that are being worked on to bring them down.
Oh, I fucked up. Fuck.
And later 2 more.
Hit his ball.
You know, rip the covers off. Wrote those 2 down. 11. And I'm in the bathroom, you know. And
Oh, I didn't realize Riser and I were tied.
you know, I am a believer. I've never had an experience like this. I believe in God. I pray daily. Felt like it had to. The funny thing was, it was
Don't
so in my mind.
hit my ball, Zoot.
Because about these, one of them actually, but it wasn't. It was essentially just like a very thing. And it's like, so why are you?
Zoot, you fucked me.
And in my mind, I said, do you want me to write a book or something? And if you wanted me to write a book, what would the title? Not what would the? And instantly, the title flashed in my mind in its fullness. You know, the globalist plan to collapse everything to usher in a new world order. And really,
like, okay, write a book. Keep in mind, I didn't hear any words. I didn't see a vision. But the mental clarity.
It all comes down to this: the comeback of the century.
It was like nothing.
Yeah.
The 11 collapse points were clear. They were all instant.
I think that was pretty smart.
I don't need any more proof. You want me to write a
Oh, fuck.
book, and then it butterflies. You know, I have grade 100 pages. You know, size of words, but essentially 300 page. That's how it unfolded. Wow. Were you a news show? Source politics. You know who Klaus Schwab was?
Dog, I haven't lost. I have 4 wins in a row. That's a dick move, man.
So
That's a dick move.
I think I had her just kind of hard to get done so much research as part of the book. But yeah, I definitely had I'll call it a working knowledge of some things that didn't make sense. You know, before this, I did listen to alternative news media. More, I would say, almost as
Zoot, are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw?
and the COVID thing really got me.
Zoot, it's your turn.
Make sense of the world and what's going on. That's kind of when I
Zoot.
started for alternative news.
Thanks, big dog. You're the man. And you fucked him. You fucked him.
Have potential to bring. I probably agree. I mean, which is one of the national borders. That's one I definitely would have thought of. And I was.
Gentlemen, do you know what it's like to be all the way down where my ball is versus where you guys aren't even like off the tee. Get it, Zoot. Oh, Zoot, you could have a best shot. If you hit it off the corner of the far like square. No, not that. That would have. Riser, do you think you're gonna score on this hole? That was a good shot. You want to see a very good shot? Look at this. I'm going to bounce it off of this fucking thing. Oh, fuck. Oh, you're not going to get it in on this shot. I'm watching. I'm watching. That was a little too close for comfort, son. That did go in the hole. I'm in agreement. That was one of the shots I've ever seen that did not go in the hole. That was a really good shot, Riser. Make it, Zoot. Oh, make it. Oh, make it. Oh, that almost did. That would have been amazing. What up, pimp? 69.
process evolved, which began most shocking revolution that, say, solidified this work. So the process. I forgot to mention one thing, because it ties to the process. This is really key. The book. I get my. I'm like, how am I going to do it? It's like how? And
They really said that you were 12?
and I took it as the prayer, if you want to call it.
There is no way Zoot misses this shot.
And so I took that answer to heart, and I didn't to go with my gut in terms of how I researched it, and also, so this is a very easy read, almost more like a conversation. So when I would
Zoot, put him out of his misery, son. Show him that he has the intelligence of an 11-year-old.
So I would go on each.
Nice job, Zoot. High five.
What's the evidence that these things are? What's the evidence that privacy is being weakened? So I would really just hammer the research, and then what I would do is once I had the research, I would start creating bullet points of how I thought it could flow out.
Oh, dog, he's all about it.
Really well thought out. Right, kind of working from the bullet point. Connect to that. Right. Was a flow to the whole thing. That.
No. It was Zoot saying, "Did you know that Justin Bieber's launching an album?" And I was like, "No." And he's like, "Well, he is." And I'm like, "What's the name of it?" And he's like, "What's it called? Spud or Swag?" And then I was like, "Oh, are you going to buy it?" He's like, "No, I'm going to do what everybody does. I'm going to listen to it on YouTube." And then it was like, it came out and I was like, "How was it?" And he was like, it was interesting. Like it was, I don't know what he said. It wasn't avant-garde, but he said something like along those lines. And that's the entirety of the discussion we had about it. That's what he said. It was different. It wasn't what he was expecting. That was a great shot.
I don't think that like a synthetic. It's a warning. This is their intent. That's the point.
Oh, for sure, dog. Bye bye.
This enormous city. And indeed, what happened? So just because you can give, it could be a warning.
No way.
So it's not doom and gloom the way I look at it. It's something we have to react to. Yeah. When we're talking about these your private,
What about yummy? All right.
Well, until I did what you have to tap to bring it down. The globe have left more than a trip breadcrumbs. I mean, they have many from decades, such as the limits to you talk about, and so it's working back from the red comments. So the subtitle text uh, so is in the book one that world economic it's nothing. These changes all that they're all about. All kinds of money talk about these things. I mean, even globalists like Bill Gates in his TED Talk,
Stop.
when he talks about population reduction,
No, not water. Amazingness.
things, and in that list is vaccines. If we do a really good job with vaccines, reduce world population by 10 to 15%.
Riser, do you think Haley Bieber is attractive?
It's like, whoa, no, wait a minute. A billionaire globalist
What a shot. Isn't she richer than him? Or isn't she richer than she just no, she just sold a makeup company for over $1 billion, dog. It was like 800 million cash, and if it does well, it's gonna be another 200 million or something. Riser, how many games in a row have you won? No, you lost that game. I've won 6. You're going with someone who has Zoots. Dude, that was a really good shot. Way too hard. Way too hard. Way. shot. Zoot, that was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. That was definitely a 10. That was amazing, Zoot. He becomes that was good. No, no, because I'm amazing. Never, not in a million years, Zoot. Where's no, that never happened. Okay, well that's not zero. Dude, that was a great shot. West Side Pimp. Zoot is just making up stories. Yeah, we have done that.